God, chat, you can see me? You can see me? Can you hear me? Am I coming through loud and clear? Yeah, we got a slightly new audio setup that should really help out a lot. I'm really excited about. Also excited about my appearance tonight on the Letterhack, which I think we're gonna stream. I think we're gonna continue. So, right, people are asking like, how is that gonna work? Is NCC gonna cut our stream and then Letterhack is gonna, I'm just gonna be on Letterhack? No, that's not how it works, right? And there's a specific reason for this. Like, Left Past 10, from my understanding, is a panel show with 4 hosts and 1 rotating guest. I'm the rotating guest tonight. And what they do to get maximum visibility, maximum eyes on everyone, is they have everyone stream. So as far as I know, I'll be being streamed by the Letterhack, by I think is Andrea on there? Yeah, by all the people on as hosts, as well as by myself. I think that's gonna be how it works. If worst comes to worst and things get dodgy, right, and I need to figure stuff out, we will meet in the Discord, all right? I'll try to be in the Discord, so make sure you're in the Discord too. Yeah, Andrea's gonna be on there, yeah. I'll be really excited. I don't think I've ever talked to Andrea before, even though it doesn't make any sense. Why not? The side chain ducking. Yeah, we got the side chain ducking. It's my favorite kind of duck. The best duck that there is, the side chain duck, right? I feel like we should have, we won't get 100% of you. Well, I don't know. Does that mean I'm divided amongst like 5 different sources? Only 99%. I don't know. That'd be like 20%, right? Unless like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just so potent that it's still 100%. I'm feeling kind of potent tonight, chat. Do I look like I'm at the, I got the dark goddess look going on tonight, right? That's definitely, an aspect of NCC that you may or may not have witnessed before. And that's how I'm gonna go on to Letterhack. Yeah, obviously, start all kinds of, it's gonna be drama hack tonight. No, it's not, all right? That's the other thing that I think people worry about, maybe wonder about, is that like a lot of what I cover is the streamer drama that happens. And I try to cover it when it's important, when there's like a point behind the drama, when there is an issue that's actually being discussed, or when it implicates the larger space, right? But I think Letterhack's programming is very different than that, right? So just in case anybody's wondering, is NCC going to start up? Is NCC going to get Letterhack into all of her beefs? No, that's not the goal. That is not the goal. I know that Letterhack does not want to have to deal with all of the smoke that I got from all around. But yeah, I'm really excited. Yeah, we got the blue butterfly tonight. We're back on brand. Yeah, we got a lot to cover too. So I guess I gotta get going. I just wanted to say hi to, chat and everything. How is everybody doing? By the way, are we ready to go off on an adventure? An adventure covering Ben Shapiro, Tim Pool, Vivek, Ramaswamy, Legal Eagle, Brianna Joy Gray, Robby Soave, and many more, as well as Bill Maher. And oh god, I guess we should start off, because this is news that I don't know if people know about this, but it's important. It's important to me, and I hope it's important to you too, right? So if you don't know, the verdict on Brianna Ghey is in, and the 2 people were found guilty. So, I mean, I guess that's a little bit of justice, maybe. Unfortunately, though, it's with a dark lining, right? And that dark lining is that right now in the UK, they are trying to legislate against trans kids even more. Something really awful that happened during this whole controversy. It shouldn't be a controversy. During the coverage in the UK, right, is the fact that Brianna Ghey was alternately referred to with her name, Brianna Ghey, and with her dead name, right? So I just wanted to really quickly, this is Brianna's father speaking.
Full points of words on the murder of my child has affected me. I never stopped loving her and I never will. From when she was little, I remember the faces she would pull to make me laugh. The cheeky giggle, the funny dances are engraved in my memory. I knew she was going to be a star, and the amount of support she received from the followers on TikTok proved this. She shared her TikTok videos with me all the time, and I was so proud of what she could do. Show me how she would do her makeup. She had such an amazing talent, and I enjoyed sharing this with family and friends. I look into her eyes and they shine back at me. And I know she was a beautiful girl to be proud of. I hate how her life has been brutally taken away from her, and she's been deprived of the life she wanted to live. It's difficult to comprehend how some people can do these vile things in the world and don't understand how cruel and heartbreaking their actions can be. The impact on Brianna's death has not just affected me as her father, but also my whole family. My heart bleeds every day for Brianna, and this will never go away. And the amount of guilt I have can sometimes be unbearable. But I will ensure her memory lives on in my thoughts and dreams.
Yeah. So I mean that, at least there wasn't some kind of an excuse for what happened to her, as so often happens with trans victims of violence, that the can't necessarily count on even a modicum of justice being served. But yeah, like that was one of the first stories that I covered that I just like broke down on stream for, because so Soul Life, we're talking about Brianna Ghey, right? And who died earlier this year in the UK. And as much as there's a little bit of a silver lining in that, justice was actually served, the convictions have been handed down and everything, it's it's coupled with news of the UK and the Conservative Party, and even the Labour Party being involved in trying to take more rights away from trans kids in the UK. So sad. Yeah, and I wouldn't normally start off with something like emotional like this, because there's always a chance that I'll break down and cry. It's not happening this time, but I just want to make sure that people saw it, because I never know like how much of the stream people stay for. That being said, if you want to help out this stream, if you want to get the stream out to more and more people, you can do that. And you can do that by boosting my thread on Twitter. I refuse to call it X. I refuse. I refuse. But yeah, there's the link if you want to help out with that. And what else will you do when you're helping out with that? Well, you'll also be on stream for a short time. Like what I mean is, like, you'll pop up in my notifications. You'll see your Avi in there as well. So yeah, we've got a lot to go over today. The big news is that Donald Trump has been, at least temporarily, taken off the ballot in Colorado. And I don't want people to get too excited about this, because this is sort of a preliminary ruling, right? So how it worked was this. The court that they took the issue to said that Donald Trump was guilty of insurrection. Like, right? So that part fit, right? It's the 14th Amendment we're talking about that prevents people from running for public office once they've been if they've participated in an insurrection. It doesn't even say found guilty. It says participated in an insurrection, and it was a law that was drawn up after the Civil War to prevent the Confederacy's figures from attaining office in the Union, and thus like somewhat rolling back the results of the Civil War. Now I'm sad to tell you, and if you haven't studied history, this might be news to you. If you haven't studied U.S. history, this might be news to you. But yeah, the results kind of did get rolled back in terms of the Reconstruction undertaken by the radical Republicans in the wake of the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. Was never fully carried out, and you know, it kind of rolled back, and the nation as a whole showed it didn't have an appetite to really you know, hold the racism in the South accountable in any way. And just you know, just 50 years later, you had the resurgence of the KKK, and you know, not just in southern states but in northern states as well. So yeah, this is what the law was drawn up to do, was drawn up to prevent. It's still on the books. The first judge said that yes, Trump did participate in an insurrection, but that he's not, being a president, an official. Or wait, what did they say? An officer? Yeah, like, right. They kind of dug their feet in at the officer part, and they said, well, yeah, he's a president, he's not an officer. Well, I mean, like, look, a congressperson is an officer, a senator is an officer, a sheriff is an officer. Why are we gonna like hold the president like, oh no, you can totally be president if you participated in an insurrection. It's just Congress and Senate and all these other things that we're gonna block you to from. Doesn't make much sense, right? The state Supreme Court has weighed in now, and they have said yes, Trump participated in an insurrection, and also yes, he is you know, the 14th Amendment applies to him. So like for now, he's off the ballot, but you know, there's like a stay and a hold, and you know, it's not really going to go into effect, I think, until the Supreme Court weighs in on it. So you know, there's not a great chance of the Supreme Court. If you know anything about the Supreme Court, right, you know that it's probably not going to uphold this ruling. There is some chance, but I don't know, Chad. It's a good question about like what that would cause, right? If Trump actually did get successfully taken off the ballots, right? And we're talking about the primary ballot. This is another interesting thing about this case. We're dealing with 6 Republicans who filed the lawsuit. This was not Joe Biden, right? Because every single time you hear the Republicans talking about some kind of judicial decision that they don't like, they're like, yeah, Biden did this. No, a judge did this. A judge who's probably a Republican did this, right? Because the demographics of who judges are, you know, kind of coincide with the demographics of who Republicans are, right? So, you know, and they'll essentially anybody who does not kiss the ass of Donald J. Trump is considered to be a deep state agent, is considered to be a secret Democrat or a communist, or, you know, what have you. They take it to various lengths, right? But it's you know, it's silly. It's silly, right? The judges are supposed to decide their cases based on the law. Now, especially in the Supreme Court, you know, they don't always do that. There's a lot of allegations of impropriety, a lot of allegations of conflict of interest that are probably pretty pertinent in terms of that. That's why I don't expect a ruling that actually takes Trump out of the running. And also, you know, like, I mean, what would happen then? Yeah, it was Republicans, Michael S. You got it. It was Republicans that did it. You need chocolate? I need void coffee, right? But I'm going to have to wait until I explain what's going on in the stream. So yeah, this is your chance right now. If you want to give that thread some love, this is your one and only chance to appear on my stream in avatar form. Yeah, happy holidays, Geek Prime. I'm going to pin it on both sides, so yeah, if you want to give that thread some love. Also, make sure to like the stream. That helps a lot, especially when the stream is starting off, right? That's crucial. That's like a crucial time in YouTube deciding like how many people am I going to put this notification out to, right? And they're gauging like your satisfaction or dissatisfaction based on your like or your lack of a like, right? So, you know, if you want to make YouTube think that this is just not a very good stream and they shouldn't bring anybody in, right? In general, YouTube does not like to promote my political streams. I don't know what the actual algorithmic function of that is, but in general, they would much rather see me covering Twitch drama and Vosh drama, apparently. So, but I don't want to be limited to that. There's a lot of other things to talk about, a lot of more important things to talk about, especially as we're getting into this election and, you know, seeing what's going to happen this time. It's kind of a real crossroads, I guess, that the country's on. Not that we have that great of a democracy to begin with, not that the Democratic Party isn't like undermining progressive ideals in all kinds of ways, right? Not that you're not having a constant process of people that we thought were kind of on our sides, like Fetterman, absolutely flip and turn Kristen Cinema on us, right? But this is a question of like, will there be any modicum of democracy left in the country? Because once Trump gets a hold of that, much like once your dog gets a hold of the Christmas, like whatever you're serving, like whether it's a chicken or a turkey or some ham, some people have Christmas ham, right? Once your dog gets a hold of that, right, you're not getting that ham back in any meaningful condition. Same thing goes with the country. Same thing goes with the tiny patina of a democratic self-choice allotted to people in the United States, in this country, right? That's at threat. So yeah, pretty bad. Our Congress is absolutely on sale. On sale on both sides. I don't know Tim Pool's dad, because what I've been noticing is a consolidation of the Republican side of things, right? So counterintuitively, I'm going to say that maybe the Democratic Party is more for sale than the Republican Party. Now, put a pin in that, right? Because it's not like what it sounds. I'm not saying that the Republican Party is better or they're like more principled or anything like that. They are not principled at all. What they are is cowed and intimidated, right? This is a party which cultivated an anti-intellectual base, right? Basically made knowledge, facts, news, all that shit uncool. You can't trust the news media. People that go to college don't know what they're talking about. The experts especially don't know what they're talking about, especially like things like climate change, right? We can't listen to the experts on those. We got to listen to a politician on that. We got to listen to a demagogue on that, right? And they've been able to successfully demagogue that stuff. They've been able to, for instance, harness the idea of stopping immigration, despite the fact that the Republican constituency, and by constituency I'm talking about the donors, are very much dependent on cheap labor that they get from people that are unable to obtain legal status, right? They very much want to keep, it's in their interest to keep immigration the way it is, but they want to hold that out in front of their base as a carrot. And along comes Trump. He grabs the carrot and he's like, hey, donkey, or elephant, right? donkey, Republican base, Republican voters, do you want this? You've wanted this? Here you go. Here's the carrot. Trump will actually give it to them. Trump's not playing the game that the Republican Party is doing. Trump's not utilizing their anti-intellectual nature and general like incuriosity over facts in order to manipulate them in quite the same way. He's just using it for him. He's consolidated everything behind his own cult of personality. And that's what's really dangerous, right? So we've got an issue where the Republican Congress, if you ask most of them, they will support Trump on like everything. There's a few exceptions. I think Dan Crenshaw recently has run afoul of the Trump machine. Wait, was it Dan Crenshaw? I'm trying to remember who was that Ramaswamy said that if Trump is eliminated, that he's going to take himself off the primary. There's Ramaswamy. Yeah, it was Dan Crenshaw. So do we all remember Dan Crenshaw? Right, so Vivek Ramaswamy is pledging to withdraw from the Colorado ballot if Trump stays removed from it, right? Dan Crenshaw, if you have forgotten, right, it's this guy. This is the guy that Hassan argued with, right? This is the guy that Hassan said a brave mujahideen might have caused the injury that requires him to wear an eye patch, right? That's who we're talking about, right? They hate his guts now because he, I guess, wants Trump off the ballot. He's one of the Republicans that want to move on. And there are some of these Republicans that want to move on. There are even some of these Republicans who want to move on whose names aren't who aren't really coming forward with it, right? They're in, you know, in their speech they praise Trump, but they're sick of Trump because they made this anti-intellectual, you know, base for themselves, right? They wanted to utilize it for themselves. Like they had a deal, and Trump came along and consolidated all away from them. Now they're basically Trump's, you know, bitches. That's all they can be. They're either Trump's bitches or they are Liz Cheney, and they get kicked out. Or worse, right? Because if Trump lights you up in a speech, you know, there's a good chance that like some of his most unhinged, the most unhinged aspects of his base might actually put you in physical danger, right? So there's a lot of intimidation going around when Trump says that, you know, he's your vengeance. You know, when he threatens to utilize the powers of presidency to go after his enemies, right? That is as much to intimidate other Republicans as for anything else, and it's worked. It's largely worked, right? Dan Crenshaw is not going to get a lot of support here, because although a lot of Republicans may feel the way that Dan Crenshaw feels of saying maybe Trump should withdraw from all their other states too, they're not going to say it. They're not going to risk themselves like that. So they're calling him Eye Patch McCain now. Remember how Trump made fun of McCain? I prefer war heroes who were not shot down over Vietnam to war heroes who were shot down. Like McCain's big claim to fame was the fact that he was a POW in Vietnam. In you know, just political parlance, like Republican, Democrat, it doesn't matter. That makes you a war hero, right? That is supposed to be a huge credential, a huge feather in your cap. But Donald Trump, you know, kind of turned that around, right? And said, wait, what's the great thing about him getting, you know, shot down and being a POW? Wouldn't he be better if he hadn't, that hadn't happened? And so, you know, we're doing the same thing to Crenshaw, turning him into Eye Patch McCain. And that is their name for him now. Let's take a look at see what Ramaswamy had to say. This is such an absolute virtue signal here, right? Because you know the game that this guy is playing. Most likely, he has zero chance of being the Republican nominee, right? If Trump stays in it, he has zero chance. He has not even made a case for himself as far as being a better candidate than Trump, other than, you know, he's younger, he's fresher, whatever, right? But in general, he stayed out of saying anything to provoke the Trump space. He has heaped praise upon Trump, probably one of the best at this, right? And, you know, what he really seems to be running for is vice president. Now, he'll obviously deny this, but, you know, he's really helping Trump out here more than anything in all of his rhetoric. So, and you know, same thing here, right? He's gonna, let's just hear what he has to say.
They have just tried to bar President Trump from the Colorado ballot using an unconstitutional maneuver that is a bastardization of the 14th Amendment to our U.S. Constitution. This was a provision, Section 3, that was designed to bar Confederate members, people who switched to the Confederacy, from actually being able to serve.
Donald Trump went into business for himself. Donald Trump tried to hold on to the presidency past losing it. Donald Trump tried to essentially override the little bit of the will that American voters are able to exert every 4 years, and just basically ensconce himself as a dictator, right? In other words, the thing that Donald Trump has done to the Republican Party in terms of taking it over and ruling it with an iron fist, Donald Trump tried to do and had plans to do, and that is what he's on trial for. You know, those plans that he made in terms of the fake electors, in terms of, you know, talking about, you know, putting down civil disorder with the military, right? He tried to take over the fucking country. This is like, you know, he wasn't nearly as successful as the Confederate States of America. He didn't get nearly as far, right? He just set up some fake electors and, you know, made some plans, right? But that's absolutely what he was doing. This is, I feel like this is, if it doesn't apply here, then that section of the 14th Amendment doesn't apply anywhere.
That's very different than what's at issue here, to say the least. This is a hollowed out husk of what the country was built on. The basic principle that we, the people, select our leadership, not the unelected elite class in the back of palace halls. That's old world Europe, not the United States.
That's old world Europe. Yeah, that's
why I'm making a pledge today that I will withdraw. I pledge to withdraw from the Colorado GOP
That's what she said.
primary ballot unless and until Trump's name is restored.
Look, I wouldn't trust this guy if he pledged to withdraw, right? I don't think pulling out is a very safe method.
I demand that Ron DeSantis and Chris Christie and Nikki Haley.
Oh, are we going to demand? So does anybody have some information about this? Ron DeSantis, Chris Christie? Chris Christie is not going to withdraw. Nikki Haley, has anybody taken him up on this?
Do the same thing, or else these Republicans are simply complicit in this unconstitutional attack on the way we conduct.
Yeah, we don't live in palaces, we live in ivory towers, right, Michael?
Our constitutional republic. I refuse to be complicit in that. I think what they're doing is wrong, and I think it's up to Republicans to step up and stand up with a spine for our country's future.
So the thing about this guy is not only does he kiss Trump's ass like every other Republican that wants to survive does, right? But he does it with such gusto. It almost feels like he enjoys it.
That's really what's at stake. Whether we, the people, actually have a say in deciding who leads this country. Yes, it would be easier for other Republicans.
That's funny because that is what's on the line, right? In the assuming the election is Trump versus Biden, right? And look, Biden, like, I don't know, I can't make a very strong case for right now. Biden has pretty much been his own worst enemy in so many ways, and not for the reason of just not being a politically calculating, type of politician, but almost the opposite, right? His political calculation has actually put him on the other side of an issue that is very important and to his base, right? And the voters that he's losing are voters that have just had it, right? They felt like they were overpromised during his first campaign on things like student loans specifically, student loans forgiveness for graduates from historically black colleges and universities, right? Really have a reason to feel lied to. And then on top of that, his just ridiculous politicking on what's going on in Gaza right now has turned people's stomachs at him, right? So Biden's not looking too strong right now. And, this is, But that being said, if Trump gets elected, yeah, we do have a situation where, like, you're not going to get your Christmas ham back from the dog after he gets a hold of it, much like you're not going to get the country back after Trump gets a hold of it, right? I don't know what'll happen. That being said, this isn't like a sure option. Like I said, there's a very likely chance that the Supreme Court will overturn this ruling. And, there could be issues even if they don't, based on the optics of taking a leading candidate out of contention by judicial means. I don't think that's ever happened before. Am I wrong? Right? So, because this is the kind of thing where the reason that Trump's being taken out, understand this, right? The reason that Trump is being taken out as being disqualified from running is because he is not qualified to run, in the same way that if he was under 35, he would not be qualified, in the same way that if he was not born in this country, he would not be qualified. He's not, this is a question of his qualifications, right? And, there's a very good chance that the Supreme Court is going to recast this, recontextualize this as a political question and say, it is not for the courts to rule upon political questions. The American people must decide, even though the language of the Constitution is really clear. If you're an originalist, if you believe that the Constitution should be taken as it was originally intended, and obviously they never really did, right? Look at the Roe versus Wade decision, if you want to see like how serious they are about originalism, right? But they actually used Neil Gorsuch's language, Neil Gorsuch's rationale, words that Neil Gorsuch has said, in order to make the argument for disqualifying Trump from the Colorado primary. And again, 6 Republicans did this. This isn't the deep state. This isn't even Democrats, right? These are 6 Republicans that want to move on from Trump. There is part of the party that want to move on from Trump. So here's where I'm going to show you the wild card, all right? I'm just going to tease this because I don't know if this wild card is actually an effect at all or not, right? We don't really know, like, right? But the wild card is this. How many of the 6 conservative justices currently on the bench want to move on from Trump, because I don't believe that they're good faith actors. I don't believe that they're going to decide this decision according to the law, the letter or the spirit, or whatever of the law, the original intent of the law, right? I don't think they're going to do any of this. I think it's going to be a political calculation. However, that doesn't mean that they're not going to uphold this, right? Because there's a chance if two of those justices are among the members of, conservative America, of the Republican Party, who want to move on from Trump, then they might just do this. This might just do that for them. And what's weird about this, right? And here's the strangest thing in the world, right? Is that they would kind of wipe their hands of it, because who's going to get blamed for it? It's going to be Biden. The deep state, Biden. It's like right, they're already talking about like this as if Joe Biden decreed it. Trump must be stricken from the Colorado ballot so that I can win president, even though nobody likes me, right? That's not what happened. That's not what happened at all. But that's how they're going to play it. So, I mean, this is a chance for the Supreme Court to, I'm not saying there would be no ramifications, because like I said, one of the dangers of going against Daddy Trump, right? And I call him that because that's what John Daly calls him. Like, it's not like I'm just making that up. No, Republicans actually refer to him as Daddy Trump, funny enough, right? One of the dangers of going up against Daddy Trump is the possibility that somebody might show up at your door. Okay, and that's a very real possibility, considering the kind of base, the kind of cult of personality he has cultivated for himself, right? So there's a lot of intimidation going on. It might even intimidate, some never Trump or some Trump negative members of the Supreme Court, possibly. So I don't know what's going to happen. The best I can give you as far as odds, right, is what a former guest of Bird Brains, a former friend of mine who's now more in the Destiny orbit these days, but is an attorney, said that he estimated there was only a 25 to 30% chance of the Supreme Court upholding this decision. Now, that's not a 0% chance. In fact, that's better odds than I would have given it. I would have said 10 to 15% at most, right? More like 8 to 10%, like very unlikely, right? But Pisco seems to think that there's a slightly better chance than I'm willing to grant. And I can't tell. Let's finish off this Vivek thing, though.
Republicans like me who are running in this race to say, hey, if Trump is sidelined, there's our opportunity. No doubt other candidates are probably privately celebrating with their corporate sponsors. That's not the right thing to do. I think the most useful...
With their corporate sponsors, that's what they're doing. They're going to their corporate sponsorship VIP room to celebrate. Pop the champagne. Pop the champagne. Trump is done.
That every GOP...
He's not done. He's not done. He's most likely going to be able to run in the Colorado primary. This, if they were to uphold this might set a precedent which could cause, a cascade of other states to do the same thing. And, if enough of them did that to disallow him to win the primary, God, I'm trying to think of how this works, right? Because what this does, right? And some Republicans don't realize this. Some Republicans are saying write in Trump. In fact, that's kind of a hashtag on Twitter right now. I hope they do. I hope they write in Trump, because that is throwing away their vote, right? If this decision stands, you can't write in Trump. Write-in votes for Trump count not at all. They get thrown away, right? So, that's what goes on with that. Now, I don't know, like the question, to me is that like, I think that might hold for the general election too, because like, here's what could happen, right? If you really want to think of Trump as the chaos agent that he is, and you'd be right to think so, you will realize that were Trump to be disallowed the nomination, the Republican nomination for president, there is every chance that he would run as an independent. Now, what I wonder, and I haven't really drilled into this, and if there's any legal scholars in the chat, I would love to see your opinion on this, right? Is, can they write him in? I don't think they can. I don't think they can write him in for president either. I think that if he gets taken off, he gets taken off for primary and for president. And so, yeah, but that being said, I mean, obviously the Republicans are not going to be happy about this. Obviously, there's a lot of things that could go wrong, right? He's tried to take over the country once. Don't, expect that he wouldn't try to do it again. And he's got plenty of foot soldiers to try to carry something like that out, right? I mean, this could actually be more destabilizing than him winning the election. I'm really not sure.
candidate can do right now is to join me in that pledge. I'll say that.
Okay, so that's what he's asking. He wants a pledge from all the rest of the Republican candidates, and this kind of doesn't work, right? This doesn't, like, this doesn't work. Like, what he's trying to do is, I don't know, manipulate the court by saying, well, you know, if you won't let Trump run, then none of us will run either. Okay, so do you want some, like, rando to, like, some random person to get the, you know, because literally anybody could mount a write-up campaign if all the Republican candidates drop out, right? You know, there will still be a primary, and that could be won with very few votes by a write-in candidate. So this is silly. But realistically speaking, if he's, you know, an intelligent guy, he's got to realize that the best that he can possibly do is appear to be Trump's best friend, and that's what he's going for. That's what he's going for. He's running for the vice presidency. He probably won't get it. But despite that, you know, even being a surrogate for Trump, even being like able to go on the campaign stunt for Trump would help him out a lot, would raise his profile. He is a better speaker than most of these jackasses running in the Republican primary, right? So, you know, I mean, this is definitely an opportunity for him. But I mean, that's what he's doing. He's maximizing his opportunity.
I will withdraw from that Colorado GOP primary ballot until Trump's name is restored. This belongs to the people, not to the unelected Democratic cabal of
the Democratic cabal? What are you talking about? Does somebody want to run a check on who nominated those judges, right? Because look, I mean, realistically speaking, judges are supposed to be nonpartisan despite who they're nominated by. We know that's not exactly true, but it's not like all the judges are Democrats. In fact, many of the judges who would be on the bench nominated by Democrats are not, because of Republican obstructionism. The court that they have right now is a very right-leaning court. So no, this is not the freaking Democratic cabal. What are you even talking about?
judges.
That's the thing. That's when you have this anti-intellectual base, this is, you can say this kind of shit and people eat it right up.
In Colorado or any other state. And I demand that Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley and Chris Christie do the same thing, or else they're complicit in what this security state is trying to do to shut down Trump. I stand by that, and I expect them to do the right thing.
I'm guessing he's not expecting to win in Colorado anyway. So, yeah, that's what Ramaswamy said, and then the response by Eye Patch McCain here. Maybe he should withdraw from all. Oh, I'm sorry. God, wait. Maybe I didn't read this right. Chat, how are you taking this? Are you taking this as maybe he should withdraw from all other states too? Is this him saying that, yeah, Vivek Ramaswamy? I thought he was talking about Trump. Okay, well, I mean, like, that still got him lit up. That still got him called Eye Patch McCain, right? It looks to me like he's not actually attacking Trump here. I don't know how he does feel about Trump, but he's attacking Ramaswamy. And that got him called Eye Patch McCain. So yeah, like what it is the Trump, it's a reality show, right? And that shows me that Vivek Ramaswamy has successfully put himself on the Trump reality show. All right, so like I said, this is big news. Wait, oh my God, I can't believe I don't have the, I should have the soundbite like just ready. Because I know I'm going to say big news.
Oh boy, pig news. Oh boy, pig news. Oh boy, pig news. Governor Greg. Oh boy, pig news. Oh boy, pig news. Oh boy, pig news. Marjorie Taylor.
We got pig news. We got pig news today, chat. Pig news. Trump. There's some chance of Trump not being able to run either as a Republican, you know, for the Republican nomination or even for the presidency at large. It's a very small chance, but it's still big news, and it's very much big news not just to not just to Vivek Ramaswamy, but to all kinds of Trump sycophants, and even some people who aren't even in favor of Trump, right? Like, please don't play. That's a great picture of Jink, by the way, Destiny. You did a good job of getting... people think I hate Destiny's guts. Did you know that? I've been getting, like, comments from Destiny fans for that, the last stream that I did. They found my video. They found my video, everybody. And they think that I, like, hate Steven's guts, right? Look, I massively disagree with him. I think he's incredibly disingenuous, but I don't know the guy. I mean, I've talked to him twice, right? Yeah, I've talked to him twice. Like, they should know, like, right? I don't hate him. I don't hate anyone. But yeah, nonetheless. Oh yeah, that's right. I have a stream playlist now. Okay, what are we starting with? Should we start with Shapiro or should we... Yeah, let's start with Shapiro.
So, it seems that the chances of civil war in America...
There we go. Tim Pool should be happy with this.
That just rose somewhat dramatically.
Somewhat dramatically.
On Tuesday evening, the Supreme Court of Colorado ruled that President Donald
And if you want to be protected in that civil war, make sure to sign up for my sponsor.
J. Trump had to be removed from the state ballot for both the primaries and the general election. They cited Amendment 14, Section 3 of the Constitution.
Now let's get this straight about Ben Shapiro. Like, if I remember correctly, he is not as much of a Trump sycophant. Oh, Natalie Marie, good to see you here. That's a 5 stream streak for you. Good job. Temple discussing Trump running as a libertarian. That is one that I might not have gotten, Natalie Marie. Thank you. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. And it's good to have you here as always. So yeah, this is Ben Shapiro. So he's kind of walking a line, right? I don't think he likes Trump. I don't think he wants Trump. I think he's been open about wanting to move on. If I'm correct, if I'm remembering correctly, he is more of a Ron DeSantis kind of dude, right? But in this case, it very much benefits him to defend Donald Trump. So that's why he's here. That's why he's saying what he's saying.
Of the United States. That section reads, quote, no person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of president and vice president or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state, who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States.
I can't get over how he talks, chat. This is really disturbing me because there's like a comedian who does his voice, and it's just like, it literally sounds like I feel like I'm listening to Nick Mullen here. Like, it's
States or as a member of any state legislature or as an executive or judicial officer of any state to support the Constitution of the United States shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. That's what the section says.
That impression, Nick Mullen's impression of Ben Shapiro, is so dead on.
The case made by the 4-3 Colorado majority in favor of barring President Trump from the ballot is simple. They say Trump tried to conduct an insurrection in their judgment and thus can be barred from the ballot by their say-so. The court says, quote, Congress does not need to pass implementing legislation for Section 3's disqualification provision to attach. They say that Section 3 is, in that sense, self-executing. In other words, so long as Section 3 says insurrectionists are disqualified from office, this means that Congress doesn't actually need to define what it means to be an insurrectionist. Any state court can do that.
So, right, the question of, like, does he need to be convicted before he can be removed from the ballot? And realistically speaking, if you're saying that there needs to be a conviction, so we've seen the United States justice system in action against a former president, and it is anemic. Sorry, did I say Supreme Court? I meant the judicial system, right? We've seen the judicial system, we've seen the courts do what they do. Chat, they might not even get one of these charges, one of these cases concluded by the time that the election rolls around, right? So if this statement in the 14th Amendment is to mean anything at all, right? There has to be a way to implement this prior to any sort of case. And so yeah, I don't know.
What's more, The state court says the Constitution authorizes states to determine, quote, the constitutional
Shapiro sounds like a cyborg.
qualifications of presidential candidates.
Oh, thank you, Radio Dawn. You got me the information I was asking for. Also, welcome to the chat. Good to have you here. According to Ballotpedia, the Colorado Supreme Court is nonpartisan, at least on paper. Yeah, we know how that is. Like, it's nonpartisan on paper. That doesn't mean that the judges don't have politics and maybe see things through that framework. They are supposed to look past that. They are supposed to make their decisions, like, without, favor one way or the other. But yeah, at least, that's as nonpartisan as it gets, basically. A reminder, Colorado did not vote for 40. Oh, yeah, so that's a good point that you bring up. Also, Radio Dawn, Colorado did not vote for Trump. Trump did not need Colorado to win in 2016. And, it doesn't necessarily need it, or doesn't need it in 2024, isn't expecting it. It's very unlikely that Colorado will go for Trump, right? He might win some states that Biden won last time. There are states that he's pulling ahead of Biden in right now that Biden won last time, but Colorado's definitely not one of them. And this is just one state. So it wouldn't be like this decision being upheld. It would be this decision being upheld and therefore spurring more actions in other states. But what we're really looking for, right? Because Radio Dawn, you do bring up a good point about in the general election, Donald Trump is not expected to win Colorado, has not won Colorado, didn't need Colorado, and maybe doesn't need Colorado going forward, right? That doesn't mean that he doesn't need a majority of the electors in the Republican primary. And that's what could, kind of put him at risk. Now, so Natalie sent me, let me make sure to get this, because Natalie's got a video for me to look at about the possibility of Trump running. What the hell? Oh, it's a short. Neat. The possibility of Trump running in the like as a libertarian, right? He could also run as an independent, right? He has got his following is attached to him far more than they're attached to the Republican Party. So yeah, there's every chance that he could do that. But remember, every single state that he gets taken off in the primary, I think he cannot be written in the general election. Somebody can check on that for me, right? But I think that these decisions have implications further than just the primary. So we really are in kind of a chaotic situation. A lot of things are in flux. I'm not entirely sure how things are going to go.
Because otherwise, states would be unable to exclude a 28-year-old, a non-resident of the United States, or even a foreign national from the presidential primary ballot in Colorado. The court says it is qualified to determine who is guilty of insurrection under the 14th Amendment without any criminal case or any impeachment case or any piece of congressional legislation. The court says that, quote, the events of January 6th constituted an insurrection, and President Trump engaged in that insurrection. The court also claims, quote, President Trump's direct and express efforts over...
And just to be clear, like the claim that he engaged in the insurrection is, I think, speaking to his participation in the fake electors that he that he set up, and the encouragement of Mike Pence to not go by due process. I don't think that the insurrection is contingent on interpretations of his words at that speech, right?
Several months exhorting his supporters.
But again, this is a case that's, going on right now.
To march to the Capitol to prevent what he falsely characterized as an alleged fraud on the people of this country were indisputably overt and voluntary. Moreover, the evidence amply showed that President Trump undertook all these actions to aid and further a common unlawful purpose that he himself conceived and set in motion, preventing Congress from certifying the 2020 presidential election and stop the peaceful transfer of power. This reading is, to put it mildly, incredibly strained. Section 3 of the 14th Amendment was designed to prohibit those who...
It's not the initial decision, right? The decision that said, yes, he participated in insurrection, but no, he is not an officer and therefore is not subject to the Fourth Amendment. That's the one that's strange. And I think that if my best guess is that the judge in question did not want to be the one who took Donald Trump off the ballot. Like that they were like, oh, geez, this has merit. this is supposed to be how the law works. Oh God, but I don't want to be the, yeah, right. Cause you know, if you're a judge, you can't hide your name. People know your name, right? And if you make that decision unilaterally, the entirety of Trump's base will know your name, right? You will be the new Fauci. You will be the concentration of their anger and their ire, right? And that's a dangerous place to be. If I'm guessing anything, yeah, she passed the buck, right? And that's scary. That means that Trump has been able to intimidate not just the legislative branch, but the judicial branch, right? You know, this is a bad way.
Served in the Confederacy from holding public office in the United States. The Confederacy, as we know, was an armed rebellion against the United States, which ended in the deaths of over 600,000 Americans on both sides. It was unclear when the 14th Amendment was passed whether it was designed to apply to any future rebellion or insurrection or how that would be defined, or whether it was
I don't agree with that.
even supposed to apply to President.
That's not how laws work, right? They're not written. In fact, they shouldn't be written as one-off, right? One example of a one-off decision in the Supreme Court is Bush v. Gore, right? They made that decision. They handed the election to Bush against what we now know is the preponderance of data, like suggesting that Bush did not win that election. And yet they stated that decision in such a way as to say this does not go forward as a precedent, right? In other words, if you know you're not going to be able to, if the exact opposite thing happens with the Democrats and the Republicans switching places, right? You can't then use this as a precedent to stake, handing the presidency to a Democrat in that case over, right? So they were very slippery about that, right? But that's a judicial ruling, right? They can write that however they want, right? This is something that's already written down. It's in law. It's in the Constitution. It's in the 14th Amendment, right? You can't say, well, no, this was only for the Confederacy, and it's only if if somebody starts another Confederacy. I mean, like, look, this is the same kind of logic that'll get you at like a Twitch poll, creep that by all definitions of the word is like a Nazi saying, well, actually, I'm not a National Socialist since National Socialism ended in Germany, right? You know, it's the same kind of shit. Like, oh yeah, this was just for Confederates. Only if you have a battle flag that looks like this. Only if Robert E. Lee is your general. Only if right? That's not how law is supposed to work, right? It's not supposed to be a one-off. That would be the Colorado Supreme Court translation. They seem to lean left. Wait, what would be? Okay, according to Bing, we're consulting AI here. According to Bing GPT, some critics have accused the court of being liberal or activist, while others have praised it as independent or progressive. The court's decisions have significant implications for the state's laws, policies, and so you're reading that as they're liberals,
Presidential candidates, or
they're too far left.
those seeking to qualify as such. The amendment says nothing about presidential candidates, you'll notice, or exactly how it would be effectuated by states, by Congress, by some other party. Kurt Lash, author of the 14th Amendment and professor of law at Richmond School of Law, writes, quote, the omission of express language on these issues is significant because prior publicly announced drafts did expressly apply to present and future rebellions, did expressly name the office of the President of the United States, and did expressly bar certain persons from either holding or qualifying for office. Well, what does all that mean? It means at the very least, the amendment didn't mean to clearly bar presidential candidates in future elections who took part in future quote-unquote insurrections. Most importantly,
sorry, what was that word salad? Let's roll that back for a second.
To be effectuated. Amendment says nothing.
Oh my God.
Candidates, you'll notice, or exactly how it would be effectuated by.
Okay, so he's making the bullshit argument that the initial judge made, right? It didn't say how to handle presidents. It only said how to handle officers and
states, by Congress, by some other party. Kurt Lash, author of the 14th Amendment and professor of law at Richmond School of Law, writes, quote, the omission of express language.
Richmond School of Law. You know what, Richmond? I'm trying to remember. There's Richmond is it's a vaunted historical city. I'm trying to remember where most of that history comes from. Oh yeah, that's right. It was the capital of the Confederacy.
Language on these issues is significant because prior publicly announced drafts did expressly apply to present and future rebellions, did expressly name.
But yeah, Radio Dawn, if you want to say that, court in Colorado is maybe more likely to be to the left of a court in like Wyoming or Idaho, sure. Same way as a college professor in Richmond is more likely to have some Confederate memorabilia than a college professor, at New York University or
the office of the President of the United States, and did expressly bar certain persons from either holding or qualifying for office. Well, what does all that mean? It means at the very least, the amendment didn't mean to clearly bar presidential candidates in future elections who took part in future quote-unquote insurrections. Most importantly, the amendment is totally unclear.
I'm sorry, that is not a valid deduction that you just made.
On exactly how it's supposed to be effectuated. Representative Thaddeus Stevens, one of the most radical Republicans, one of the great founders of the actual 14th Amendment, said the text would, quote, not execute itself, that Congress would have to pass laws making clear who exactly was barred from office. And historically, that's what Congress did. They generally enforced the mechanism for this provision.
That would have been a good idea. That is something that Congress can do. Unfortunately, Congress did not do that. And so therefore it is up to the judicial branch to interpret this, not up to like a random congressman that Ben Shapiro is cherry picking.
In 1872, for example, Congress passed what was called the Amnesty Act, which did away with penalties on former Confederates due to the 14th Amendment. And Congress did pass a law in 1994 that made it a crime to, quote, assist or engage in any rebellion or...
Yo, Ben Shapiro, if you're right about that, I'm sorry, then this is not how the case would have gone down. If it's that clear cut, where, the provisions denotated in the 14th Amendment are no longer applicable due to a subsequent act of Congress, right? Then we wouldn't be here right now, would we?
Insurrection against the authority of the United States.
This is cope, and you don't need to be coping. Ben, most likely the Supreme Court is going to roll this back. I mean, he's just performing, right?
So presumably a conviction for such a crime would automatically disqualify a candidate from office.
Yes, Disco Wolf, Nick Mullen absolutely has this guy. I'm expecting him to start talking about Mr. Feeney.
Under Section 3. Now, even if the amendment were self-effectuating, which it likely is not, given that this would...
You know that Ben Shapiro went to high school with the cast of Boy Meets World and, was often called to Mr. Feeney's office.
Then create a huge incentive for states to randomly disqualify candidates they don't like under its auspices. It would still require the state to prove that Trump actually engaged in an insurrection. They can't just randomly declare he engaged in an insurrection. As the Chief Justice of the Colorado Supreme Court, Brian Boatwright, said in dissent, and remember, all 7 judges here, all 7 justices of the Colorado Supreme Court were appointed by Democrats, and this was decided 4-3. The Chief Justice of the court said, quote,
if we really want to start, using that as a bellwether of what is a valid judgment and what is not a valid judgment, then yeah, and it's appointed by Democrats. Why? Because Colorado is a blue state. Colorado has been a blue state since 2004. An amazing factoid that I'm surprised that I remember. But yeah, that's the last time that they went red was for the re-election of George W. Bush, right? So in other words, 20 years ago, they were red, right? So that is how it's going to go, right? But if we want to start doing that, then there's the majority of judges are going to be invalid for having been appointed by Republicans.
Age, time,
especially considering how the Republicans stacked the deck that way. There really is an argument of impropriety there.
Previously served as president,
as well as the incentives, as well as the way that that Supreme Court, especially Supreme Court justices, are allowed to be taken on vacations.
President, place of birth, all parallel core qualification.
Congress can only remove said disability. The disability is the insurrection accusations.
Issues under Colorado's election code. Conversely, all these questions pale in comparison to the complexity of an action to disqualify a candidate for engaging in insurrection. In other words, if you barred Trump from the ballot because he was 28 years old, that is a bright line question. Is he 35 or not? If you barred Trump from the ballot on the basis he's not a citizen, that's a bright line question. Either he is or he isn't. But engaging in insurrection without a definition of insurrection, without a criminal trial, without any sort of evidentiary proceeding to which Trump could actually be a party, barring Trump from the ballot without an actual trial for guilt or innocence, or even an enactment from Congress, seems to violate basic due process principles. As another justice, Carlos Samore, again appointed by a Democrat, points out in dissent. Samore writes, quote, Based on its interpretation of Section 3, our court sanctions these makeshift proceedings employed by the district court below, which lacked basic discovery, the ability to subpoena documents and compel witnesses, workable timeframes to adequately investigate and develop defenses, and the opportunity for a fair trial to adjudicate a federal constitutional claim, a complicated one at that, masquerading as a run-of-the-mill state election code claim. The case is obviously wrongly decided. Now, the good news is that the effect is stayed until January 4th. That's the day before ballot eligibility has to be set. If Trump appeals, which he is going to do, obviously, the stay remains in effect indefinitely until the Supreme Court decides the matter or turns away the writ of certiorari. But that's not the point. The point is that the use of lawfare against Donald J. Trump is
Lawfare.
absolutely unprecedented.
So look, you know what lawfare is, right? It's what was used against Lula. It's the like Lava Jato BS, right? That disqualified Lula from running for president in Brazil, right? That's what I don't think that comparison is valid, Shapiro.
We'll get to that point in just 1 second. First, I want to talk to you about Daily Wire's most trusted and a premier sponsor of this show, ExpressVPN. Using the internet without ExpressVPN, that's like checking your baggage at the airport without a lock. You think your stuff is safe, but you're not sure who's going through your belongings. When you go online without a VPN, ISPs can see every single website you visit. They can legally sell that information without your consent to add.
Oh my God, we're doing like a ethical react here.
Through that criminal trial before the election, specifically in order he wanted. But that does not make the decision. Is phones, laptops, even by visiting expressvpn.com/benefit. Decision is massively dangerous.
I need to get a sponsor.
It radically undermines electoral integrity. It creates an ad hoc way for political opponents within each state to bar candidates they don't like through reinterpretation of the Constitution. And of course, this Colorado State Supreme Court ruling.
Look, that is not a reinterpretation that would be very meaningful, right? You can make an argument. In fact, you're hard pressed to falsify an argument that Donald Trump committed, participated in an insurrection, right? That's not something that you can do for any other candidate. The stuff that Trump does is unprecedented. His treatment, in terms of being investigated is somewhat unprecedented as well, but it's like in response to actions that he's done. Like he's done shit that nobody really thought to put guardrails on the system to warn against, that things that were assumed just would not happen, right? Donald Trump, much like Keffels, is willing to burn the whole place down.
Is just the latest iteration of wild and radical lawfare against President Trump. Now, it's certainly true that Trump opened himself up to this legal hellstorm with his activities leading up to and on.
Every single case against Donald Trump is one where he has opened himself up to these eventualities. And the only reason that they have not proceeded, were not initiated during his administration, was the fact that he's got that executive privilege. Or, it's a question, it's not for sure, but there's a real question of executive privilege, right? That's what slowed things down. He is not being treated worse than any other citizen of the United States. He's being treated better than any other citizen of the United States. Donald Trump is a crooked motherfucker. And the fact that that is his favorite epithet to throw at his opponents, like, right, he did it to Hillary, and then he repurposed that for Joe Biden, right? He's the most crooked person out there. And he, has gotten away with a lot.
January 6th.
Partially because of his money, and then, once he was president, a lot because of executive privilege.
His handling of classified material after his presidency. Of all human beings on planet Earth, Trump had to know there was an enormous target on his back. And as always, he kind of ignored that and just did whatever he wanted. But that does not mean he is not being targeted by a variety of...
He doesn't have a target on his back. He has the chance to run into he has every bit the chance to run into a Trump, sycophant judge that he has to run into, like, somebody who's not a sycophant. And that's how they're redefining this, right? Is that Trump being treated fair is him being treated special, him being treated with kid gloves, him being afforded a lot more grace than anyone else would. And when somebody actually holds him to account like they would to anybody else, well, that is clearly, him having a target on his back, and the deep state, which they get away with so much bullshit through this specter of the deep state, through asserting that there is a cabal out there that is just meant to fuck up Donald Trump because they hate Trump and they hate the American people and blah, 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 blah. I mean, like, how far up his ass do you have to live to think that, to be breathing those fumes?
Reverse methods. The lawfare that is now being directed at Trump is extraordinary. It is unprecedented, truly unprecedented. These are legal methodologies that threaten the future peace of the republic. I really mean that in very serious.
Now, the one point that he might have, right, is that it would be better if Trump lost an election. As far as exercising the demons of Trump's cult of personality, like him losing is like the best thing that could happen, right? Whereas this gives him the chance to say, I was treated unfairly. I was the most unfairly treated president ever. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Right? For him to play victim. God, this is like Keffels, isn't it? This is like, or like Vosh.
Ways. There are currently 4 outstanding criminal cases against Trump, 3 of which are rooted in basic misinterpretation of statute, and the 4th of which concerns mishandling.
Yo, that's kind of wild. That's kind of wild. How all this judicious misconduct is going on specifically around Trump. Gee, I guess there really must be something to that deep state conspiracy theory after all. Or maybe the guy is a fucking criminal. Or maybe the guy is actually an unprecedentedly lawless president, an unprecedentedly lawless individual, somebody who's gotten away with so much shit that he no longer believes that the laws apply to him.
Handling of classified documents, a matter for which Trump's former rival, Hillary Clinton, was let completely off the hook. Furthermore, the prosecutor in Trump's January 6th criminal prosecution happening in Washington, D.C., that would be special counsel Jack Smith, he is openly attempting to cram through that criminal trial before the election, specifically in order to damage Trump's chances in the election.
This is an issue that needs to be decided before the election. At the very least, the American people deserve a verdict on these charges, right? Now, look, his conviction on these charges do not bar him from running for president. But you're complaining on one hand that Trump, that the verdict isn't in, and therefore finding him guilty of insurrection is inappropriate, right? And on the other hand, that doing the trial in the 4 years between him losing office and him running for office again is somehow rushing it through. Ben Shapiro, if that's true, then no president can ever be held accountable. All they have to do is run for president. Then they lose. They do something illegal. They lose. Right. All they have to do is run for president the next time, and we can never, ever, 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 ever hold a president to account. This is Nixonian logic that he's using right here. Right. Because the president does it, it's not a crime. That's essentially what he's saying. We can never hold a president accountable, ever.
That is legitimately the only reason why you accelerate the timeline in violation of the desires of the defense. Remember, it's the defense that is guaranteed a speedy trial.
He is talking out of both sides of his ass here.
It is the defendant who has the right to a speedy trial. If that defendant seeks to delay the process, the only reason to, quote unquote, rush the process.
Why doesn't he want a speedy trial? Most defendants want a speedy trial and they want to move on with their life. Why does Trump not want a speedy trial? So that he can use executive privilege to get out of any culpability, right?
Before the election, as Jack Smith has openly asked the Supreme Court to do, is in order to effectuate some change before the election. As former prosecutor Andy McCarthy writes, quote, the prosecutor's proposed schedule is driven by the political calendar, not law enforcement concerns. The Biden Justice Department took nearly 3 years to charge Trump.
Yo, it wasn't, come on. This is not Biden doing it. This is literally the results of Trump's own actions.
Even though the facts by then were well established. The indictment was strategically timed so a trial could take place during the...
Yeah, the Radio Donnie, you are correct not to be excited or be jumping to the conclusion that this is actually going to affect the election, right? There's every chance that it won't. There's every chance that it won't.
Presidential campaign. Not only did Smith push to force Trump to trial in just a few months after Smith's own investigators had taken years, the prosecutor indicted in Washington, D.C., only after locking Trump into another complex criminal trial in another district 1,000 miles away in South Florida. So, what does all of this mean? The Supreme Court is likely to strike down this decision, but what does all this mean? It means that 2024 is going to be the most insane and ugly presidential election in American history. I truly mean that. So buckle your seat.
Considering the fact that the two most likely candidates for the major parties are a matchup that nobody wants to see, a rematch that nobody wants to see. Incredibly unpopular figures, polarizing and you know, ridiculous figures, and the fact that they have a lock on it on Biden's side because of his incumbency, and on Trump's side because of his cult of personality and intimidation, right? The fact that we're still dealing with this inevitability is gross and shows that there is something clearly broken about the electoral system.
It's going to be an extraordinary.
Shapeeno knows his audience. It's too dumb to see through the poo-poo.
Ride. That is saying a lot, since the years both 1968 and 2020 are years that existed in time. Already, partisan use of the judicial process to stop Trump has created a narrative for Trump.
Wait, why is he talking about 68? There is a quote. Do people know what we're talking about when we say the 68 election? I haven't heard him bring it up, but so the parallel between 2004 and 1968 are that LBJ was running for re-election in 1968. LBJ was thought to be a shoo-in, and then the Vietnam War started to go south, right? The Vietnam War became unpopular, and it became more and more and more unpopular, and candidates rose up to run against him, specifically on that issue on the Democratic side. And, you know, Johnson ended up dropping out, right? Biden, it's, you know, not about the war or anything like that, but it's mainly about his age, right? You know, something that was like a minor issue in 2020, something that, you know, is probably true, right? In terms of like, yeah, this is like he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Neither is Trump. Neither are either of these candidates, right? But I don't know if that's what Shapiro's talking about, right? Because there's Chicago riots happened in the Democratic National Convention there because people were sick of the fact that they felt like the nomination was you know, essentially going to be given away. But yeah, this is yeah, I mean, and we could see Biden drop out of the race, right? In fact, that's something that I haven't talked about. Now, it's not tinfoil, okay? It's not for sure going to happen, right? If Biden wants to be the Democratic candidate, he will probably be the Democratic candidate, right? But do you remember what they did to Bernie in 2020? Bernie was ahead. Bernie was looking like he might win. And then all the candidates, not all the candidates, but the candidates that mattered, the candidates they needed to drop out, all dropped out at the same time, and they all endorsed Joe Biden. Joe Biden was not going to win, was not even close, right? And Joe Biden like just leapfrogged everyone, you know, including Bernie, and took the nomination, right? So they could do something like that. In fact, they might even be waiting to do something like that until it's too late for anyone else to get on the ballot. I don't know how this would work, right? But they've got to know that Biden is, at this point, a liability for the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party versus Trump does not poll badly, but Joe Biden versus Trump does poll badly. That could change. There's a lot that's going to go on, but yeah, if he survives, that's the other thing. Biden may not live until the election, right? I mean, you know, same thing with Trump. There's some chance that Trump might have health problems too. LBJ, how many kids did you kill today? Yeah.
Even if he loses, he will have been cheated. And he's not going to be entirely wrong. In fact, he'll be more right in 2024 than he was in 2020. In fact, if he is barred from ballot, if his trial is expedited to affect the election, he will be right. That the election has essentially been, quote unquote, stolen from him, even if he loses. Meanwhile, because the supposedly apolitical judicial branch has now signed into this fight on behalf of Joe Biden, Democrats are likely to think that Trump is just not morally, but also legally barred from office. And if the Supreme Court strikes down this Colorado Supreme Court ruling, that is going to completely undermine the legitimacy of the course, unless somehow Justice Roberts is able to convince a bunch of Democratic appointees to join a judgment in which they overthrow the Colorado Supreme Court. If this thing is decided.
What a nerd. What a nerd. He really thinks that so the idea that he has is if the Republicans vote 6-3 and say that doesn't apply to Trump, or this is a political question, or whatever they say to throw it away, to invalidate the decision by the Colorado Supreme Court. If that happens with a 6-3 decision, Democrats are going to be like, oh, that's not fair. This is a political decision. But if there's like two liberal justices that side with them and it's 8-1, then the Democrats are going to be like, oh, yeah, never mind, totally cool, totally fair. Like, two of our justices voted with that. So yeah, he's such a nerd.
6-3, in which all three of the Democratic appointees to the Supreme Court vote in favor of barring Trump from a state ballot, then every Democrat in the world is going to think that Trump is legally barred from running, which means that even if he wins, there's no way they're possibly going to accept his election. So both sides are now set to not accept the results of the election. Under all circumstances, if you're a Republican and you just watched Democrats, the Biden administration, the Colorado Supreme Court,
the Biden administration has nothing to do with this.
Weaponize the law against Donald Trump personally to bar him from ballots, to criminally prosecute him before the election, and then
Who would replace Joe Biden? That is a good question. The Democratic Party does not have a good bench. The people in the Democratic Party that are actually popular are people that are not accepted by the Democratic Party establishment. Joe Biden's vice president is even more unpopular than him. Radio Dawn, once again, you bring up a good point.
Loses, you are going to claim correctly that Trump was cheated. And you're not going to accept Joe Biden's reelection if you are a Democrat. And you believe that the Colorado Supreme Court is doing the legal thing and that a bunch of Trump appointees on the Supreme Court overthrew that, and Trump is legally barred from running because he's an insurrectionist, and then he wins, there will be massive riots. The weaponization.
You really overestimate, like, Democrats. They'll complain, they'll cope, they'll talk about, they'll watch Rachel Maddow with like bated breath, hoping that just around the corner is some Deus Ex Machina to annul the results of the election. But if Trump goes and goes through inauguration, like, they're gonna sit there like they did it in 2016. I mean, there were protests, right? This is weird what he calls riots, right? Because when we really think about what a riot is, most of the time, it's a protest that the cops have fucked with, right? We're talking about crowd psychology when we talk about riot. It's not like one person that is like, we are going to do a riot, like, right? It's not like a plan. It's it's crowd psychology that causes a riot to happen. And most often it's spurred by the police, right? The police's action against a peaceful protest that then turns into a peaceful protest with some people who are not being peaceful, thus justifying more excessive use of force by the cops.
Of the legal system creates the
liberals are gonna riot. They're gonna be mad. They're gonna throw their mimosas.
Fire. It burns
they don't throw Molotov cocktails, chat. They throw Molotov mimosas.
In its path, because it is supposed to be the only part of the government that we all trust. If you can't trust the apolitical part of the government, the judicial branch, that is not supposed to have will, only judgment, if you can't trust that, if any outcome from the judicial branch is simply a reinforcement of the prevailing view of one side versus the other, that is going to end in violence. There is simply no...
But that's what this pressure on not just the judicial system, but every single branch of government, every single institution right now is under pressure from the Trump cult to essentially put their thumb on the scale in Trump's favor. And if they don't, just like Ben Shapiro said here, then it must be through interference from Biden. It must be through some kind of liberal cabal.
2024 result, likely to result in anything but complete and maybe violent chaos at this point. That is truly frightening. And it's being exacerbated, as always, by our media. We'll get to that in 1 second. First, I've been talking about my Helix mattress for...
I'm sorry, his ad reads are really funny. Chat, I definitely do need to get a sponsor.
The use of lawfare in general is a threat to the democracy. Here was President Trump last night.
I don't want to do HelloFresh again. I want to, if I do a sponsorship, I want to do something that people actually want to get. And the fact that they can get it through me is kind of cool. not something that people feel like obliged to do to help me out. That's the idea of a sponsorship, right? It's as opposed to like a donation or a membership or whatever, right? You're getting something from it, and I don't know if HelloFresh is what people want.
It's no wonder crooked Joe Biden and the far left lunatics are desperate to stop us by any means necessary. They are willing to violate
I do like to cook, but
the U.S. Constitution's at levels never seen before in order to win this election. Joe Biden is a threat to democracy. It's a threat.
wait, Rob Schneider and John Lovitz's comedy stinks as well as their political views? I mean, these are two SNL people, right?
They're weaponizing law enforcement for high-level election interference because we're beating them so badly in the polls.
Okay, he's not wrong about this, and herein lies the issue. If Trump is correctly pointing out that Joe Biden and his minions are threats to democracy, and meanwhile Democrats are suggesting that Trump himself, thanks to January 6th and all of his quote-unquote authoritarian attitudes, is a threat to democracy, that means that both sides are now justified in doing whatever the hell they can and want to do in order to stop the other side from taking office. That's what that means. If you believe that your political opponents in the United States are a true threat to democracy in the United States, in the sense that you believe there will be no more legitimate elections if this is the last election, if your guy gets defeated, that's very likely to end in violence, actually. And that's being exacerbated.
Trump has said as much. Come on, don't act like this is like, he's both sidesing this, right? This is, yeah, and, you know, he's got a dog in this race. I think it's DeSantis. Is that who he's supporting? Like, he's kind of, like, I don't know. He's been wishy-washy, though. I don't know if he's back on the Trump train or if he's, you know, permanently given up on Trump. Obviously, I think he likes DeSantis better. It's a weird thing, too, for him to support DeSantis, right? Because as much as Trump now is using, like, language straight out of Mein Kampf, right? Ron DeSantis's team are a bunch of sweaty groypers, right? They're you've seen their ads, right? They literally put a Nazi image at the end of their it was like a 4chan. It's like outsourcing your you know, political outreach to 4chan is essentially what DeSantis is doing at this point.
By all the eggheads on the left side of the aisle. What's kind of amazing about the differential between the right and the left in terms of this sort of rhetoric.
HelloFresh give you no choices. Well, I'm not sponsored by them yet, but I do believe that you can order a number of different things, including vegan, ketogenic, low carb, gluten-free, etc. options.
Is that on the right, the sorts of people who are talking about this will be the last election. There will be no more elections if Joe Biden wins the election.
Yeah, SNL from the 90s. There's something about Saturday Night Live, right? So everybody thinks of Saturday Night Live as, oh, like, you know, Ben Shapiro probably does, and like, you know, the rap on Saturday Night Live is that it's really liberal, and yeah, true. Some of their Trump comedy is just like not funny. Like some of their political comedy making fun of Republicans is just really bland, right? But if you look at the history of Saturday Night Live, you will see a whole bunch of just right-wing shitbats that have come out of Saturday Night Live. Chevy Chase, right? Isn't Chevy Chase like, is that like, it goes back really far too. Yeah, Lovitz, Dennis Miller, Victoria Jackson. Like, talk about somebody who's like, does anybody remember Victoria Jackson? Probably not. But Victoria Jackson was just completely, Victoria Jackson was unhinged before it was cool to be unhinged. I think that Ben Shapiro might get a visit from Mr. Feeney.
Those sorts of people tend not to be the pointy heads. On the left side of the aisle, it is the pointy heads. On the left side of the aisle, it's legal theorists like Lawrence Tribe at Harvard Law School. It's the Colorado...
Well, we're going to see what Legal Eagle, speaking of lefty eggheads, we're going to see what Legal Eagle has to say about all this.
It's all the sophisticates who are making the claim that Donald Trump is some sort of threat to the very heart of Republicans.
Some sort of threat. How would you ever think that he's some sort of threat just because he's basically talked about a dictatorship on day one, just because there's a... and it's not just Donald Trump, to be clear. Like, Project 2025 is ready to go in place, whether it's Trump or DeSantis or any of these hogs. I think most of these hogs, like, you know, maybe Chris Christie might tell Project 2025 to F off, but other than that, I don't trust any of these people to not utilize their tools, which is basically stripping public servants from office, right, and replacing them with right-wing sycophants.
Republicanism, small r, in the United States. All the normies are like, nah, he's just a loudmouth. They may not like him, but he's kind of a loudmouth, and that's kind of it. Like, do I really think that he's going
He's a loudmouth. Yeah, that's the problem with Trump.
to destroy the country whole?
He was just a loudmouth and, like, you know, kind of set up a slate of fake electors, kind of planned to violently suppress with the U.S. military any sort of protest that came as a result of him stealing the election. Yeah, no, he's just kind of a loudmouth. That's all.
President for 4 years, and things were kind of pretty good. It's all the eggheads on the left side of the aisle who are creating legal theories to weaponize the actual
Oh my God, Zara, that's 15 streams in a row for you.
government against Donald Trump. On the right side of the aisle, it tends to be the normies who think that Joe Biden is a threat to the Republic and the end of the Republic. And it's all the eggheads who are like, I don't know, I mean, he's really a bad president, but are we really not going to have another election? I mean, Trump is running like right now. That is why the media on the left are really fanning the flames right here. Because again, it is the high IQ people on the left who are fanning the flames the most here.
Oh, Norm MacDonald, thank you for remembering. Yeah, chat knows about all the SNL alums that are heavily right-wing now.
So Rachel Maddow over on MSNBC, she says it's not a crazy thing for democracy to simply ban people like Trump from the ballot.
I mean, to be fair, oh my God. So we know Rachel Maddow, right? If you've been watching MSNBC since 2016, you might have tuned into a broadcast of Rachel Maddow, and she's always really excited. Rachel Maddow is always, like, unironically, like, every single broadcast of hers is like,
Oh boy, pig news. Oh boy, pig news. Oh boy, pig news. Governor Greg. Oh boy, pig news. Oh boy, pig news.
yeah, you get the feeling that, like, look, big news. This has just happened, okay? Stick around until the end of this broadcast, because you get the feeling that if you watch Rachel Maddow for long enough, you're going to see them march Donald Trump out in a orange jumpsuit. You're going to get you always get the feeling that there's some deus ex machina, right? Rachel Maddow is kind of dangerous, right? And I hate to say this because, I mean, she is, probably the most prominent, like, Anderson Cooper too, right? But one of the more prominent, like, queer journalists out there, right? But she gives you the feeling that we got to trust in our American institutions, because what is happening under Donald Trump is not normal, is not acceptable, and is not just. And if we just wait for long enough that, like, Robert Mueller or Jack Smith or somebody's going to come down deus ex machina and save us from the fucked up situation that we're in, that's dangerous, right? The fact that she tells you to rely on the state, on the institutions, right? It's no, like, you got nobody to rely on but yourselves, all right? If anybody's going to save us from a dictatorship, Trump, DeSantis, or otherwise, it's going to be us, by being out on the street and making it impossible for them, right? But Rachel Maddow gives you the feeling that just wait, just watch this space, all right? Because if I know my legal expertise, which I should, because I'm a really smart person, yeah, Rachel Maddow's, really smart, really well-spoken, and she's able to convince a large a swath of the Democratic electorate, maybe your aunt, maybe your uncle, maybe your mom, maybe your sister, maybe your brother, right? That, like, if you just wait for the process to take its due course, that everything is going to be solved, everything is okay, and you don't really need to do anything. We can get back to brunch. We will get back to brunch. It's all going to be okay. And that is so dangerous.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's what she's like, oh boy, pig news. She's always, like, telling you that this scandal is going to take down Trump, and it never fucking pans out. So I think a lot of people might have, like, might have stopped watching her because of that. You feel clickbaited. Like, every single show that she runs, you get the feeling that this is going to be the thing. This is going to change everything, right? What's coming down the wire right here, right now, is the beginning of the end for Donald Trump and all the Republicans. It's gonna all be fixed.
Broad strokes in terms of our democracy, there are very few magic wands there are very few sort of magic spells that you cast that make a complex and difficult problem go away. It just doesn't happen very often in our political system, and I think,
much to my consternation,
we shouldn't be under any illusions.
For once, we shouldn't be under any illusions. Thank you, Rachel.
The character and the partisan inclinations, among other things, of this current Supreme Court as it is constituted. That said, this is not a crazy thing for a democracy to do. This is this is something that was a hallmark of post-war Germany after World War II. This is something that happened to Jair.
So yeah, there are international precedents for this kind of thing.
Bolsonaro in Brazil quite recently. This is something that our own Congress did in 1868 after our own Civil War, specifically to preclude anybody from holding office in this country who had engaged in insurrection against this country.
Okay, so first of all, it is very, like her citing the Brazilian court that just banned Jair Bolsonaro from office for election fraud claims. That's really bad. It's going to make things in Brazil significantly worse. And the other situations that she is citing right there, like post-Nazi Germany.
No, did she mention, why didn't she, did she mention Italy? Like the real parallel that you want to be drawing there is Italy, right? In terms of the cult of Silvio Berlusconi, which was only ended by judicial intervention.
When was America Nazi Germany? I'm just wondering, like when? Like while Trump was president? Like a couple of years ago? Is that what she is talking about there? What she's talking about is basically treating her political opponents as...
If Trump got his way, yeah. I mean...
It's like a de-Bathification effort, as a denazification effort. CNN's Eli...
No, what she's talking about, like, look, and like, I don't want to... Like, I'm not a Rachel Maddow fan. Obviously, I regard her as dangerous. I regard her as like toxic positivity that's really bad for the left, right? But in her defense, it's there was a real danger, right, of the little tiny semblance of democracy that people in the United States still hold through this, like, every 4-year election, which is the only real political contest that everybody pays attention to, right? Even that would be gone to, even that would be meaningless, right? You'd have somebody just through his sheer will able to overturn the results of an election and retain power, right? That would have been really bad. It was in the works, it was in the plans. There were fake electors, there was a willingness to use the US military against citizens that don't want the little tiny bit of democracy that we've got taken away. Because, like, right, if you've only got like this little bit of democracy, this vote that happens every 4 years, then you're really going to miss it if it gets taken away from you.
Honig was doing some of the same sort of stuff. Again, Democrats are celebrating this sort of stuff. You should not be, if you are hoping for conciliation in the Republic at all, you should not be celebrating a rogue Supreme Court in Colorado.
A reconciliation is not going to happen, okay? The only reconciliation is going to be the Trump voters reconciling with their tombstones. And I mean through natural causes, because they're, it's a very old electorate, although it's a little different with Biden, right? Biden's fucked up his support from the young so much through policies like his Gaza policy, and actually benefited from his own age. Did you know that like 65 plus year olds are actually on the whole pro Biden? Isn't that wild? But yeah, in general, when we talk about like the Trump, the Trump base, right? It's aging out of life, right? So that's going to be the only reconciliation that happens, realistically speaking. Or the Republican Party continuing to double down on extreme policies that nobody wants, continuing to stand against bodily autonomy, and actually, becoming like a third party. But more likely, it's, in terms of Trump, it's going to be, his coalition kind of aging out of things.
Simply banning the leading candidate for one of the lead political parties and the person currently leading for polling for president of the United States from the ballot. Doesn't matter that Trump's not going to win Colorado. None of that matters. It's the precedent here that is truly shocking. And it is creating, again, the predicate for the argument by Trump and many of his supporters that if he loses, it will not be legitimate under any circumstances.
They're going to say that regardless, Ben. You know this. He's already done this once, right? He doesn't need anybody. Like, really, that this affects nothing, right? He is the boy who cried wolf. He's the boy that cried wolf. It literally doesn't matter.
Because if the idea behind every crime is that evidence of crime is motive means opportunity, they certainly have the motive. They think Trump's a fascist. They certainly have the means barring Trump from ballots or criminally prosecuting him. And they certainly have the opportunity, meaning the upcoming election. There are going to be a lot of people who are pointing that out as we move forward, particularly if Trump loses. But here's Eli Honig again, underscoring the idea that this Supreme Court decision by Colorado's state Supreme Court is somehow legitimate and defensible, which it is not.
Well, Wolf, this is a historic decision. It's a momentous decision. As the Supreme Court itself says, they are in uncharted territory here. But it's really important to keep in mind, this is not the last word here. This is almost certainly going up to the U.S. Supreme Court, which can review the decisions of a state Supreme Court. In fact, the Colorado Supreme Court anticipates that possibility. And for that reason, they put their own ruling on hold until January 4th, anticipating that it will go up to the Supreme Court. The practical consequence as it stands at this moment, though, is that Donald Trump will not be on the Colorado ballot in the race for president in 2024. The Supreme Court almost certainly will take this up. It's also important to keep in mind, for the broader context, there have been dozens of these challenges filed across the country.
I'm going to be right back, chat. I'm going to be listening to this, though.
Have either failed, been rejected, or been withdrawn by the plaintiff. So this is really an outlier. The Supreme Court is going to have the final say. The consequences here are, of course, enormous.
And meanwhile, Jen Psaki, former press secretary for the current president of the United States, she's saying that, of course, pretty much everything is legit because absolutely Trump is Hitler.
If Trump wins in 2024, his detractors will have to reconcile what it means to share a country with so many citizens who keep watching Trump spiral deeper into his moral void and still conclude, yes, that's our guy. And this isn't just anecdotal. It's also registering in the polls. According to a new survey of likely Republican caucus goers in Iowa, 42% say they are more likely to support Trump for claiming immigrants are poisoning the blood of America.
Okay, so again, the idea here from Psaki and company is that Trump is a stand-in for American fascism and therefore has to be stopped. Now, the predictable result of this inside a Republican primary is, again, a boost for Trump. Anytime the left attacks Trump illegitimately, it causes everybody on the right, including people like me, to say, well, maybe you just want it. You're going to get it good and hard. Like, you're asking for the fight. You're going to get the fight. That is the natural tendency of human beings. We'll get to that momentarily. First, Balance of Nature fruits and veggies. They're a great way to make sure that you're getting essential nutritional ingredients every single day. Balance of Nature uses an advanced cold vacuum process that encapsulates fruits and veggies into whole food supplements without sacrificing their natural antioxidants. The capsules are completely void of additives, fillers, extracts, synthetics, pesticides, or added sugar. The only thing in Balance of Nature's fruit and veggie capsules are, like fruits and veggies. Right now, not only will my listeners get 35% off your first order, you'll now get a free fiber and spice supplement as well. Balance of Nature's Fiber and Spice Supplement is a revolutionary fiber drink with a unique blend of 12 spices and whole foods as well. Producer Zach, he makes it a point to bring his Balance of Nature fruit and veggie capsules anytime we're on the road. He takes them every day while he watches Star Wars Clone Wars. There's never been an easier way to make sure that you are getting your daily dose of fruits and veggies. Experience Balance of Nature for yourself today. Go to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Shapiro for 35% off your first order as a preferred customer. Plus, get a free bottle of fiber and spice. That is balanceofnature.com. Promo code Shapiro for 35% off your first preferred order. Plus, again, a free bottle of fiber and spice. And yes, they are kosher. So go check them out right now. Before, over DeSantis' 19. All of this is going to lead to Trump's elevation in the primaries. As we approach primary day, Trump is still ahead by leaps and bounds in these polls. In Iowa, he is currently up in the average by 33 points. 51 over DeSantis' 19 and Nikki Haley clocking in at 16 points. Meanwhile, in New Hampshire, you have Trump clocking in the latest polling at 44, Nikki Haley at 29, Christie at 10, and DeSantis at 11. Even if you combined Christie and DeSantis, that would take you to slightly more than Trump's total vote, but they're both. Well, folks, Democrats believe they have the silver bullet against Donald Trump in 2024. And wait for it, it's that he's Hitler. As I say, the Democratic proposal is that Donald Trump must lose because he's average by 33 points. 51 over DeSantis' 19 and Nikki Haley clocking in at 16 points. Meanwhile, in New Hampshire, you have Trump clocking in the latest polling at 44, Nikki Haley at 29, Christie at 10, and DeSantis at 11. Even if you combined Christie and DeSantis, that would take you to slightly more than Trump's total vote, but they're both in the race. So this means that Trump right now is the odds-on favorite. And the more you attack Trump, the more people defend Trump. That's the way that this works. So when Nikki Haley makes the case against Trump, the correct case, by the way, that chaos follows Trump, which is to say Trump causes chaos and then chaos follows.
Jeez, okay, I didn't realize I muted myself. And Shapiro's the king of ad reads? I feel like I knew two other gentlemen that are better at ad reads than Ben Shapiro. Yeah. One of whom has a really excellent Ben Shapiro impression himself.
She's not wrong, but also when you cause the chaos, but the chaos is so much greater than the thing that you caused, the narrative turns from you victimized yourself to you are a victim of the system. Yes, Trump, as I've said clearly and openly many, many times, was wrong. He was lying between the election and January 6th when he said that certified election results could be overturned by the vice president of the United States. It was not true. It was not true. And he was fibbing about it. And he was exacerbating things. He was making things worse. Also, the result of that is not that you get barred by Supreme Courts on the state level from the ballot. That is not.
He's turning this into a free speech argument. This is his favorite thing.
It's not that you get criminally prosecuted multiple times.
Trump's speech was objectionable, but it is not criminal.
Times across the nation. And so Nikki Haley is right, but it doesn't matter because, again, people are resonating to Trump in reaction to the thing that is being done against him.
I think President Trump was the right president at the right time.
Yo, she's on. Do you know what this is? This is CBN. This is like a Bible news network. This is an evangelical.
I agree with a lot of his policies. I had a good working relationship.
She's got those evangelical eyes too. I agreed with Donald Trump. I had a great working relationship with the Trump administration. I love our Lord Jesus Christ and
relationship with him. But rightly or wrongly,
those eyes scare me.
Chaos follows him. We all know that chaos follows him,
and we can't be has been part of that.
But we can't be a country in disarray and have a world on fire and make it through 4 years of chaos. We can't.
Okay, I mean, even if she's right about that, it doesn't matter because if the Democrats are seeking the chaos, the answer for many Republicans is going to be, okay, then you're going to reap the whirlwind. That is
network on what? I don't know.
Going to be the response, predictable response from Republicans. And meanwhile, Democrats are going to use that as, okay, well, they're ready to elect Orange Hitler? Fine, we'll do whatever we can to stop him. This is going to get so ugly so quickly. By the way, as I say, most normal people look at Trump, and when he says wild and crazy things, they think
it's just so wild that like he is like and you know like he doesn't favor Trump, right? If he had his choice, it wouldn't be Trump, right? Part of him might even want Trump to get barred, right, so that he can get. But he wants DeSantis. He wants DeSantis, and like I love how he thinks that. Like, oh yeah, the American people, DeSantis is actually everything that Trump is, but worse. And somehow the American people aren't going to realize that, so we can slip one in. Like, I don't know what kind of meaningful
themselves. That's just because he's brash and a loudmouth. It's not because he's wrong. That's particularly true when it comes to his rhetoric around immigration. So you saw Jen Psaki just a moment ago suggesting that because people support Trump more, 42% of Republicans say they support Trump more after his poisoning the blood of our system, illegal immigration. That is evidence that they support fascism.
That is evidence, Ben Shapiro, that were they to be in the 1930s in Germany, that they would be less likely to resist something like the rise to power of Adolf Hitler, right? They are the people that would, because nobody wants to look to their left and to their right and say like one of these people is a fascist, but it's true. That's true. You look to your left, if it's, three average random people, right? Look to your left, look to your right, one of those people, 100% would be not just allowing a fascist government to take power, but participating in the horrors enacted by that government, right?
The reason that many people are supporting Trump because of his immigration rhetoric is because they believe that he is saying things that even Democrats are saying, but he's being penalized when Democrats are not. So, case in point today. According to the Washington Post, authorities are now investigating the death of a 5-year-old boy in Chicago who had been staying at one of the city's largest.
So he's going to try to say it's like poisoning the blood means fentanyl. That's what he's trying to, even though, what is it like? I think it's like 82, 87, some number in the 80% of the fentanyl in the United States comes from the United States. The majority is not coming from outside.
There's migrant shelters for new arrivals from the U.S. southern border. The boy was at the shelter on South Halsted Street when the child was reported to.
Okay, so I don't know, like he's gonna go off on fentanyl here.
The Republicans use as soon as the immigrants arrive in their areas. Here's Brandon Johnson.
The issue is not just how we respond in the city of Chicago, it's the fact that we have a governor, an elected official in the state of Texas that is placing families on buses without shoes, cold.
Sorry, but that's true. That happens to, I mean, this has been true since like the early 20th century. There's a reason why one of the first scenes in Godfather 2 is a kid being screened for disease as he enters Ellis Island.
Oh, shit. Wow. Did we miss him?
Is the attack on our country. That sounds very much like the stuff that Trump says about immigration. But when Democrats say it, it's them being tolerant and diverse. When Republicans say it, it's them being fascist. So here's Donald Trump yesterday saying immigrants are coming in and they could bring in disease. Okay, well, I mean, I'm sorry, but that's true. That happens to, I mean, this has been true since like the early 20th century. There's a reason why one of the first scenes in Godfather 2 is a kid being screened for disease as he enters Ellis Island. In any case, here's Donald Trump.
Yeah, because the American continent famously free of disease.
If this were not true, Title 42 would not be American law. Title 42 literally allows the federal government to turn people away at the border if they are suspected of having disease. Here is Donald Trump saying the thing, and then everybody going crazy and comparing him to Hitler.
It's crazy what's going on. They're ruining our country.
Look, you could even say that one of these things by itself is like less concerning. From a random candidate, right-wing candidate, anti-immigration candidate, randomly saying, this about disease, right? During COVID, right, is one thing. But the combination, right? It's too many red flags. You're not going to be a dictator, right, Trump? I'm Sean Hannity here. I'm here to softball you the answer that you should obviously say, which is to say, I am not a dictator. I don't want to be a dictator. I want to be president of the United States. I want to fulfill the office that our founding fathers intended in the way that they intended. And I, unlike my opponent, will not overstep with executive power or whatever like that, right? That's what he's supposed to say. That's what Sean Hannity is begging him to say. And then instead he's like, oh yeah, I'll only be a dictator on day one. Right? Just all these things together paint a pretty clear constellation of what's going on. That with the fact of how he left office or tried to refuse to leave office, right? Tried to become a dictator already. And you're like, no, there's nothing to suggest that he's going to be a dictator. No, never.
And it's true. They're destroying the blood of our country. That's what they're doing. They're destroying our country.
They're destroying the blood of our country. What the fuck? That is not Trump talking about fentanyl.
They don't like it when I said that. And I never read Mein Kampf. They said, oh, Hitler said that.
I had it by my bedside, but I never actually read it.
In a much different way. They're coming from all over the world, people all over the world. We have no idea.
They're coming to America, right? That's supposed to be, wait.
They could be very unhealthy. They could bring in disease that's going to catch on in our country.
But that's not what is going on, right? There's no attempt to no, realistically speaking, right? Screening for disease does go on, like Ben himself just said, right? That when somebody comes into the country, they're screened for disease. They were screened for disease maybe back in I don't know if that's true or not, back in the Ellis Island days, and they're definitely screened for disease now. So that's already happening.
Country, but they do bring in crime.
Okay, again, most people look at this and they say, okay, Brandon Johnson's saying the same thing, but he's blaming Greg Abbott. Donald Trump's saying that and he's blaming Joe Biden. And suddenly Trump is the fascist about all of this?
Wait, isn't Brandon Johnson like a very right? Isn't Brandon Johnson like one of these Democrats that basically should not be a Democrat? Am I correct about that? Is it he got he was running against, oh my god, what's her fuck? That's like being like, well, Rahm Emanuel says it. It's not like, right, you've got an incredibly I had to get 7 vaccines once when I immigrated. They don't send them to another state. What is supposed to be done? Oh, is there quarantine so that no sickness can spread? What Abbott is doing is basically out of sight, out of mind. Absolutely.
Apparently justifies banning him from particular ballots.
No, what? No, that's not the rationale. What are you talking about? 100% the rationale for banning him from the Colorado ballot is the 14th Amendment, as you just yourself went over and seem to have no problem stating. Like, how undiscerning of you is your audience?
People in the elite circles of media and in left-wing legal circles are playing with absolute fire. I mean, almost literal fire with this sort of stuff.
No, the people who decided that the guy who was on the reality show would make a great president. And what's the worst that could happen? Those are the people that played with fire. And this country's been on fire ever since, okay?
Something is going to explode. And it's going to explode because when you abuse the systems of power, this is where you truly end up. Okay, in just 1 second, we'll get to the latest from...
But first I gotta do another ad read. God damn, this guy's got so many sponsors. I have like none. Chat, I'm gonna have to take on a sponsor. I don't want it to be an annoying sponsor. Right? I don't want to make it harder for you to watch the show.
The Middle East, where all your products are about to get a lot more expensive because the West is apparently incapable of defeating a bunch of ragtag pirates so long as they're connected with the Iranians or something. First...
What? Yeah, they're going easy on the Houthis, is what Ben Shapiro's saying. Right? Wow, they're not just jumping into a global military conflict, which is likely what would stem from a confrontation, right?
The holidays are here.
No, they're sending the Navy. They're sending the Navy over to Yemen. Yemen is now mining the waters, right? There is maybe a confrontation about to happen.
You're looking for the perfect gift for somebody you love, or even something...
I knew it. I called it. It was an ad read. What is an ad read for?
To check out Bond Charge. Bond Charge is a holistic wellness brand with a huge...
Yo, all this... He's got so much wellness stuff. How much do you think that Ben Shapiro is like legitimately into like wellness? And by wellness, I'm not talking just health. I'm talking about like holistic, natural health. Like, it doesn't strike me as Shapiro's cup of tea. But he knows his audience, and this is absolutely the kind of shit that his audience like loves and eats up. And you know, the natural health community has been fully absorbed into the right wing, if not, you know, straight up QAnon at this point. But there he is again. Yeah, he was advertising before. I think it was like vitamins of some kind that were made from whole food ingredients, freeze dried at the source, and blah, 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 you know, right? And it just basically trying to be like, yeah, other companies, they get their vitamins from chemicals. We get our vitamins from natural food sources. It's natural. It's a vitamin. Come on. It's an extract and a concentration of a certain compound that you meant to supplement your diet. There's nothing fucking natural about it, right? But you see, it's branding. It's branding, right?
Waters surrounding the Middle East and the Saudi Peninsula. In order to understand that, you have to look at this map. So what this map shows you is how much longer it takes to ship things from, say, Singapore to Rotterdam if you cannot use the Suez Canal, as opposed to if you can use the Suez Canal. So the red line here is the direct line of shipping from Singapore, which is a hub for manufacture, and also from the Far East just generally, through the Suez Canal. It's much, much shorter, a lot shorter. And then the alternative route...
Okay, so question. Were the Houthis causing problems with international shipping prior to the invasion of Gaza? And I would say no, right? This is a problem whose solution is something that both Ben Shapiro and Joe Biden are unwilling to support. There needs to be a ceasefire.
The Cape of Good Hope route, which is going to take you a lot longer. The Red Sea route, round-trip voyage, takes 34 days. The Cape of Good Hope route takes you 43 days at a distance of 3,400 more nautical miles.
And obviously the issue, right, is that you're sailing, you know, right around the tip of Yemen, and that's a Houthi-controlled area, and so, you know, if the Houthis, you know, right around the tip of Yemen, and that's a Houthi-controlled area, and so, you know, if the Houthis, you know, right around the tip of Yemen, and that's a Houthi-controlled area, and so, you know, if the Houthis, you know, right around the tip of Yemen, and that's a Houthi-controlled area, and so, you know, if if they want to cause trouble with that shipping, or even block the shipping altogether, they're positioned to be able to do that.
Things, in other words, get much more expensive when shipping lanes get shut down. And right now, the Houthis are attempting to shut down those shipping lanes.
Okay, it feels like he's moved on a little bit now. He also had this one thing. Trump is not Hitler.
Democrats believe they have the silver bullet against Donald Trump in 2024. And wait for it, it's that he's Hitler. As I say, the Democrats...
He feels like he's got he's the one with the silver bullet. And what is his silver bullet? Cribbing from Hitler's notes.
The Democratic proposal is that Donald Trump must lose because he's an authoritarian. And we don't like authoritarians, except for when Joe Biden is using his pen and his phone to try to mandate that 80 million people take a vaccination or lose their jobs. And then they like authoritarians. Or like when they try to just by dint of executive order.
Is he going to bring up student loans?
Get rid of hundreds of billions of dollars in student loan debt, and then the Supreme Court says no. And then they do it anyway, which is the thing that's literally happening right now. They've still been dispersing funds, I'm not kidding, in violation of Supreme Court ruling. Doesn't matter. The real authoritarians are people like Donald Trump.
Yo, I can't believe that Biden would be such an authoritarian to unshackle millions of Americans from student loan debt. What a absolute dictator he is.
No, look at that Truth Social and tell me that what you're seeing here is a burgeoning Mussolini or Hitler. Look at his Truth Social. Dude doesn't know how to capitalize right, guys.
Okay, so here's the argument, right? Trump is not smart enough to be Hitler. Trump is not smart enough to be Mussolini. That's literally your argument?
Basic words.
He's a demagogue. He doesn't have to be smart.
Authoritarianism amounted to him saying things on Twitter that he then didn't do. But this is going to be their entire... no one thinks Donald Trump is this scary. Seriously.
Look, let's be real. In his term from 2017 to 2021, Trump had people surrounding him who didn't want the ship of state to run off the rails. They didn't want chaos. They wanted to prevent chaos. They were institutionalists, but they were trusted by Trump, right? He's burned through all those people. Anybody that tells Trump no, that can't be done, or that shouldn't be done, or that's going to cause dire consequences, has been pushed out of his orbit and been alienated by the Republican Party. So yeah, if they're going in 2025, they're going to go in with what Radio Dawn's talking about, the Heritage Foundation plan, the Project 2025, right? That's why it's called Project 2025. I thought the silver bullet was a can of Coors. That's right. I'm almost getting into the Bud Light discourse here.
Sorry, even people who are suggesting that January 6th was a massive crisis level event for the problem, not just an ugly, horrible thing that happened, which I agree, ugly, horrible, bad images of people storming the Capitol building, hurting police officers and all the rest. That was not an existential crisis for the United States, not remotely. It was a bunch of dolts and some people who were in good faith there and wandering the halls who held up the procedure for 2 hours. And then
I believe that what's he's so wrong about this. He's so wrong about this, right?
That was it. But they're still going with the Trump Hitler thing here.
Poison.
In some ways, it was his vice president's unwillingness to go along with his plan that prevented what would have been essentially a constitutional crisis, right? Now, I'm not saying that he had a legal route to stay in power, right? Which is what he claimed, which was why he was excoriating Pence for not helping him out on that, right? But I am saying that when things are causing a constitutional crisis is one way to circumvent the way that the law, essentially. And he almost succeeded in that. And he was ready for it, too. He was ready to use the U.S. military to suppress people that weren't going to stand for it.
Which has invaded the national body, especially the strong influx of foreign blood. That is from Mein Kampf. As a historian, Doug, what did you hear?
Yo, you know what we need? We need H-Bomber Guy. We need H-Bomber Guy to do a video talking about how Trump has plagiarized Hitler. And it's therefore...
in the former president's remarks.
I heard a former president who is jibing on fascism. There's no question about that being a line from Mein Kampf. He knows it. He's been dabbling in Adolf Hitler his whole life, keeps Hitler's speeches at a bedside. Mein Kampf seems to...
So the source on that is I believe part of his divorce proceedings, right? That was a statement, I think, by his ex-wife, but it was to the court, right? It wasn't just like an offhand, oh yes, he has Mein Kampf, right? This was entered into the court records.
Be the book that's inspired Trump the most, so it's heinous because it's the kind of language meant to belittle people, dehumanize them, and when we're not making an anti-Trump comment, when we're saying he is a fascist, guys, that really we're dealing with a fight in our country between democracy and fascism, and Trump...
Look, I'm going to say something wild and try not to overinterpret this, but we would all be better off if the election was not between Trump and Biden, if both of them were not candidates, right? Like,
telling you that he doesn't really mind the Hitler comparison because at heart he admires Hitler.
Yeah. Like, really, who buys this? Seriously, does anyone buy this?
Look, if you're asking me, am I willing to, like, bet my life on it? No, like, I don't know that for sure, right? As far as like what's in his dark little heart, I don't think that he needs to be a fan of Der Fuhrer in order to be dangerous, right? In order to have the same instincts, because that's the thing about fascism people don't seem to get. Fascism is not a black swan event that happened in Germany in the 1930s only and could never happen again in any time. That is not what never again means. It's never again is not just like, oh, it's never going to happen again. Good thing we got through the Hitler shit, like no problems now. That could never happen again in a million years. No, it absolutely could. This is a naturally arising phenomenon. Fascism is a naturally arising phenomenon spurred on and enabled by a crisis that's baked into the cake of capitalism. Our current mode of production produces fascism. And it can exhibit different characteristics at different times, right? It doesn't mean that Donald Trump is going to ban the flag and, like, put swastikas and eagles everywhere, right? It doesn't have to be about that. It doesn't mean that, like, it's going to come in the exact same form. The fact that he's using the same words is actually scary, and it does indicate like some level. I mean, that's a dog whistle is what that is, right? Like, to most people, Trump is a fascist. Trump is saying something that Hitler said. They'll say, well, Hitler also drank water, and Trump's drinking water. You want me to say that he's, everybody that drinks water? No. We're talking about he used like the same language, right? But to his, to the Pepe Groiper 88 account out there on Twitter, that says something. That's saying something. And that's also saying that maybe he's actually considering DeSantis like a competition, because DeSantis is the other one who's strongly vying for, strongly dog whistling to that audience, right? He knows it's there too, and he's talking to him just like he was in Charlottesville, just like he's always been. He's had so many chances to disavow this shit, but instead, Proud Boys stand by and stand.
Meanwhile, Eddie Glaude doing the same routine on MSNBC.
What did you say? Stand back and stand by?
MSNBC, the Trump is Hitler channel, is they say that Trump is tapping into long-standing illiberal tradition. Again, hearing people on the left talk about illiberal tradition.
Oh my God. We all know what classical liberalism is actually conservatism.
As they simultaneously shut down free speech on campuses, tell people that they are not allowed to use biological pronouns, use the power.
Biological pronouns, Ben? What are you talking about? What are biological pronouns? That's like saying that there's a biological language and it's English. And everyone should be speaking it because it's what God intended. It's into our biology, right? It's the natural language, natural pronouns, right? Biologically, what are you talking about, Ben?
Or the pen and the phone to do whatever they damn well please.
By the way, welcome back, Twitch audience who might have just been subjected to an ad break. That keeps on happening, doesn't it? Right? It does. It does keep on happening. It will keep on happening unless you do something about it. There are some things you can do about it, such as using a Twitch Prime. If you use that on my channel, you will no longer see the ads in this channel. You also get access to emotes and a bunch of other cool stuff. Did I say cruel stuff? I mean, maybe some cruel stuff, but mostly some cool stuff, right? Like the emotes that I mentioned, right? And you'll get that all, as well as not having to sit through the ad break. You could also pay for a sub for yourself to get out of the ad break. Or if you're lucky enough, you might be gifted a sub. That can happen. It does happen, when people are feeling generous and want to help each other out. But it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in chat. Show off, humble flex that lack of a sub, and maybe, just maybe, you'll get gifted one. Newsom versus Christie would be interesting, yeah?
I'm having some trouble squaring the circle here.
Biological pronouns are pronouns built by splicing genes in a petri dish. Does he think there's a pronoun in your DNA? That's what he's saying, basically. Biological pronouns.
Remember, Nazi lawyers in the 1930s are actually looking to American law, anti-miscegenation law, immigration law, as examples. Mein Kampf.
And in some examples, thinking that we went a little harsh.
Actually quotes the American...
I mean, not that it stopped them from doing what they did, but...
...project as an exemplary project. Remember in 1939, in Madison Square Garden, there's an extraordinary Nazi rally. So part of what Trump has done, he's tapped into a long-standing illiberal tradition in the United States, and is exploiting it. So we need to see the newness of it, but also see what is actually quite familiar.
By the way, some of the biggest supporters of Mussolini and Hitler in the early 1930s, people in the Democratic Party, including, by the way, FDR. If you know the audio engineer field.
Ben, if you really want to make that argument, then bring us something more like, well, actually, like a lot of people played footsie with Hitler, like the Soviet Union and the United States, and the UK, sorry, not the United States, right, there are examples of governments making treaties with that are often brought up, right? And in that case, it's because there was like no solidarity between what eventually became the Allied powers when Hitler decided to violate his non-aggression with the Soviet Union, right? But so yeah, no, like this is like But if you just like say that, well, like some prominent Democrats, including FDR, were real big supporters of Der Fuhrer over there, you gotta give us more than that, buddy.
It is typically not filled with joy and laughter. Our audio engineer, Mike Coromina.
If you want to make the argument, make the argument.
No exception. I've asked him to cheer up for, I don't know, it's been almost a decade.
What is he talking about? Audio engineers? Do you know what this is, chat? Do you know? Like, I'm not going to make you sit through another ad read because you just listened to my ad read for the top of the hour ad break, letting you know what you can do about the ads on Twitch should you so choose, right? He is actually selling... Wait, can I find it here? It's... Oh, God. It's like one of those...
Excellent audio engineer, despite the fact that he is not exactly... I see you, Mike. I see you. But this is why we need...
So he's saying that his audio engineer is really dour and always down and does not display a positive attitude, right? And then he is selling ZipRecruiter, right? A not so subtle poke at the butts of his staff to know that, like, if you come in here with a bad attitude, we could replace you. And this is something from our understanding from Alex Novell of how the Daily Wire operates. Remember, Alex Novell actually applied for a job as editor video editor in the Daily Wire, and would have been accepted should he have wanted to. Instead, he was just trolling them, so he kind of did it for content, right? But we found out from him looking at other employees of the Daily Wire that they feel such job insecurity. There's so much pressure on them, and so many of them are essentially like moved along. Like, it's not like a job that you can very easily stay out, because they don't want their employees to be comfortable. They don't want their employees to negotiate for more money, and they don't want their employees to they want their employees to think that every single day that their job is possibly about to slip away from them. But yeah, that's what he's doing, lighting another fire, right? That's like, after how bad the working conditions allegedly are over at the Daily Wire, right? He's gonna throw in his engineer and his dour and down attitude in an ad read for a recruitment service.
Trump, bad Trump, because that's just the reality of Trump. Sometimes he says good things and sometimes he says bad things. Well, yesterday.
Oh yeah, you're right, Radio Dawn. It's not just the Daily, like a lot of these, like, things that he's advertising, right, will advertise on both left and right wing media sources.
He decided to once again attack Chip Roy, one of the most conservative members of the House Republican caucus. He said, has any smart and energetic Republican in the great state of Texas decided to run in the primary against Rhino Congressman Chip Roy? For the right person, he is very beatable. If interested, let me know.
What I'm most interested in, though, is like how he's doing the ad read and like how I would feel if I was an audio engineer working for the Daily Wire right now. Like, right? I'd be like, am I doing enough? Like, am I looking busy? Am I kissing ass enough, right? Will I be replaced?
Let's just be very clear. Chip Roy is one of the best Congress people in America. He's an excellent congressperson, deeply conservative. He's one of the people who pried concessions away from Kevin McCarthy. So if you liked those concessions, thank Chip Roy. Chip is, again, an excellent thinker, super conservative. Donald Trump doesn't like him because he did not go along with the idea that Donald Trump won the 2020 election. And he's still pissed about it. And by the way, this is really stupid. When I say it's stupid, I mean it is technically stupid. The primary ballot is not open. It is too late to get on the primary ballot against Chip Roy.
So yeah, he's going to use the second half of this short little 8-minute video to complain about Republicans that are pushing unpopular candidates. And that's a big thing that's happening right now. The Republicans have a very good chance to retake the Senate, regardless of who becomes president, right? In terms of the states that are on the line, up for grabs, and the voting patterns of those states, right? It's looking like it would be very hard for the Democrats to either expand their lead in the Senate or to even maintain an outright majority, right? Even best case scenario is looking like 50-50 for the Dems at this point, unless something kind of weird happens, right? But in spite of how much is at stake and how easily, something like a prize like the Senate might actually be attained by the Republicans, they are still running, they've still got this Trump litmus test, right? Which is going to get you an anti-abortion, extremist, unpopular candidate, right? Somebody that, if you're in a state that is at all, up for grabs, like that's not the candidate to run. But yeah, they're doing that. He's complaining about that. He's complaining about the litmus tests, and saying that this Congress, or this senator who's being threatened with a primary, which I don't think can actually happen. I think the person that would run against him has not filed their paperwork yet, and they've missed the deadline. So I don't think they could really run a primary. But he's just using this as an example to ask the Republicans to please not do damage to themselves in this very favorable Senate situation. So yeah, that's Ben Shapiro for you. That's Ben Shapiro. How are you doing, chat? We got through Ben Shapiro. We got through one of the people that we need to watch today. I'm watching the time too, because I want to make sure to be cognizant of my time. It is now 3 hours away from my appearance tonight on the Letterhack, right? I'm gonna go over there and take part in Left Past 10 with some other cool content creators as well. So I'm really excited about that. But we do have, luckily, 3 hours left to cover everything else that we've got to cover. Buffy, good to see you again. That's a 10 stream streak for you. We got the Streaks today. Wait, that sounds like a band. Is there a band called the Streaks? It feels like there should be. You want beef powder pills. I mean, that is one way to get your beef. That is one way to get your beef. He doesn't actually know why I'm saying it like that. Doesn't actually speak that fast. He uses filler words and long pauses between words. I don't know, chat. Do you think that I could benefit from like some Oh my god, Gothic Azrael. Wow, 2 wows really quick. I don't even know what to say. Thank you so much. You just became a sponsor. And it sounded like you became a sponsor twice. Oh, you know what? I bet I know what it is. I bet I know why I'm getting double alerts, double sound, double whatever. Oh yeah, this is the one. Yeah, you gotta mute those tabs, or else you'll hear everything twice. Yeah, I don't even know what's a real membership or what is just like a weird ghost in the machine. But yeah, on the chance that that was a real membership, thank you. And remember, you can help me out by subscribing on Twitch, by sending me bits or donations on Twitch. You can send super chats on YouTube, super stickers, or buy a membership for yourself, or even gift memberships to other people. You can also support me over on Patreon. And if you're the kind of person that's in a situation where none of that works out for you because you just don't have any money to support anybody with, you're barely supporting yourself. Believe me, I understand your position, and you can help me out a lot by just hitting that like button, because that thing is more powerful than you realize, and it costs you nothing. Same thing with a Twitch Prime membership, right? That's the other cool thing about the Prime memberships, is that they do not cost you any extra above what you're already paying to be a Prime member. So mouthful of clams day. Anyone shows up with a mouthful of clams gets a free drink. How are you gonna drink it past all those clams? Is it gonna flavor your drink too? It's like, what is there like a drink with a clam in it, or like with, you know what I'm talking about? Is there some kind of a martini that has clams in it? Am I completely there's a band called the Losing Streaks. That's what I feel like I'm on right now. Anyway, this is like is this a real thing, chat? Oh no, or is it like oyster juice or clam juice? Is there like, yeah, there's something with like clam juice in it, right? Clamato has clams. God. Clamato and beer? Beer has clams in it, or Clamato goes good with beer? Is that what you're saying? I gotta get myself some Void coffee. It's just about time. Once again, chat, it's the time of day that I like to kick back with a nice cup of Void coffee. That's what I need. I need a sponsorship by Void Coffee. We need to get our own brand, chat. That's a thing that you can do. Like, right, you can get your own blend. Majority Report has their own blend. I kind of feel weird about doing that, because I feel like all that is like, it's just like coffee that you could get anywhere, or you could get the coffee anyway, but like you're paying like more because there's like an NCC logo on it. But yeah, we do have to start thinking about some sponsorships here. I just want to, the one sponsorship I feel like people appreciated most of all was when we got sponsored by the language app, and it wasn't Duolingo, it was a different language app. So it seems like that's the kind of thing that's useful to people. But like, I just got to take them as I get them. Most of the sponsorships I get offered are like video games. Like I can't even explain to you, like there's not a time when I'm not offered a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. They are always up my ass, like to try to get me to agree to a sponsorship. And I'm just like, I don't know, it feels, I know Chud Logic has done Raid Shadow Legends, but if I'm going to play a video game with you, it's going to be one that I've heard from somebody is actually fun, because there's a lot of video games that are not fun, and I don't know if Raid Shadow Legends. Why can't I get sponsored by SMT DX2 World of Tanks? Wait, is that a fun one? Is that an actually fun one? I just need to know what like games are like, not exciting, right? The nice thing about the game sponsorships is usually they're not dependent on you paying anything into them. They just want you to like grind to like a certain level, and they're basically wanting you to try out the game, and I get paid if you reach those goals, if you hit those levels. Like the Star Trek one that I didn't implement anywhere. Like I did a Star Trek, I did 2 Star Trek sponsorships actually really recently, and like I was so busy with content, I hardly ever got to Star Trek. I hardly ever mentioned the fact that we were sponsored by Star Trek Fleet Commander. So yeah, and in general, I just like, as far as sponsorships, I want to make sure that it is something that is like valuable to you apart from the just, you know, supporting me, which I appreciate. But there's tons of ways that you can support me, and you know, with the sponsorship, it's probably for somebody who wants to support me but also needs to get something in return. That's what I'm kind of shooting for. So, but yeah, I'll see if anything like that comes along. Anyway, don't think that it's just Ben Shapiro here talking about this today. We've also got Tim Pool. We've got a lot of people, right, talking about it. Vivek Ramaswamy, we've already watched. We can check him off. We got Tim Pool now. Let's see what Tim Pool has to say. Ooh, Honkai Star Rail.
BestSongEver.com.
Yo, look at this. Do you know what this is? Do you know what this is?
Cover of Smokey Mike and the God King. That's Jeremy Boring and Michael Knowles.
How can somebody explain this to me? How Jeremy Scott and Michael Knowles are a band called Smokey. Wait, what is it called again? Smokey Joe and the God King?
BestSongEver.com and purchase our new hit.
Yo, Tim, every song you release is the best song ever. We remember the Coldplay one he released?
Together Again. It is a cover of Smokey Mike.
Why are you saying it's a cover?
And the God King.
It's a cover of Smokey Mike and the God King. Wait, is it?
That's Jeremy Boring and Michael Knowles.
Jeremy Boring and Michael Knowles were like a band? Smokey Mike and the God King? That sounds like some cringe, like 70s like psychedelic band or something, right? Some band like trying to hang on to psychedelia during the disco era.
And with your help, we will smash our way onto the Billboard charts.
Okay.
Here's the big news, ladies and
do the Billboard charts even mean anything anymore?
Gentlemen, from SCNR.com.
Yo, can somebody explain the Smokey Mike and the God King thing? Now I gotta know. Like, I was gonna fast forward through that, but I'm curious now. Smokey Mike and the God King, okay? Let me search this up. See what we find. Smokey Mike and the God King. Wait, there's a Twitter account. There's a Facebook account. There's a SoundCloud. But like, what is a cover? It's a Smokey Mike and the God King cover, but then he says the names of like, it's like people from the Daily Wire. Is he covering like a song that was, is this real? Like, I'm getting the feeling it's a cover of a song I've never heard of. I think what it is this, that like a Jeremy Boring and whoever the hell else, who mega lol else, like he was talking about there, must have been in a band before they were part of the Daily Wire. And that was their song, and that Tim Pool feels like it's a really special thing. Because like Tim Pool, like, look, do you know about Adam Sandler? Does everybody know who Adam Sandler is? Saturday Night Live person, probably pretty conservative. I don't think he's come out and said it, right? But, you know, he's probably one of those conservative SNL dudes, right? But yeah, he's been in, you know, movies for a long time. And if you ever watch any of his movies, and I only know this because I dated somebody who just loved Adam Sandler, and I ended up watching every single Adam Sandler movie with them. So what I noticed, right, is there's these guys that I never see in any other movies that I always see in an Adam Sandler movie, right? Every single one. There they are, right? It's those guys, it's those two guys, right? These are Adam Sandler's friends. And he really like takes the entourage aesthetic seriously in terms of bringing his friends with him. And that's what this whole Daily Wire media thing seems like, right? It's like, you know, so many of them are failed actors. And they thought when they left the world of acting that they would never, ever be seen in a motion picture. But luckily for them, you know, we've got the media wing of Daily Wire to give them roles in Lady Baller, so they can be an act. You're a real actor now. You're a real comedian. Tim Pool. Tim Pool's not Daily Wire, right? But oh wait, he's not. Am I talking out of my ass? He's not Daily Wire. Why is he covering a song by Jerry? I mean, maybe they're friends. Maybe they're friends. I hate Adam Sandler. He's a A-grade bully. Didn't Adam Sandler make a super transphobic? Wait, which was it? What was it called? I think you're right. I think there is like a super transphobic Adam Sandler. See, he probably feels like, why didn't you bring me on for Lady Ballers, right? He would have done it. He is the only person ever who cast these comedians. Well, I mean, it's his friends, and like I can't hate on him for bringing his friends along. I do think it's a little bit more cringe in the Daily Wire, because like that's what this is. Like a lot of this is just like, I mean, Tim's musical career is a self-suck, right? He is circle breathing from his skin flute is what he's doing, right? In producing these songs and producing, we heard the first one, you know, it sounded like Nickelback, right? Which, you know, that's, I guess that's a genre. That is a genre. That was a thing that was popular at one time. But yeah, he doesn't really add much to it. In fact, I you know, it's barely there. And then, you know, he claims that the Majority Report put a filter on it to turn it shitty, that it was actually a really good song. It sounds great. It's awesome. But when they put their filter on it, they made it sound bad on purpose to make fun of him. It's no fair, right? So yeah, all these people are being pulled along and kind of just ego boosted, ego fed, right? Just having their ego reinforced by virtue of their, I mean, a lot of this project seems to be just like ego aggrandizement. How can I be so mean? Moonlord endorses Tim. I bet Moonlord would make some good music. What do you think, chat? Would you give I would give Moonlord a try. He seems like the kind of weird guy that could come up with some good music, right? Or he just doesn't know how to play the guitar at all. And he's like, I don't know. I don't know which way it would be.
Colorado Supreme Court has disqualified President Trump from GOP primary.
Let's go.
Now,
Let's go.
It's more than just this. If they're arguing Trump is to be removed from the primary ballot, they're also saying the general as well. SCNR.com reports the Colorado Supreme Court disqualified Trump from appearing on the 2024 GOP presidential primary ballot. Tuesday's decision comes after a lower court judge in Denver ruled against removing his ballot access. Quote, a majority of the court holds that President Trump is disqualified from holding the office of president.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we might get some anti-Semitism in that song.
3 of the 14th Amendment.
Is Moonlord there? Let's take a look. Let's take a closer look.
Because he is disqualified, it would be a wrongful...
That's Moonlord's seat, right? In the bottom right? He's got an extra pad. Like, what is that, like a pillow? Moonlord likes to be comfortable. Is that Moonlord, though?
Act under the election code.
Or does Moonlord's seat, like, say something special?
For the Colorado Secretary...
Like, I feel like it should. I feel like he should have his own water bowl there, right? He should have his own food bowl and his own water bowl and a special collar.
State
a special collar made of moonstone. That's right. He's mining the moon. He's off mining the moon.
Him as a candidate on the presidential primary ballot. Now,
Weedlord.
Many experts have argued.
Wait, was Weedlord was different, right? Yeah. Weedlord was like the second guy. If you know the history of Tim Pool, he's always had like a weird friend. Ian Crossland. Is that Ian? Do we have Moonlord confirmed? Is that Ian? Has Ian entered the building? No, you're not Ian. What are you doing here? What are you doing? You're not Moonlord or Weedlord. Who the hell what kind of lord are you?
Interpretation. The 14th Amendment does not bar someone from running for president. It's only related to federal officers, which are individuals.
There's only one reason to watch Tim Pool, and that's Moonlord. Moonlord is the reason for the season, if you don't know, right? Moonlord is the special seasoning, the spice of life, as it were, that makes Tim Pool tolerable.
Appointed by the president or representatives and senators, not the president himself. The lawsuit has cited a never-before-used Civil War era provision of the 14th Amendment, which we all know. Crew has argued Trump summoned tens of thousands of enraged supporters for a wild protest in D.C., and that racism and white supremacy, the same virulent ideology that led to the Civil War, in its wake, the 14th Amendment, pervaded Trump's insurrection and movements surrounding it. There's similar lawsuits being filed all across the country. Several states have already ruled no. Judges, we may see these get appealed to the Supreme Court, and the same thing may happen.
This must have been yesterday, right? Yeah, it's going to be appealed to the Supreme Court.
You know, I thought it was going to be Colorado. Now, there's an important distinction here. The Colorado Supreme Court ruling is stayed until January 4th, but that's meaningless. All this means is by saying Trump can't appear on the ballot, they're saying when it comes time to print the ballot, don't include Trump's name. By claiming the ruling is stayed is meaningless because they're not printing the ballots right now. The question is, if 3 months out from Super Tuesday, Colorado, they do not resolve this, Trump will not appear. And then guess who's going to win the primary? I'd imagine Ron DeSantis.
I think it's Nikki Haley.
We're
talking about Colorado. I think it's Nikki Haley.
Oh man.
Oh man.
You guys ready?
Oh man.
I hope you have a trusty fifth by your side, because for those that are enjoying a drinking game.
Oh, but that's what a fifth is. Yeah, I don't drink that much, Chad. It takes me.
Start slow. We'll start slow. I know you're all getting ready, but not yet. First, the GOP
is he edging his audience? Has he been watching is he cribbing notes from NCC? I feel like he's edging them too much.
Is going to erupt into just bickering and infighting like we've already seen. I mean, one of the big stories out of last night with Tucker was that Tucker Carlson said the people who represent DeSantis online are some of the nastiest, stupidest, and zero-sum people he's ever seen.
I mean, I hate to agree with Tucker,
it's apparent that the Republican Party is not getting along. However, most people support Donald Trump. And I'm not saying Republicans, most people. When they remove him from the primary and the RNC tries to give the nomination to someone else, I mean, there's going to be a revolt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There was a lot of people that...
No, it's an interesting dynamic, actually, now that I think about it with Ramaswamy, now that he's laid down that gauntlet, right? That the idea is that every time that... okay, so there's different ways that this could go. Like, right? One very likely way is that the Supreme Court is going to overturn the Colorado decision. And Trump's just going to go back on the ballot and he'll run and, everything else, right? That's the most likely outcome here, right? But on the chance that he does, they do uphold it, right? There will likely be more efforts to take him off the ballot, right? From these people, these 6 Republicans that did this, or from other people, right? If it works, it works, then it's a good legal strategy, then you should file in more states, right? So, if that happens, right, and you've got a cascade of states, not just Colorado, but several other states that are taking Trump off the ballot, then there's going to be a push from Vivek Ramaswamy, a push from the Trump sycophants for people to drop out of the race, for people to say, if you're not having Donald Trump, then you're not having me. I am not running. I will take my name off the ballot, in protest, right? And this isn't something that's actually going to change the outcome of the court, because the court is not, dependent on people being running. And I guess the goal maybe is to get everybody to take themselves off the ballot, but it doesn't really push the court in any way. But it does sort of give this it disables any of the Republican candidates from taking advantage of a situation that might actually let them take the nomination, right? And you got to guess that there's some of the Republicans, like Chris Christie, I would imagine, who will not take their name off the ballot, but who knows, right? And that's the question. Then that really puts it out to chaos, right? Because you've got a choice then of going for the ring, going for the golden ring, reaching to grab the ring, or making sure that you stay out of Trump's crosshairs, because you can't do both. You can no longer do both at this point.
Took issue with what Tucker said about...
You had your right earbud in your left ear, and you just realized, was it backwards? Was it going around the wrong side of your ear?
The DeSantis campaign. And
I hate it when I've got my left earphone on my right ear, right? I can tell the difference.
Seen some of it, there are some people on the DeSantis campaign that have been fairly nasty and stuff, but there were a lot of people that were really upset that Tucker had the audacity to, to say that he saw that, or that was his
Were they
impression.
all from the DeSantis campaign?
I think they were.
Yeah.
Oh yes, chat, smash that like button.
Well,
that's
it's a lot of fans of DeSantis, but look, when Christina Pashaw who is basically Ron DeSantis' number 2, is personally leading flame wars against Trump's fans.
Yeah.
Are we dealing with Kaffels and Xanderhall again? You're leading flame wars against my fans.
Debased yourself. You have low.
What kind of stan culture shit is this?
Put yourself to that of a fan. So if like Taylor Swift,
and honestly, like that's like saying directed hate at Taylor Swift stans. Chat. Does anybody in here feel like feel lucky, punk? Do you want to direct some hate at Taylor Swift stans and see exactly what happens to you? See how that works out for you, right? Do you want to find a large content creator, attack not just them but their stans, get their attention, and see how that works out? Like, right? What are you talking? You can't harass Trump stans. What are you talking about?
And Rihanna's fans are like,
I'm being raided by Left of the Box. Welcome raiders, and welcome streamer if Sandy makes it.
Arguing on Twitter. Neither Swift nor Rihanna get involved, and nor do they care. And that's basically what Ron DeSantis.
Sorry, I don't have a stream alert for you like I do on Twitch when I get raided.
Just on par with Trump's fan base instead of Trump himself. So be it. So be it. But removing Trump from the ballot is the only way these people could win, which it's no surprise they've all made the move to try and win the nomination because they all expect, at least everyone except for Vivek, they expect Trump to be removed.
This would be a great opportunity for them to prove
Vivek's really the standout among Trump's sycophants. Even Tim Pool acknowledges it, right?
everybody wrong and recognize the moment that we're living in. And for them to say, this is much bigger than my political campaign, this is much bigger than the Republican nomination. Vivek let it off perfectly. If they all rally around right now, rally around Donald Trump and say, hey, this is actually about preserving our democracy.
Somebody turn his lighting down.
Republic. That's what I think it's going to take for us.
Isn't that wild that I can be looking better than like a professional, daily podcast like this? I'm on my A game today, chat.
To actually win, because if we're divided, I mean, I fought a really hard Republican primary last year and unfortunately came up short because the Democrats don't play that game. If we fall for this time and we are not unified, we're not just going to lose the presidency. I'm afraid we'd lose the entire country. So I hope everyone recognizes what time it is right now and gets really serious.
They don't.
It's the
trying to be optimistic.
You know what we should do? you know the minutes to midnight clock, the doomsday clock they have.
Oh, yeah.
We should get one of those.
Yeah.
We'll call it the minutes to Civil War. There it is.
Yep.
And we'll inch it forward. I love this. I'm seeing a bunch of
He's edging his audience, right? They want that Civil War so bad.
Democrats tweeting in celebration.
Yeah.
And I'm just responding being like, I'm really glad they did this because democracy is very dangerous to our democracy.
Right. Democracy dies during the democratic process.
That's right.
Yeah.
The number of people on the
democratic process, like when you name a slate of fake electors and try to remain in power even though you lost. Yeah, democracy.
What you would assume to be the responsible, reasonable left that are going to jump on this and be like, oh, well, and make excuses. There has been no due process to remove Trump from the primaries. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what mechanism Colorado is using. I'm not.
It's the Rocky Mountain High mechanism. Yeah.
Sure what
they like redefined.
They use beechwood aged beer coming from the mountain springs.
The law, right?
That's how they do it.
It can be for a president. That was what they voted on, I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, I suppose, but there's no other, like, it's unprecedented for someone to be, he hasn't been charged with insurrection. Insurrection's a specific thing, and
but they tapped the Rockies.
It's something that's outlawed. outlined in the law. Like,
they got the power of the Rocky Mountains.
There are certain criteria that have to be met. He hasn't met them to actually have carried to be right. Been
the legislative branch has codified what insurrection would be.
Yeah.
Like a baby hiding in a muscle man's body?
There's an insurrection act.
And who is this discount Norm Macdonald here?
Yeah.
This is but
who's this discount flannel Norm Macdonald that we've got?
Let's address this because everyone keeps saying the same thing, and I don't think there's a definitive answer just yet. But we have this. Trump campaign blasts Colorado judges who removed him from 2024 ballot, vows to appeal to the U.S.
Wait, I thought only Biden had the blasts, right, chat? Isn't that right? Only Biden with the blasts.
Supreme Court, as he should, and he has to. And a lot of people are saying, but that they do this and Trump will immediately go to SCOTUS and
SCOTUS.
Get it overturned. Perhaps. But also
Sorry.
understand, I don't know if the Supreme Court may be favorable to Trump, perhaps. I don't know that the Supreme Court actually can overturn this ruling.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're going to get a bunch of people screaming the 9th and 10th Amendment. This is not a general election held under U.S. constitutional rules. This is a private primary nomination process held by a state in tandem with other states to determine at a national convention who a private organization will choose to be their nominee, not a general. The Supreme Court may very well take up the case, and they may say, we have no jurisdiction over what a state organization is doing as it pertains to a private organization's nomination process. Imagine if someone was running to be the captain of the bridge club and there was some tomfoolery about and the ballots were
Oh my God,
screwed up.
that's a banned streamer.
I'm gonna go to the Supreme Court over this. They'd be like, we don't care about your private organization's leadership structure.
Right.
I don't know the Supreme Court can intervene in a primary.
Yeah.
And even if it was federal, the precedence isn't really great. I mean, the Texas case where Texas attempted to sue all the states where there was discrepancies in the election, that never even got into the Supreme Court. So, I mean, this is just lawfare. Even if Trump can get it into the Supreme Court, they're just bleeding him out. They're making him expend resources that no other candidate's having to expend. And they're also beating it more into people's heads. Insurrection, 14th Amendment.
Yeah.
And then those of us that are, in the news every day will say, no, but actually he's never been charged. He's never been convicted.
Yeah.
But all people are going to hear who are swayable is they're going to hear, oh, insurrection. Man, he must have been guilty of an insurrection.
But look, the worrying thing, and the reason why everyone should get ready with their fifth, maybe they have Jack or something, is because when you have, what is Trump polling at? 2.3 up in aggregate across the country.
Ridiculous.
You can say Trump is an insurrectionist, but the average person is not accepting that. No matter how many times they scream it, the average person in this country, the majority, not even the plurality, support Donald Trump. So you run the risk of ripping this country in half. Now, I'll give you some predictions. Colorado removes Donald Trump from the primary. Several other states follow, and they even make reference to Colorado and other states. Trump gets removed from the primaries. They don't need to worry about the general election.
Right.
Yep. Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley end up neck and neck. Ron DeSantis wins. You now have, what, a 2024 four-way race? Probably not Biden, maybe. Let's say Biden, RFK Jr., Trump, and DeSantis all running. So perhaps what would happen then is no one gets 270 electoral votes. It goes to House delegations. It goes to Donald Trump. Let's say that Donald Trump is removed from the ballot in Colorado, but still ends up winning the nomination. That's, I think Colorado has, as of 2020, like 1.6, 1.7 million Republican voters. What will end up happening is if numerous states that are blue, we don't expect Trump to win anyway, remove him from the ballot, Trump will win the Electoral College with 50, 60 million votes, and Joe Biden will have 75 or whoever or Newsom. Trump will win the Electoral College, becoming president. The media will then say, the Electoral College is archaic and broken.
You remember how many times, chat, when we got a different Electoral College winner than the winner of the popular vote? You remember all those times when the media called out the illegitimacy of those results? Do you remember how George W. Bush's presidency was treated as illegitimate? Do you remember how Donald Trump's presidency was treated as illegitimate? Good times.
How can we have a president when he had 20 million less votes? The average person who doesn't pay attention has no idea why that is. They will simply be told people didn't vote for Trump, when the reality is you couldn't if you wanted to. Then what happens to the sentiment in this country? The people who support Trump won't back down. The people in Colorado who support him and want to vote for him, but who can't, will still
up in the Rocky Mountain High
supporting him. This is how I think we inch towards civil war.
It's why it's so dangerous. I mean, if you love this country and you want this country to remain as
Wait, it's like Norm Macdonald and Matt Taibbi had a baby.
As it is and continue on our path
Right.
of progress. Like, having the judicial branch step in and say, no, we're going to decide who's on the ballot, it's incredibly dangerous. And I think the Democrats just don't care.
Oh my God, it's so incredibly dangerous. I remember like all the times where Arnold Schwarzenegger did not run for president because he wouldn't have been allowed on the ballots.
Willing to burn down the entire
How illegitimate all those elections, right? Like from the time that Arnold Schwarzenegger was 35 years old until now, basically any and all of those elections could have been won by Schwarzenegger had he been allowed on the ballot. But
right now,
those damn activist judges.
Just to stop Trump from coming back into office.
They're ready for it to go to Supreme Court. Like I can already hear them screeching about Clarence Thomas and his wife. Like if it goes there, like they've got that ready to go.
Absolutely.
You know, so that's like
no, you've got that ready to go, right? There are a number of justices, including Clarence Thomas, who I have no expectation of a real judicial consideration being given by. I would be shocked if Clarence Thomas was not among those, striking down the Colorado decision. But you guys have that all in place, right? It's the right wing that has gamed the judicial system, who has prevented nominees from ever getting put on the court, who stole a Supreme Court justice, right? But I mean, that is one, right? But regardless, no, you are the ones who have it in place to put the fix in on how this decision is going to be decided in the Supreme Court, not that that somehow progressives are going to be like, oh my gosh, that's not a fair group of that's not a fair ruling. These people are compromised. They are, but I mean they're gonna win because of that compromise, most likely.
Landmine that they plant all these.
I think these people kind of want a civil war. That's his whole thing. That's why he's got his gun up there and his sword. He's ready.
For it to go that way.
What happens when, without legislation, come August or July?
The funniest thing about Tim Pool is that he feels smart. He acts confidently. Like, right? He doesn't understand half of the words that are coming out of his mouth. Like but he's confident. He's the king of the castle there. That literally is the king of the skate mansion.
2024. I don't know. Insert state Arizona. Just says, look, we've gone over it. We think Colorado was right. Secretary of State just says, we will not be including Donald Trump on the ballot for the general election. Based on what we've seen across this country, the rulings are clear, blah, blah, blah. Sue us. And then they print the ballots without Trump.
Yeah, every single activist, justice right now at the state level, every single activist judge, they're licking their chops right now. They want to be the next ones to do this, and this is just blazing the path for
Arizona loves doing it.
Yeah, Arizona loves doing it. West Coast states.
Let me just say, I fully expect every single Trump supporter to not only agree with what I just said, but actually take it a step further. You should be thinking I'm wrong because I'm not going far enough as to what the Democrats are going to do. If you truly believe that 2020 was stolen from Trump in the most extreme way.
I mean, it just really surprises me because, honestly, okay, I'm, I feel like I'm in the neurodivergent sweet spot to be able to understand exactly how social hierarchies work, right? I'm not near, at the top of them, and at the same time, I'm able to perceive them. And what I'm talking about is just human interactions, the way that, people come off to each other, I guess, charisma, for lack of a better term, right? But Tim Pool doesn't have it. Tim Pool is not the kind of person that would rise to the top of any sort of social atmosphere. Tim Pool is on the top of his social circle because he's the boss, and for that reason only. And I guess you could say that's not like a rare occurrence in work environments in the United States, but it's so funny how a little bit of confidence just goes to this guy's head. Where in any other lifetime, right, he would be, he wouldn't have that confidence. Let's just say.
Ian talks about flipping votes even that can be done through hacking voting machines and fraudulent ballots.
Ian, we're talking. Bring him out. Bring out the Moon Lord.
Then you better damn well believe that a Secretary of State banging a gavel, figuratively, is the first thing they do. If you think fraud is on the menu, the first thing they do is just erase Trump's name and say, sue us. And while you're suing them, they'll be doing who knows what.
Yeah.
Getting ready for phase 2.
I mean, look how tight the margins were in the key swing states where Trump maybe lost.
They'll be in the basement of those pizza restaurants. Am I right?
2020. I mean, we're talking about 12,000 votes, 10,000 votes in just a couple places. So all it takes is a few Secretary of States or even county auditors just to whoopsie and not have Trump on the ballot. Because they can say, look, we were confused. Like he's an insurrectionist, right? 14th Amendment. And then there you go.
Yeah, we thought everyone agreed. I mean, I don't know. What were you doing?
I was listening.
Media said it over and over again.
Yeah, exactly. I was listening to like CBS, ABC, all those types of places on the way in.
Yeah.
And they use insurrection with a certain tone.
Wait, that is Ian's seat.
No nuance.
Yeah. Ian Crossland is his name. Okay, so yeah, this is like some dude that's literally in Moonlord's seat. Do you think that Moonlord is getting edged out?
Whatsoever.
Yep.
They're in another dimension completely. Yeah. And the people who listen to them, unless it's like someone listening to them to see what their point of view is, which I'm sure there's some, like me and others of us, they buy into that dimension.
I'll go to it.
No, go ahead.
No.
This is fascinating. We'll get into it in a little bit. But, Donald Trump recently had this quote where he was referring to Democrats poisoning the blood of this country through their bad policies, principally immigration.
Here we go again.
And you get all of the media screaming Trump is now like Hitler because Hitler wrote in Mein Kampf blood poison and things like that. The funny thing is, the people being polled.
Yeah, there was 2 words in common. Only two words in common, right?
In urban Democrat strongholds, overwhelmingly agree with Donald Trump.
Yeah,
they're outraged over the migrant problem. Now, again, I will save the migrant stuff because we do have a bigger subject on that. But I just want to point out the media is acting like the American people don't matter at all.
Right.
It's almost as if the corporate press realized, you know what? We no longer convince people. Let's just keep saying the same thing, knowing they don't believe us. And who cares? The deep state will come in with the boot and the iron fist, and we'll do what we want anyway. Thanks for watching this.
And that's how he's going to leave it. That's how he's going to leave it. Except for probably tell you to sign up for his Patreon, which is okay because you can sign up for my Patreon instead. So we're done with this guy. I'm like,
hey guys, welcome back to today's video. Today is Wednesday, December 20th, 2023, and last night, the Colorado Supreme Court released an explosive decision, a ruling that declared that Donald Trump would be disqualified from becoming the next president of the United States, effectively removing him from the general election ballot for the 2024 presidential election. Now, the Colorado Supreme Court made their decision based on the 14th Amendment, an amendment in our United States Constitution that declares that no person shall be senator or representative in Congress or elector of president and vice president or hold any office, etc., 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 that shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same or given aid or comfort to enemies thereof. Essentially.
Okay, so there's that. I like that somebody's actually putting up the language itself. I'm sorry, I'm just staring at the language.
What the Colorado
Supreme
Court has has declared through their ruling is that Donald Trump is ineligible for the presidency because they have decreed that he has partaken in insurrection. Now, this decision came at a 4-3 ruling from the Colorado court, one that shocked many people across the country, as this 14th Amendment argument has failed on multiple occasions at very prominent courts, many of which controlled by Democrats. Most recently in the state of Michigan, the judge here rejected this court case on the 14th Amendment basis, and nearly every single court had followed suit, except now for the Colorado court. For the first time in United States history, a candidate that had previously served as president or in any prominent elected office has been barred from running for the presidency of the United States on the grounds of insurrection. As much as we talk around the January 6th insurrection, this is the first time we've actually seen a court ruling actually declare it as such and relate Donald Trump's words and calls to action as participating and engaging in the insurrection. So with this decision, there are so many different things that are now in motion at this point. Number one, the Colorado court has announced that they will wait until the United States Supreme Court makes their ultimate decision. And the United States Supreme Court absolutely will rule on this. The Donald Trump campaign has already announced they are in the motion to working on appealing this decision, getting it to the courts. It was one that the Trump campaign or the Biden campaign, or rather any campaign, simply did not expect. Largely because it's unorthodox for a Supreme Court of any state to bar an individual candidate, especially one with such a heavy electoral mandate, from being allowed on the ballot. This is one part of it, moving to the Supreme Court. The other part of it is the moves in motion for President Trump to capitalize on this for his campaign. What we have seen with the issues on the indictments and subpoenas and trials and investigations is that it only serves as a benefit to Donald Trump in the Republican primary. With this decision from the Colorado court, it feeds right into his narrative that Democrats are afraid of his presidency, and they are doing everything they can to prevent him from becoming the nominee, thus making him perceived as more electable, which the majority of the party presently believes. And with this, Donald Trump will likely be not only campaigning on it for the issue of electability, but also for campaign fundraising, something that Donald Trump has been able to weaponize.
Okay, so I totally agree that this is going to help him in the primary election. But I'm not sure, even though he hasn't paid a price for all the legal shenanigans that he's gotten into, right? There is at least the appearance of a small group of voters who would change their vote were Donald Trump to be convicted on one of these charges, right? I know it sounds weird, right? You're going to vote for Trump, but if he gets convicted, you're not going to vote for him. Now, there are people that say that, whether they're serious about it or that's real, or you know, they won't be like convinced otherwise, you know, up to be seen. But you know, it is like, you know, I mean, like there are polls, despite the fact that Biden is down heavily in a lot of polls. There was recently a New York Times poll where it showed Biden as being 2 points ahead. So, you know, in the event that it is that close, yeah, like those voters could make a difference. I'm not convinced that even like this sort of decision doesn't actually end up hurting Trump's credibility in the larger electorate.
Has been decided against him in the courts, what the mainstream media has been saying about him, what the public has perceived about him to benefit his own campaign's finances. Not necessarily an unorthodox move for somebody who has campaigned and done this time and time again, as many politicians do, but it feeds directly into the narrative that Donald Trump has been hoping to benefit him throughout this election cycle. Now, before we get into more about the argument that was made to the court and what we will see likely happen at the United States Supreme Court, just a bit of background on the Colorado Supreme Court. This is a Democratic court. This is a 7-0 Democratic court that decided this case by a margin of 4-3. Every single justice on the Colorado court was appointed by one of the recent Democratic governors. Whether that's Bill Ritter, whether that's John Hickenlooper, and whether that's Jared Polis, there were significant impacts of having these Democrats as governors, translating to a prominent and strong victory for these Democrats in the court. It seems that all of the Democratic justices here, in one way or another, were very much tied to the establishment Democratic Party, but only 4 out of the 7 ended up siding in the decision that Donald Trump should be removed from the ballot. And with that, let's take a look at some of the high-level takeaways from this historic ruling that has happened for the first time in American history. The first one is what I've already mentioned, in that Donald Trump, according to the court, has engaged in insurrection, concluding that January 6th and his language around encouraging people to walk down to the Capitol, to fight like hell, to take back our country, was enough to justify beyond freedom of speech that he engaged in the insurrection. For the first time, we have actually seen this declared. Now, an insurrection is something that is
It's weird that they hung it on his words at the during the speech, because I feel like there's so much more implicating Donald Trump and in terms of his intent to commit insurrection.
Federal offense, something you can be tried and charged for. And presently speaking, Donald Trump has not been charged for it. But at the end of the day, it is up to the discretion of the court to determine whether or not Donald Trump has engaged in this activity and whether or not it invalidates him for the election, which they ended up deciding does. They also decided that the insurrectionist ban does in fact apply to Donald Trump. One of the previous cases that this has been decided by was a judge that declared that because the Constitution does not explicitly prohibit the president from engaging...
Yeah, that was a weird decision.
It actually applies to every office except the presidency. Now, the court here says that makes absolutely no sense.
Makes no
sense. What it says in the United States Constitution is that...
What it says is that judge, despite being nominated in seemingly or being seated in very heavily Democratic state, that judge is an absolute coward, right?
Somebody taking...
Literally, somebody doing the exact opposite of what you'd expect if you thought that the court was too politicized and that they were just calling it as is convenient for their political side. There no doubt is some of that, but I feel like it goes the other way more than it does. See, like there's a level of, what do I want to call it? Civility. Yeah, there we go. There's a level of civility that is expected of the Democrats, whether they be in the Senate, in the House, or wherever, that just is not put on the Republicans, because the Republicans are expected to violate that shit, right? It's this weird thing where they're held to two different standards by the medias. Now, the medias, yes, like it's not plural already. By the media, they're held, there's a separate standard, there's a double standard for Democrats. Now, there's a reason for this, right? And that is the Republican strategy of playing the refs. If the refs are the media, meant to call a foul when it happens, right? Meant to be, objective, right? Then you've got a situation where the home team, let's say, is fouling like all the time, constantly fouling. And, they are on track to lose the game because of their fouls, or at least that's the perception, right? You start to get some pressure on yourself to maybe call some fouls on the other team as well. And to maybe overlook a few of the many fouls being committed by the home team, right? Lest you be separated from your head on your way to the parking lot, right? Lest you be pulled limb from limb by screaming fans. And that's the situation that the U.S. media is in. That, if fairness means objectivity, calling it like you see it, you've got to say, yeah, like there's a lot of bad stuff going on, mostly by the Republicans, right? But when you say that, you feed into the image that Fox News has portrayed for years and years and years. These people are biased. It's not that our guys are cheating. It's not that our guys are traveling and fouling and double dribbling and everything else that's wrong in basketball. It's that the refs are unfair. The refs are in the tank for the other team. There it is. Don't trust the media. Don't trust the lying media, which is the point where it's gotten to with Trump, right? The same, another parallel with Hitler.
Any office, civil or military, under the United States, any office under the United States is what they are specifically focused on, includes the presidency of the United States. Other judges argue that because they explicitly declare senator or representative as the highest office point and do not explicitly mention the presidency, that it does not apply to the president. What you have seen on both sides is that it is a semantics issue. It is an issue of constitutional interpretation, as every Supreme Court case is. And specific to this one, you've seen arguments go both ways. However, this court decides that it does, in fact, apply to Donald Trump. But the United States Supreme Court will have the final word. we've known this for a while, that if this was to ever arise in Michigan or Colorado or any state where we've seen this happen, like New Hampshire even most recently, the United States Supreme Court would ultimately have the final say. There was no reality in which the Supreme Court was just going to let Colorado's court ultimately have the final verdict on this. It would set a horrible precedent and not answer a question that many people have been asking our current court on the national level to answer for the past year and a half since the January 6th insurrection. So the Supreme Court will absolutely have the final say. Now, right now, there is a paused ruling. And what that means is that we have this decision being paused by a Trump appeal. Now, the Trump appeal, I don't believe, has been formally introduced or announced, but it absolutely is coming before January 4th. The day before that, the Colorado Secretary of State requires a certification of a list for the March Republican presidential primary. Now, many people are estimating that this paused ruling does a benefit to Donald Trump, that there will be some stay and the Supreme Court will grant it, allowing them more time to dive deeper into this case and make a more accurate ruling. And so we will see that happen, and we will see that this paused ruling too, as it is right now, because they will force the Secretary of State to maintain things as is, as declared by the Colorado court. We are going to see things paused because everybody expects it to go up to the highest court, including the Colorado court. So for right now, there's no negative impact on Donald Trump in terms of his name being stripped off the ballot. Next point here is that the dissents offer a path to a Trump victory. What we have seen in a 7-0 Democratic court is a 4-3 split. I can only imagine what a 6-3 Republican court or conservative court, whatever term you want to use, a 6-3 conservative court would be in favor of Donald Trump, right? That's exactly what we can expect, because even a significant chunk of the Democrats here said that a candidate shouldn't be disqualified under the 14th Amendment, especially if they haven't been convicted of insurrection, which, like I said, is a federal crime, right? These are the things that people are going to make an argument for, including Democratic justices who may see this as an overstep by the Colorado court, which the Supreme Court absolutely has said and declared in the past. And the final thing here is that the Colorado justices absolutely knew that history was watching. They acknowledged this right off the bat, saying that this would travel into uncharted territory and present several issues of first impression. This is an historic moment. It's one that many people did not expect to see come out of the Colorado court. It's a state that Donald Trump lost in the last election by 13.5%. There is no electoral benefit specific to Colorado that a Democratic court would be inclined to kick off Donald Trump. I do think that this court decision was made with the intention of it reaching the United States Supreme Court, knowing that so much history was on the line that they would be making history with this decision. And the idea that Donald Trump participated in an insurrection is one that is solely split down party lines. Yet this time, we saw it internally split amongst Democrats. And even though there are people out there.
Yo, I don't know, like, this channel is pretty good as far as analysis of polls, analysis of the horse race, but I'm thinking the legal analysis is somewhat lacking here.
Participated in an insurrection is one that is solely split down party lines. Yet this time, we saw it internally split amongst Democrats. And even though there are people out there, as cited.
Okay, so the interpretation that's missing, I think, is that the gravitas, which was mentioned by the court itself, like in the opinion, right? They said that this is has grave and far-reaching consequences. We do not undertake this decision lightly, right? Is that not a plausible reason for the other Democratic or the liberal justices to vote against it? This is a whole country that's been intimidated by Donald Trump, not just the Republicans, right? 3 out of the 7 of these justices are bullshitting us because they're cowards, because they don't want to be the ones that Trump is talking about in his next speech. We are living under a reign of stochastic terror, and this guy has not been president since 4 years ago. 3 years ago, whatever. This is a scary situation.
Even in articles like this one from The Hill, talking about how people believe that Donald Trump did commit and violate the laws and
like I said, the danger of Rachel Maddow is that she gives you the feeling that the institutions are still in place and they are working their way, and when they finally, the wheels of justice crank around and turn around, that everything's going to be okay. That is not true. That is not true. We can see that these systems of checks and balances were and remain inadequate, and that the guardrails that were supposedly in place that people, assumed would protect the country from a situation like this, do not hold. And the end of the day can be pushed to their point of breaking. A constitutional crisis is a distinct possibility, and all bets are off at that point, right? All bets are off at that point. And the fact that there's already people on both sides of the aisle that are so scared of Donald Trump and his followers that they are willing to just bullshit a ruling like that, that's scary. That is truly frightening.
Participate in the insurrection, but they do not believe he should be disqualified from running, especially those who believe in the constitutional argument around it that it does not explicitly prohibit the President of the United States from running. Now, there are so many different ways you can go with this, but there are so many different impacts too of this on the current state of the election. Like I said, it feeds into this idea that Donald Trump is being attacked by all sides, whether it's the Department of Justice, whether it's the Democratic Party, whether it's the institutionalist Republicans, and now whether it's...
So I don't know if this is an actual appeal that this channel is making, but the appeal to avoid the appearance of impropriety, right? And the impropriety being, the politicization of the judicial system, is essentially an appeal to allow a former president to exist in a state that's above the law. That is unacceptable, right? We have seen what 4 years of a criminal presidency could do to a country. I don't want to see what another 4 years or more could do, because this time he is playing by no one's rules.
It's the court system besides the Department of Justice, but Supreme Courts that are trying to kick him off the ballot. There are a number of reasons that Donald Trump makes this argument that he is the enemy of everybody. And in his own way...
This is, the Andrew Tate strategy. And the Vosh strategy.
Might be. Right? Because Donald Trump has alienated a significant chunk of the GOP, because he has alienated, obviously, Democrats through his presidency and through his performance, because he has alienated many people, because he has broken laws as declared.
So what they're describing as a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Numerous trials, by numerous court cases, numerous indictments, looking into his ability to serve this out, because he has made himself an enemy of the press and made the press an enemy of himself. There are a lot of reasons.
And to be fair, this is not a new tactic, right? Republicans have been doing this at least since Nixon. Yeah, Nixon is.
That is, in his mind, what he perceives to be happening. The question is how he uses that to benefit himself electorally. And the real benefit...
my dog's Goth says my post above is about Rachel Maddow. I was pretending we argue about policy. Oh, wait. Let me read the post before. Wait, the post about the wholesome meal? Oh, she's hot. Rachel Maddow? I mean, I won't deny there is. I will not deny there is.
Coming from this for Donald Trump is that he is able to fundraise more. He's able to feed into this narrative more. But I don't think we should go further to say that it impacts the general election unless the Supreme Court decides that this decision needs to stay. And that seems very unlikely. I think it is unlikely. I think
it is unlikely. I agree.
Have rejected election cases in the past, like they did in February of 2021, refusing to hear court cases around the election, refusing to hear a Pennsylvania election case on mail-in ballots nearly a year later following the election. I mean, there are so many things here that might indicate that the Supreme Court isn't as pro-Trump as we think. But at the end of the day, there is no benefit.
And that's what I was saying before, right? Is that there is a portion of the, Republican caucus, a portion of, Republican, especially institutionalists who never wanted Trump to be president, agreed with him, went along with him, somewhat as almost hostages, right? And probably resent the hold he has over their base. This does, if any of these if two of these people exist within the conservatives of the Supreme Court, then that's the path right there to them at least making an attempt to exorcise the demon of Trump's cult of personality from their midst, right? But like at this point, like I don't know, I don't see a lot of courage, and that's what that would take even from them. And you, I mean, obviously, we're not expecting a fair decision, right? But that unfairness could cut against Trump as well, I guess.
At disqualifying Donald Trump for being on the ballot, especially if they know it could backfire. And I don't think justices are looking at it from that lens, but I do think it comes into the calculus of many people who might be influencing the decisions of the justices. We know that the Supreme Court is not a Supreme Court that is untouchable by external powers. What I also think, though, in a very, very small reality, in a very different type of world, is that maybe I am also wrong, right? I'm not there. I'm not a clerk for one of the justices. I'm not on, Supreme Court in its full understanding. What I do know is that it is very unlikely that they uphold this decision. But the reality in which I explore it, we can talk about it right now. I think the only situation in which you really see, because I was just talking about external pressure, is that maybe there is an argument to these justices, not on a case of constitutionality, not on a case of whether or not the Colorado court made the right decision from a law perspective, but maybe from the perspective that Donald Trump isn't the strongest Republican candidate. You see,
that's a possibility. I don't know. It's harder to make that call today than it would have been like 6 months ago, right? In terms of you did see polls where other candidates, other Republicans fared better, and you still do see some where like Nikki Haley, for instance, I think beats Joe Biden by more points than Donald Trump does in a hypothetical election if held today.
The Supreme Court, like I said, is not exactly untouchable when it comes down to external interests, nor do they ignore elections that they sometimes can intervene in. And take a look at the 2000 presidential election. When
there we go.
Court, no matter how they.
So that's what I'm saying is like I don't expect a ruling upholding the decision by the Colorado Supreme Court, but what I really don't expect is a ruling based on the merits and the letter and the spirit of the law, like right, a real legit legal ruling. I don't expect that, right? If they do side with the Colorado court, it'll be in order to get rid of Trump.
In either direction would have been directly intervening in the election in one way or another. And though many Democrats see that as a fluke, or many Republicans see it as a fluke victory, there is still some level that the Supreme Court absolutely takes into consideration which side of the aisle they agree with the most, and which side of the aisle would stand to benefit from their decision. And so in a situation in which they do uphold this decision, I think it would be fueled by the idea that Donald Trump would be a losing nominee, and it would clear the path for somebody like Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley.
I also think there's a potential that they don't they care more about getting rid of Trump than any consideration, even political.
Who could reason?
But it's a shot in the dark. I don't know. Like a lot of these people probably have made peace with Trump. Are there two of them that haven't, that refuse to, that will take an opportunity to, exercise this specter from the party? Possibly.
Reasonably win the
but not likely
election by a larger margin. I don't agree on the DeSantis front. I do very much agree on the Haley front, but I don't know what these justices are being told. Now, that is a very, very slim chance. I think it is much more probable and much more likely that they go forward with a 9-0 decision in favor of Donald Trump and keep him on the ballot. I can imagine maybe just 1 or 2 liberal justices dissenting from that, but even then, I don't think that's likelier than a 9-0 decision. But this Colorado court case is one that certainly is for the history books. It's so exceptionally fascinating about how we even got to this point, how an insurrection being associated with Donald Trump and a presidential candidate might even bar them from running for re-election to the presidency of the United States. It's a fascinating, fascinating point. It's a fascinating court case and one that I think will be studied for decades to come, because for the first time in American history, we officially have a former president barred from running for re-election, at least in the state of Colorado. Very, very national impacts. We will see, though, what the Supreme Court does in terms of standardizing this, because maybe they will acknowledge some legality to the argument, but reject it on most other cases. We will see, because the Supreme Court is certainly not a 7-0 Democratic advantage, Democratic court, but it also is a very interesting one that has had some shocking decisions over the past 3 years alone that don't often agree with the former president, but in many cases often do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess, like, yeah, their decisions have not been good for him. I'm trying to think of examples where the decisions went against him, though. Doesn't matter if Trump is on the ballot, at least 3 or 4 leftovers are in the tank for the Seven Mountains Heritage Foundation. Oh, 3 of the... Wait. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, a lot of these 3 of the 4 other candidates are definitely on board with Project 2025. So let's check in with Legal Eagle.
Well, we knew it was going to end up in front of the Supreme Court at some point, but SCOTUS may decide this sooner rather than later, and that's good news for some and bad news for others. Now, Donald Trump basically says that the Constitution gave him absolute power to do whatever he wanted.
This is a thumbnail.
As president and without criminal prosecution.
Wait, now, just to be clear, that's Jack. Oh my god, why is his last name escaping me? It's not Jordan Peterson, is the main thing that I want to say.
Then I have an Article 2 where I have the right to do whatever I want as president.
And former President Trump has asked an appeals court to dismiss one of the criminal indictments against him because of this alleged presidential immunity. But special counsel Jack Smith has now answered
Jack Smith, thanks.
For certiorari. That might as well be entitled, "That's not how this works, that's not how any of this
I was like, it's Jack Smith, isn't it? I was like, wait, no, it's
works." And Smith doesn't want to waste any time. He wants this.
I feel like his production level's gone up
to decide this issue without waiting around for an appellate decision. So can Trump be tried, convicted, and punished for acts he committed while president, or is he absolutely immune from federal prosecutions for these alleged crimes? And what is the Supreme Court going to do about it? Now, on August 1st, 2023, a federal grand jury in Washington, D.C. indicted Donald Trump on 4 counts of attempting to...
It's Smith.
2020
it's
election.
Smith.
The indictment alleges that while Trump was still president, he participated in a conspiracy to defraud the United States, that he corruptly obstructed the certification of the presidential election results on January 6, 2021, and that he conspired with other people to do the same, and that he violated one or more persons' constitutional rights to vote and have their vote counted. Now, federal district court judge Tanya Chutkan scheduled the trial to begin on March 4th, 2024, but Trump recently filed a motion to dismiss the indictment on the grounds that he has absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for acts taken within the outer perimeter of his official responsibilities, and that the indictment's allegations all fall within that scope.
Oh, wait.
Trump also argued the double jeopardy principles and the impeachment clause barred his prosecution. Smith opposed Trump's motion on the grounds that a president does not have absolute immunity from federal criminal prosecution. The district court denied Trump's immunity claim and rejected the impeachment clause argument. Trump filed.
Okay, so this is another way in which the Supreme Court will decide Trump's fate. Just to be clear, right? We're actually talking here about the appeal that Trump made on the basis of, yeah, like executive immunity while serving as president. Essentially, the fact that the president does it means that it's not a crime. What Nixon famously argued, right? And Jack Smith has said, "Hey, Supreme Court, you need to decide on this now, because we got a trial that is going to go off, and it does not need to be delayed or like reversed on the basis of this. If you're gonna like, don't waste our time. Like, let us know. Is he right about the executive privilege thing, or is he, you know, are you going to call us bluff, right?
Filed a notice of appeal to the DC Circuit and moved for stay of all proceedings in the district court.
So I'm guessing that this video probably got made before what happened yesterday with the Colorado court.
While his appeal was pending. And under federal law and Supreme Court precedent, an appeal suspends trial proceedings, specifically anything, quote, involved in the appeal. So I think in an abundance of caution, Judge Chutkan has now halted most aspects of the case, although we don't know exactly how much of the case is halted and for how long. Trump's appeal on the immunity issue is an interlocutory appeal. An interlocutory appeal is an appeal to the Court of Appeals before a conviction or a sentence. And federal procedure states, quote, the filing of a notice of appeal confers jurisdiction on the courts of appeal and divests the district court of its control over those aspects of the case involved in the appeal. So consequently, Judge Chutkan's order pauses any further proceedings that would move the case towards trial or impose additional burdens of litigation on defendant. However, her order is limited in two respects. First, the state deadlines and proceedings are held in abeyance rather than permanently vacated, and Judge Chutkan said she would release the March trial date if jurisdiction were returned to her. Second, the court's other protective measures are not in abeyance, which means that Trump still has to follow his pretrial release conditions and the judge's gag orders. The judge also said her protective orders guiding discovery and jury procedures are still active, and it's theoretically possible the entire criminal prosecution of Trump is not necessarily stayed. There's case law stating that an appeal only divests the federal court over control of, as I said, those aspects of the case involved in the appeal. Here, that could mean the rest of the case continues to move forward, but as Judge Chutkan notes, there is no circuit precedent on the court's protective orders, quote, much less instructive cases in the context of an interlocutory immunity appeal. The Supreme Court recently stayed an arbitration case in its entirety because, quote, the question on appeal is whether the case belongs in arbitration or instead in district court. The entire case is essentially involved in the appeal. So here we don't know exactly what a claim of presidential immunity will do to the case as a whole, but clearly there will be delays in some respects. Now, obviously you're gonna want a good lawyer to argue in front of the Supreme Court, but if you want a great lawyer, my friend—
No! We got the burned-in ad here for the Eagle team.
Trump's appeal.
You know, I feel like, no.
From the district court order. And Trump opposes this motion even though he wants the case dismissed. Now, if this appeal goes forward on an ordinary or even expedited timeline, the Supreme Court would not decide it until probably next term in 2025. And barring something completely unforeseen, Trump will be the Republican Party's nominee for president. Then if Trump is elected, he might argue that the case can't move forward because sitting presidents can't be prosecuted, or he might just dismiss the case himself. So the first question is, can Smith bypass the Court of Appeals? Trump World has reacted to Smith's move with the typical understatement. For example, quote, crooked Joe Biden's henchman, deranged Jack Smith, is so obsessed with interfering in the 2020.
You know, I mean, this is Trumpian language, but you know what it kind of reminds me of? Like, it sounds like the way that a pulp paperback novel from like the latter half or the former half of the 20th century, right? The like early 1900s would read.
24 presidential election.
Like some kind of like a gangster like novel.
The goal of preventing President Trump from retaking the Oval Office, as the president is poised to do, that Smith is willing to try for a Hail Mary by racing to the Supreme Court and attempting to bypass the appellate process. But in opposing the government's motion, Trump complains that it took too long for the government to prosecute him, so now the court should take as long as possible to dismiss the case against him. Quote, the prosecution waited over 2 years to bring this lawless case and then sought an extraordinarily—
Okay, now that's something that I have questions about too. To my vantage point, which is granted limited, right? I'm not, I don't know anything about law or courts. But it does seem like that they took their sweet time in, you know, filing these charges. That being said, I don't really know how long this sort of thing should take, or like how like normal this is. I do know that the legal system tends to move impossibly slow. And particularly in a case where the defendant waives their right to a speedy trial.
Expedited trial calendar, demanding the jury selection begin in December 2023. Notwithstanding, there is a process by which the Supreme Court can weigh in before an appeals court renders a decision. Federal law says, quote, an application for the Supreme Court for a writ of certiorari to review a case before judgment has been rendered in the Court of Appeals.
Vanilla Ice, is that a JoJo reference?
Appeals may be made at any time before judgment. And when is it okay to ask for an expedited review of this type? Well, when, quote, the case is of such imperative public importance as to justify deviation from normal appellate practice and to require—
I will use my stand Wicked game.
Immediate determination in the court. Conspiracy, it's a process by which the Supreme Court can issue a decision without having to wait for the lower court of appeals, often when things are incredibly important for the country, and also when it doesn't make any sense to wait for the Court of Appeals if the Supreme Court is going to have the final word on the decision anyway. Smith argues that this is obviously a case of imperative public importance. The amenability to criminal prosecution of a former president of the United States for conduct undertaken during his presidency. It requires no extended discussion to confirm that this case, involving charges that respondents sought to thwart the peaceful transfer of power through violations of federal criminal law, is at the apex of public importance. The charges implicate a central tenet of our democracy. And there is some precedent to support the idea of the court acting quickly to resolve a claim of presidential immunity. As the government wrote in its briefing, quote, when the government sought certiorari before judgment in the United States versus Nixon, a case presenting similarly consequential issues of presidential privilege, the court granted the petition and resolved the constitutional question expeditiously so that the trial could begin as scheduled. And in the Nixon case, the court granted cert and issued an opinion just 16 days later, in part so that one of the Watergate criminal trials could proceed. Smith argues that, quote, this is a quintessential example of an important question of federal law that has not been, but should be settled by this court. And the Supreme Court has never directly addressed criminal immunity, even though it comes up every time a sitting president orchestrates a burglary, has sex with an intern, or tries to overthrow the elected government. And Trump's lawyers responded by accusing Jack Smith of trying to cancel Christmas and scolding the special counsel for trying to make the court staff miserable during the holidays.
What?
That's not a joke. That's actually what they wrote in their briefing. Quote, it's as if the special counsel growled, with his Grinch fingers nervously drumming, I must find some way to keep Christmas from coming. But how? Now, that's probably not what I would write in my own Supreme Court briefing, but you gotta hand it to him. It's memorable, at least. And Trump argues that the March 2024 trial date itself is unconstitutional and that the public interest weighs strongly against the request for expedited review. Trump contends that expedited consideration would violate President Trump's due process and Sixth Amendment rights, among others. And he argues that it would deprive him of the time necessary to prepare his defense, since the case includes 5 million pages of discovery. Though this does ignore an important fact, which is that the immunity issue is largely a matter of law, not fact. And if the Supreme Court agrees with Trump that he is immune from prosecution, then there's no need to read the 11.5 million pages of documents because the case would be over. And the Supreme Court quickly agreed to expedite consideration of Smith's petition. Now, this is not the same thing as agreeing to decide the case before the appeals court makes a decision. This is a decision to decide whether to decide that case up front. And Smith is taking nothing for granted. He concurrently filed a motion to expedite proceedings in the DC Circuit, asking for an expedited schedule that will ensure that a decision is made fast enough that the Supreme Court would hear it during the current term. The DC Federal Appeals Court granted the government's request to expedite consideration of Trump's appeal, and the appeals court has set deadlines for briefs to be filed between December 23rd and January 2nd. Now, what about the merits of the case? Well, American presidents enjoy absolute immunity from most civil lawsuits involving conduct that occurred during their presidential terms. The Constitution does not explicitly say that the president actually has any litigation immunity because of his role as chief executive, but this immunity exists by judicial interpretation. And in practice, it means that a president is given the freedom to exercise his official duties without being exposed to litigation for civil damages. And in Nixon versus Fitzgerald, a 5-4 Supreme Court ruled that a president is entitled to absolute immunity from legal liability for civil damages based on his official acts, including acts on the outer perimeter of his duties. The court defined the president's official duties quite broadly to prevent future presidents from being sued for, quote, virtually every allegation that an action was unlawful or was taken for a forbidden purpose. Now, the contours of immunity from civil liability are still being defined. In Clinton versus Jones, the Supreme Court gave Paul Jones the green light to sue Bill Clinton for sexual harassment that happened before he was
Love the hyper reality of Legal Eagle's video editing style.
President. And when E. Jean Carroll sued Trump for defamation after he said that she lied about sexual assault, he asserted that he had immunity because he called her a liar while he was president.
You know what they really need to do is figure out a way to like make the little wispy hairs on E. Jean Carroll like kind of blow in the wind, like, you know, like in emotion. That would really.
And his statements were included in the outer perimeter of his official duties. But last week, the Second Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that Trump waived immunity, the first time a court has held that presidential immunity was waivable.
This video was made 6 hours ago? Well, was put out 6 hours ago. Is that what you mean?
And Trump also raised immunity as defense to lawsuits filed by Capitol Police officers and members of Congress who assert that Trump incited a riot on January 6th, but a 3-judge panel of the DC Circuit rejected this claim. The court held that Trump's remarks on that day were not necessarily within the outer perimeter of his official acts. It's possible that they were, and it's possible that they weren't. That will have to be decided at trial. And when he acts outside of the functions of his office, he does not continue to enjoy immunity from damages liability just because he happens to be president. Rather, as the Supreme Court made clear in Clinton versus Jones, a president's official act immunity by nature does not extend to his unofficial actions. When he acts in an unofficial private capacity, he is subject to civil suits like any private citizen. But the bigger question is, what about
they stole the editing from Illuminati, yes.
Liability for acts which occurred during the presidency. Now, Donald Trump wants the same circuit court that decided the Capitol Police case to rule that he can't be criminally prosecuted for anything he did while president. Now, no court has ever ruled that a sitting president is immune from all criminal liability while president. However, Trump is arguing a school of thought known as the unitary executive theory. And this theory was largely developed by Antonin Scalia while he served in the Nixon administration. Now, according to this theory, every power not expressly granted to the judiciary or the legislature is given to the president.
That is so bad. That is so bad that a stink was not put on the Nixon administration strong enough to prevent any of its officials from getting on the Supreme Court in the future. Like, yeah, seriously, like everybody that worked for Nixon, like that should be like a real red mark to have to overcome. But oh my God, here he is in the Supreme Court.
Part of his duties to faithfully
Why am I not surprised?
Execute the law. And it postulates that the entire federal government serves at the command of the president, and neither Congress nor the courts have a right to check the president's orders. And there are some scholars that extend the unitary executive theory to make the president immune from criminal prosecution. However, there have been some roadblocks to this idea. For example, in 2020, the Supreme Court ruled against Trump's version of the unitary executive theory in a case where he challenged New York's right to subpoena his business records for alleged financial crimes. In Trump versus Vance, the court rejected the proposition that the sitting president can use his powers under Article 2 of the Constitution to assert immunity from criminal investigation. Then in Trump versus Mazars, the Supreme Court ruled that the president wasn't immune from congressional subpoenas. Investigation is different from prosecution, though. The Justice Department has long taken the position that a sitting president could be investigated but not charged with a crime until after he leaves office. This is why Robert Mueller's...
Yeah, that's the ending of the Mueller case, right? Like that was the conclusion. A lot of people misinterpret the Mueller investigation as having not found anything. That's not true. The Mueller investigation brought up evidence and was, refrained from prosecution because it's just not possible. It's executive privilege, right? So the investigation can go on in the Congress if you have a Congress that's willing to take an impartial look. Even the Congress under Nixon at first was very much against the investigation until like one domino after another fell. And, it was impossible to ignore it, right? But that never happened with Trump.
Team prosecuted Trump's associates.
And like I said, same reason. It is a cult of intimidation.
But did not charge Trump with crimes. Though the Justice Department's reasoning doesn't have the force of law, and the analysis is a bit shaky. However, even the DOJ agrees that a president can be prosecuted after his term ends. But former President Trump has gone a step further.
Oh, Michael, I don't think that legal Eagle is telling us anything I don't think this is any copium here.
Asserting that
I don't know I'm curious what his opinion on it.
President can never face criminal
but yeah, I am aware of his demographic.
Prosecution for acts that they did while president, unless they were impeached and convicted in Congress. Now, Judge Chutkan has rejected this out of hand. Quote, "The Constitution's text, structure, and history do not support that contention. No court or any other branch of government has ever accepted it, and this court will not so hold. Whatever immunities a sitting president may..."
Although I guess he's not going to really speak to the question of the Trump's ability to be on the ballot or not, right? That's not going to be a part of this video. We were saying, it came out 6 hours ago, and most likely was made before the announcement of the Colorado decision.
Enjoy. The United States has only one chief executive at a time, and that position does not confer a lifelong get-out-of-jail-free pass. Former presidents enjoy no special conditions on their federal criminal liability. Defendant may be subject to federal...
Yeah, it didn't really have right, that kind of investigation, right, does not yield a verdict. That is not a court, hearing a case, right? That is an investigator looking into, a prosecutor, let's just say, looking into a case and rendering a judgment that yes, like this is prosecutable in any other situation, but no, in this situation, executive privilege holds that I cannot prosecute. So yeah, it was that kind of something that would have normally resulted in an indictment, but because of the nature of the executive privilege that the president holds, did not.
Investigation, indictment, prosecution, conviction, and punishment for any criminal acts undertaken while in office. And in Nixon versus Fitzgerald, the Supreme Court previously affirmed that there is no provision in the Constitution conferring criminal immunity. And a memo from the Department of Justice's Office of Legal Counsel confirms that, quote, the Constitution provides no explicit immunity from criminal sanctions for any civil officer, including the current president. And it appears the framers of the Constitution included immunity for other federal officials, such as members of Congress, who are protected by the speech and debate clause, but they didn't give this kind of immunity to the president.
Oh, I didn't want to imply, Michael says, I didn't want to imply that, oh, no, I didn't take that as like a, I mean, like, no, I mean, you're right. You bring up a good point. Like, and if anybody isn't familiar with this person, this is not some kind of magical leftist attorney. This is a liberal attorney, legal eagle here. And yeah, it does have probably a very similar audience to Rachel Maddow's in terms of the demographics.
And as for Trump's assertion that the impeachment judgment clause,
or sorry, demographics are wrong, in terms of the political, ideological demographics. Yes.
This clause says, quote, judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. But the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. Now, Trump says this means that he can't be indicted, convicted, or punished unless the Senate convicted him at his impeachment trial. Judge Chutkan, so
far, yeah. The other thing he's claiming is he like some kind of a double jeopardy.
Part of the clause was meant to distinguish the presidency from British tradition, in which an impeachment conviction could result in additional penalties like fines and even execution. And the second part of the impeachment clause that says the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. Judge Chutkan concluded that this means that further punishment by the courts is possible. Trump argues that it's only possible if the president is in fact convicted during impeachment. And while Trump's argument already has traction with Justice Alito, who discussed it in a dissent in Trump versus Vance, Judge Chutkan wrote that even if Trump's interpretation was valid, it would only protect the president while he was in office, which has been the OLC's position since the Nixon era. And Trump's argument would undermine accountability for other law-breaking officials because it would, quote, apply not only to the president, but also the vice president and all civil officers of the United States who may likewise be impeached. And the order discusses the history of criminality by executive officials. Vice President Aaron Burr was indicted even though his impeachment trial did not end in conviction. Vice President Spiro Agnew was indicted despite not being impeached and eventually resigning and entering a no contest plea. And in one of the more ridiculous incidences in presidential history, President Grant was cited for reckless driving of horses. And then the next day he did it again. An officer arrested and fined Grant, but Grant did not argue that he was immune from prosecution. Prior cases deciding issues of presidential immunity addressed the Article II interests of the presidency. For example, Nixon versus Fitzgerald was about a president allegedly injuring individuals who had to sue for damages. But both the DOJ's legal team and the Trump legal team are going to need a lot of coffee over the holidays to write their briefs, due right before Christmas and right after New Year's. Luckily, they can get some great coffee from today's sponsor.
Yo! Oh my God, everybody's sponsored. Everybody's sponsored this holidays. Except for me. Because I'm too damn picky. Anyway, so yeah, that's what's going on with Legal Eagle. That was I really for some reason I thought this was gonna be, I thought that Legal Eagle was just popping the videos out really fast, and that this was gonna be about the Colorado case. Instead, we're talking about the Jack Smith case. So, kind of unexpected there. Let's see what's going on with Fetterman. So many of you may be aware that John Fetterman is, I don't know, leaving the left, or leaving the progressives, right? We got this quote here from Fetterman, his official account, right? I'm not a progressive. I'm just a regular Democrat, right?
Fetterman is overwhelmingly the favorite to win what could be the Democrats' best chance at flipping a Senate seat, with more than half of the registered Democrats in the state saying they plan to vote for him.
Are you a progressive?
No, I'm just a Democrat that has always run on what I believe and know to be true. And 6 years ago, that was considered progressive. But now there isn't a single Democrat in this race or any race that I'm aware of that's running on anything different. And we are squandering, in my opinion, an enormous opportunity to do some transformative good through legislation that is being stopped by a senator like Joe Manchin. And I'm not criticizing him. I'm simply saying I would vote differently. So if that makes me anything, you know, it's not, I don't believe it's a moderate to derail your party's and president's agenda.
Okay, so I guess that's, yeah, what I'm just a Democrat running.
Fetterman is overwhelmingly the favorite to win what could be.
He's showing that as proof that, you know, anybody that expected him to be good on, you know, the Israel issue or any other issue, immigration, I think he's kind of really pivoted towards the right, as has President Biden. You know, he's saying now, I'm not a progressive, I'm just a regular Democrat. Well, let's see who might disagree with that. Maybe John Fetterman? This is Community Notes, right? My dude, I'm a progressive Democrat, and rate my Skype room gave me a 1 out of 10. Claimed that it looked like I was in a hostage situation. What is this over? What kind of weird... To be clear, Republican-controlled legislature just passed a law to try to ban me from my flying weed and pride flags off my balcony. Rate my Skype room? What the F is rate my Skype room? That is a bad tongue twister. It's a very evil tongue twister. Okay, so it's a response to Jeb Bush. There's, yeah, Room Raider. Rate my Skype room. Mr. Room Raider, is it possible now that the election is over to rate rooms on a nonpartisan basis? Are you a room raider or a hyper-partisan person? So wait, the room raider is rating rooms based on politics? Is that the allegation? Wait, they're rating rooms that Republicans are... Oh, it's a Skyping in from. I guess that's what they do. They rate their Skype room. Can anybody explain this to me? This is truly weird. This is truly outrageous. Hey, I have the feeling that we've got another ad coming up. I don't know when exactly they're going off, but I started at some weird time, and so they're playing at some weird time, and I think one's about to happen now on Twitch. If you want to get out of that, you can use a Twitch Prime to get out of it for free. You could pay for a sub to get out of it for free, or if you're lucky enough, you might be gifted a sub. That can happen, that does happen, but that's more likely to happen if you're active in chat. Also, yeah, make sure to like the stream. If you haven't already, it helps me out immeasurably, and you know, if you can do nothing else for me, then that is actually something. That is actually something quite great. Of course, you can also you know, donate on Twitch or on YouTube or through super chats or memberships, gift memberships, etc. And as always, through the Patreon, whatever makes the most sense for you will keep me coming back to you more and more often, and we'll admit that it's possible that Fetterman's Oh my God, that is territory that I gotta stay clear of. But yeah, this is about rate my Skype room. Like, okay. So Jeb Bush thinks that rate my Skype room. So Fetterman must have had a Skype room. Fetterman must have Skyped in to some news show, and the rate my Skype person gave him a 1 out of 10, and he's a progressive Democrat. I think I finally understand it. That's what that comes from. Now let's see the rest of these. No, that's the wrong one. Oh my God, bookmarks. Not trying to see President Sunday's thread on Destiny there. Wow. So wait, these are all Fetterman Twitter links. Ready to keep fighting for a stronger Pennsylvania? Chip in whatever you can to help this progressive momentum. Oh my God. Okay. Progressive values have been at the heart of my campaign. Whatever happens May 15th, I'm proud to be here tonight with Bernie Sanders. Bernie for Fetterman. No, not progressive at all. Right there. What would make you think that? What would ever make you think that? We have started a progressive movement here in Pennsylvania. Okay, that's the same one again. What is this? TBT 2009. How old is this from? No, 2018. Progressive rhetoric is great, but progressive results are 100%. Oh, that's him on the cover of The Atlantic. Yeah, why would he say that? He's not a progressive. There's an Ostenox tweet, Hassan's editor, one of Hassan's editor. Weird, you were progressive when you were begging for me for money. Oh no. You got Ostenoxed. And Language Doctor. Also chiming in. I don't know, my dude. I got receipts. So this is, wow. This is right in that thread. Great hair or greatest hair? If you're standing with these progressive champions. Oh, okay. At first I saw so that's Bernie and Fetterman. But like when I first saw this, I was like, Lenin? Lenin? Is he praising Vlad Lenin? Don't tell Vosh. We started a progressive movement here. Yeah, there we go. Receipts. That's what we got. We are all about the receipts today. And I got the receipts of all of you who supported the thread, showing them off again, showing your avatars off, right? Thank you so much for helping me out with that. If you haven't helped out already and would like to do so, you can click on, I think it's in the pinned tweet. Yeah, the pinned tweet, the pinned chat in both chats will get you to the Twitter thread if you want to. Yeah, it's Lenin. It's definitely Lenin. Ostenox is a good editor. I've learned a lot from Ostenox. Although his name sounds like a video game enemy. Don't you think like Ostenox would be like, we have to fight, like he wouldn't be the boss of the game, but he'd be like the mini boss of the game, maybe? Oh God, we have Bill Maher.
And finally, new rule. I know
this is gonna piss me off. I can feel it already, chat. Can you feel it?
Supposed to be that magical time.
I can feel the anger rising.
Here, but maybe what we all really need right now is a good dose of realism. I see a lot of nativity scenes when I'm out, as you always do before Christmas, and I can't help thinking about where that manger really is. It's in the West Bank, on Palestinian land.
So now, like, it's weird how this starts out, because this could be like a reason to maybe give like Christians a reason to give a fuck about people in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, right? But Bill's got another idea of where he wants to go with this.
Controlled by the Palestinian Authority. In 1950, the little town of Bethlehem was 86% Christian. Now it's overwhelmingly Muslim. And that's my point tonight. Things change. To 2.3 billion Christians, there can be no more sacred site than where their Savior was born. But they don't have it anymore. And yet no Crusader army has...
So do you see the argument that he's making?
...up to take it back. Things change. Countries, boundaries, empires. Palestine was under the Ottoman Empire for 400 years, but today an ottoman is something you put under your feet.
So no, it's ironic that he's saying, yeah, oh God, I'm sorry, I pause fucked him. Let me give you your laugh. Yes, nice dad joke. An ottoman is something you put under your feet. Don't. Oh wait, I actually have an ottoman is something you put under your feet. There you go, Bill. You're so funny. Good joke. Good joke. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take that away from you. But you know, you could hear the kind of argument that he's making, right? And he's making it with the slogan of things change, which is ironic, right? Because the one thing that doesn't seem to change is people being complacent about unjust acts when they're done by somebody with power. Because that is really what he's justifying here. That is really what Bill Maher is justifying. You got to let it go. Things change. You know, this was a Christian, you know, village. Wait, when did he say it was? Like at some point, mostly Christians live there. Now mostly Muslims live there. Things change, and you got to accept that, right? But the thing that's not changing is this smug cozying up to a power enacting crimes against humanity on human beings. Bill Maher, you're an example of the things that don't change.
The city of Byzantium became the city of Constantinople, became...
You gotta do the they might be giants thing if you're gonna do that. You gotta say Istanbul was...
Istanbul. Not everybody liked it, but you...
That's nobody's business but the Turks.
Can't keep arguing the call forever.
Otherwise, they might be giants will come to your house.
The Irish had the entire island to themselves, but the British were starting an empire, and, well, the Irish lost their tip. They blew each other up over it for 30 years, but eventually...
Oh my God.
Everybody comes to an accommodation, except the Palestinians. Was it unjust that even a single Arab family was forced to move upon the founding of the Jewish state? Yes, but it's also not...
You make it sound like they got a notice in the mail, right? It was just like, oh, by the way, you gotta move. Like, right, you know, here's, you got 4 weeks to get out.
Rare. Happening all through history.
He's really, really minimizing the Nakba.
All over the world, and mostly what people do is make the best of it. After World War II, 12...
This is fucking bad dad advice, right? Life isn't fair, and you gotta make the best of it.
12 million ethnic Germans...
Easy for you to say.
...got shoved out of Russia and Poland and Czechoslovakia because being German had become kind of unpopular. 1 million Greeks were shoved out of Turkey and...
Wait, but that is what... I mean, no, this is the thing. People aren't asking, right, for the displacement of Jewish people as a remedy to the displacement of Palestinian people. People are asking, at the most, for one secular state, for enfranchisement and for human rights, right? At the most, right? If they're, you know, not asking for a two-state solution, which is going to be inherently unfair, but like implies some level of self-determinism and sovereignty, you know, for the Palestinian people. But he's really distorting it, right? In saying that the Germans had to go back to where they came from after they colonized, some territory seized by the army, right? How do you compare that to Palestinian people who have been systematically moved off their land, right? If pushing, the Germans out of there was correct, then your argument, your premise actually justifies something a lot, more, a lot more, justifies a lot more than what people are actually asking for.
1923, a million Ghanaians.
But yeah, at least some, some right of return would be
out of Nigeria in 1983, almost a million French out of Algeria in 1962.
What the hell is the ejection? Oh my God! Wow, this is so backwards. Like, he's not making the case. He's just naming, other situations which were unjust. But yeah, like the.
Nearly a million Syrian refugees moved to Germany 8 years ago. Was that a perfect fit? And no one knows more about being pushed off.
Are you standing Assad now?
Off land than the Jews, including being almost wholly kicked out of every Arab country they once lived.
God, and we dealt with this with Destiny again. Yeah, this was the result of the dispossession of the Palestinians. This was the strike back in these and in some cases not even
lived in. Yes, TikTok fans, ethnic
TikTok fans, you old man yelling at clouds.
Cleansing happened both ways. In Fiddler on the Roof, the family is always moving to stay one step ahead of the Cossacks, but they deal with it. When they're leaving an attempt.
Hey, how about if the Nakba hadn't happened in the first place, right? And none of this had to happen, right?
They say, hey, it wasn't so great anyway. Come on, like other countries don't have roofs you could fiddle on. Now, that's not how they really felt, but they were coping. They coped, because sometimes that's all you can do. History is brutal, and humans are not good people. History.
So that's what he's saying to the Palestinians. Cope more.
History is sad and full of wrongs, but you can't make them unhappen because.
But you know what you can do? You can look at those wrongs of history and try to prevent them from repeating, unless something doesn't change, right? Like it hasn't changed with you.
A paraglider isn't a time machine. People
Are you gonna get laughs for that one? Oh, thank God they didn't laugh at that one. That's
moved and yes, colonized. Nobody was a bigger colonizer than the Muslim army that swept out of the Arabian desert and took over much of the world in a single century.
Oh my God.
And they didn't do it by asking. There's a reason Saudi Arabia's flag is a sword. Kosovo was the cradle.
So here we go with the Sam Harris take. There is something, I'm an atheist. I don't like religion much, but there's something particularly bad about Islam above and beyond other religions. That's what he's saying. That's something I'm disagreeing with. If anyone from YouTube is paying attention, I disagree with Bill Maher on this, but that is indeed what he's saying.
Of Christian Serbia, then it became Muslim. They fought a war about it in the 90s, but stopped. They didn't keep it going for 75 years. There were deals on the table to share the land called Palestine in 1947, 93, 95, 98.
To be fair, this could be an argument against abolishing apartheid in South Africa. This could be an argument for breaking more treaties with First Nations, right? This could be an argument for a million bad things. This is a bad argument to make. This is not the world that anyone should want to live in, right? Especially one in which our own country proclaims the rule-based order of nations. That the colonization and the dispossession of the bad old days does not happen anymore, when we all know that's not true.
2000, 2008, and East Jerusalem could have been the capital of a Palestinian state that today might look more like Dubai than Gaza. Arafat was offered 95% of the West Bank and said no. The Palestinians...
Again, we heard about that. That was an offer that was saddled with intolerable measures, right? There were things in the offer that were non-starters, and that's why it didn't get accepted.
Palestinian people should know your leaders and the useful idiots on college campuses who are their allies are not doing you any favors by keeping alive the river to the sea myth. I mean, where do you think Israel is going? Spoiler alert, nowhere.
You could say the same thing about South Africa, and I feel like you would. I feel like we put you in a time capsule and ship you off to pre-apartheid. I feel like you would.
It's one of the most powerful countries in the world with a $500 billion economy, the world's second largest tech sector after Silicon Valley, and nuclear weapons. They're here. They like their bagel with a schmear. Get used to it. What's happening to Palestine?
He's like literally conflating being Jewish with the act of settlement and colonization and dispossession of, like, right, that's ugly what he just did there. No one should conflate being Jewish with Zionism, right? That's fucking racist, to be frank.
Horrible. And not just in Gaza, in the West Bank too. But wars end with negotiation, and what the media glosses over is it's hard to negotiate when the other side's bargaining position is you all die and disappear. I mean, the chant from the river to the sea. Yeah, let's look at the map.
He's like an evil Bill Murray or something. Like, what the fuck? This guy's like a throwback, but he's like, it's like the most vile part of the boomer generation survived and congealed into Bill Maher, right? The worst aspects of the entire culture of boomers.
Here's the river, here's the sea. Oh, I see, it means you get all of it. Not just the West Bank, which was basically the original UN partition deal you rejected because you wanted all of it and always have, even though it's indisputably also the Jews' ancestral homeland.
You are speaking directly to people who are under bombardment, who are, have just an army like walking through their country, like ending people's lives on a whim, not even able to avoid killing their own hostages when they try to get help from them, right? You're saying this to people that cannot hear your words because their power is out, their internet is out, their water is out, there's no food. What the fuck? What kind of monster are you, Bill Maher?
And so you attacked and lost, and attacked again and lost, and attacked again and lost. As my friend Dr. Phil says, how's that working for you?
That is some Darbo right there. As my good friend Dr. Phil, that's a fucking indictment. If you're fucking friends with Dr. Phil, you suck. I'm sorry.
Look at what Mexico...
I hope I don't have any friends of Dr. Phil in the chat.
...used to own. All the way up to the top of California. But no Mexican is out there chanting from the Rio Grande to Portland.
Yo, there are people, there were Mexicans like dispossessed of their land, in that, like, this isn't something that, like, I mean, there really is like, this isn't just like they redrew the lines and everybody said, okay, I'm gonna get to the other side. Like, right, this is real trauma that he's glossing over.
Oregon.
He doesn't even know where Portland is. Did you say Portland, Oregon?
Because they chose a different path. They got real and built a country that's the world's 14th biggest economy now. Because they knew the United States...
That is probably the nicest thing he's ever said about Mexico.
...wasn't going to give back Phoenix any more than Hamas will ever be in Tel Aviv. One of the leaders of Hamas says, save yourselves time and imaginary dreams. In a few years, Allah willing, you will have to discuss the situation in the region after Israel. I'm sorry, who's the one with imaginary dreams? If I give you the benefit of the doubt and say your plan...
I mean, this is like the joke is might makes right. This is antithetical to comedy. Comedy should make the comfortable uncomfortable and be comfort to the uncomfortable. This is the opposite, right? This is the definition of punching down.
For a completely Jewless Palestine isn't that all the Jews should die.
I love that false binary that you're presenting, right? When we live in a country that has an establishment clause that prevents the establishment of a state religion or preferential treatment to people who abide by one religion or another, is that really that radical?
What is the only other option? They move. You move all...
Okay, there we go. He's literally saying it. It's a binary choice. It's either or.
Jews. Okay, I gotta warn you, there's gonna be some kvetching. You move all the Jews, and we do this with what? A fleet of trucks called Jew Haul?
Yeah, we got all the dad jokes.
And to where are we moving this entire country? Texas?
And we found a picture of the Texas state flag on a highway. Wow, that's hilarious, Bill.
Sure, they have...
Oh my God, I didn't even see they put the...
And I guess we could put the Wailing Wall on the border and kill two birds with one stone. Or we could just...
I feel like Bill Maher would justify the killing of a lot of birds if he could.
Let's get serious.
Yeah, there he is. There he is in all of his glory. Bill Maher. One of the OG scumbags. Wait, do we need like a what, 1 hour until I'm on the left past 10. We still got a little bit I want to cover, but I just want to take, I don't know. Like, that's a lot of bullshit. I made you watch Ben Shapiro. I made you watch Tim Pool. I made you watch Bill Maher today, right? I feel like I am a cruel mistress, indeed. What really bothers me about Bill Maher is that he thinks he's still a man of the people, right? Yeah, Texas is stolen, yeah, just stolen Mexico. So, yeah, this is Brianna Joy Gray and Robby Soave talking about the, God, capital letters, Dem-appointed Supreme Court of Colorado. Yo. I think they also argued about this later on in the show. I'm going to try to find that if we have time for it, but I'm going to hand you over to, yeah, I guess Robby and Brianna for just a second so I can get water, because water, above all other things, water and maybe an apple seems like it'd be really important to get a hold of before I go on left past 10 in just an hour. So
Good morning and welcome to Rising. It's a gray day for me and Brianna, but we have some very exciting breaking news to get to. Obviously, important political and legal developments last night. Let's get right into it. Go ahead, Brianna.
Well, Robby, the Colorado Supreme Court ruled last night that former President Trump is ineligible to appear on the state's 2024 presidential ballot. The ruling is based on language in the 14th Amendment banning individuals from taking oaths of office if they've participated in a, quote, insurrection. Justices for the court wrote in a unanimous majority opinion that President Trump's direct and express efforts over several months exhorting his superiors to march to the Capitol to prevent what he falsely characterized as an alleged fraud on the people of this country were indisputably overt and voluntary. For a little context, all 7 justices on Colorado Supreme Court were appointed by Democratic governors, and 6 of the 7 were confirmed to office by voters in subsequent elections. Of course, it's also true of the lower court, which was divided in its opinion.
The former president responded to the court's decision in a statement made by his campaign. Unsurprisingly, the all-Democrat-appointed Colorado Supreme Court has ruled against President Trump supporting a Soros-funded left-wing group scheme to interfere in an election on behalf of crooked Joe Biden by removing President Trump's name from the ballot and eliminating the rights of Colorado voters to vote for the candidate of their choice. Now, Trump is already receiving support from some of his 2024 competition on the matter. Here's Vivek Ramaswamy just last night.
They have just tried to bar President Trump from the Colorado ballot using an unconstitutional maneuver that is a bastardization of the 14th Amendment to our U.S. Constitution. This was a provision, Section 3, that was designed to bar Confederate members, people who switched to the Confederacy, from actually being able to serve. That's very different than what's at issue here, to say the least. This is a hollowed out husk of what the country was built on. The basic principle that we, the people, select our leadership, not the unelected elite class in the back of palace halls. That's old world Europe, not the United States. That's why I'm making a pledge today that I will withdraw, I pledge to withdraw from the Colorado GOP primary ballot unless and until Trump's name is restored.
And it appears if the court's decision is upheld, Vivek won't be alone. An account for the Colorado Republican Party tweeted last night, "We will withdraw from the primary as a party and convert to a pure caucus system if this is allowed to stand."
Friend of the show, Glenn Greenwald, weighed in as well, saying, quote, "As Biden collapses in the polls and Trump rises, Democrats are going to resort to increasingly desperate and anti-democratic means to ensure Trump can't run, all while they insist that only they are the guardians of democracy. This is playing with real fire."
And I'm going to be doing a radar next on the specifically anti-democratic nature of this. So we'll talk about that more in greater detail in a minute. But I wonder, what are your top line thoughts on this development?
Yeah, I think politically the optics are tough for Democrats. This is not a state that Trump needed to win anyway, so it's kind of a fair victory here. And you can see already Vivek Ramaswamy posturing off of this, using it for political gamesmanship. He wasn't going to win Colorado either, right, but now he can have this moment of solidarity with Donald Trump and kind of brandish the brand. But that's, I think, a separate question from the legal merits of the thing. So there's this political question doctrine, right, which is a part of the legal analysis here. And it says that there are some questions that shouldn't be decided by unelected judges, that these kind of expressly political questions, like who's going to be the president of the United States, potentially, should be decided by the people of the country and not in the courts. I do think it's complicated in this instance because we do have a constitutional amendment which specifically speaks to the question of whether or not someone who has committed certain acts should be president. So in the same way that you wouldn't say it's a political question for a court to say, hey, you're not 35, you can't run for president, or hey, you weren't born in the United States of America, you can't be president. Clearly, this was one of those issues that the Constitution explicitly contemplates being handled by courts as opposed to elected officials. My hang up here is what feels like a premature decision to say that Trump did in fact participate in an insurrection when this is exactly the issue that's being worked out in court right now. And now this Colorado court that does not have the ability to actually put on a trial and adduce the facts is making what seems like a premature decision on the factual basis. Now, if there were already a court decision elsewhere that he had been convicted of participating in an insurrection, I think they'd be on much stronger ground here.
Right. He's not been convicted yet of anything of the sort. He was impeached but not actually removed from office on that basis. There are so the questions, looking strictly at the legal aspect of it, there are questions about whether this should apply to the office of the presidency. That was what the lower court ruling that this overturned said that, well, yes, Donald Trump did commit an insurrection, but the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which is the provision we're talking about here, doesn't apply to the president. The president's oath of office is worded slightly differently than what it prohibits in Section 3. I think in Section 3 it says anyone who violated their oath to support the Constitution, and the president's oath is actually to defend the Constitution, which maybe sounds like a subtle difference, but is part of the argument that this was not meant to apply to that branch.
Yeah. We're back.
I mean, obviously, it's the case that when they wrote Section 3, when this became part of the Constitution, they intended it to apply to Confederate leaders who had actually who had held office, right? Who had previously held office, not just any Confederate soldier, but someone who had previously held office and then had served in the Confederacy. Who had literally taken up arms against the United States. You can when people characterize what happened on January 6th as an insurrection, I know some people mean that quite literally. A lot of people are using that in a more kind of catch-all term for what happened. You can think what Donald Trump did was very wrong, very bad. It's being worked out in the courts now whether it constitutes criminal acts. But it's not. He did not in the same sense that he didn't occupy the building with an attempt to form a breakaway republic or something, the way the Confederacy did.
I don't have as much of a problem with that. I think that the nature of an insurrection is trying to take control of a country undemocratically. And we'll see what the courts hold, but the facts that have been laid out in the 1-6 indictments involve him doing exactly that. It's not that he inspired or incited a riot on January 6th. That's not the charge. The charge is that he participated in a weeks-long fraud to submit a fake slate of electors to Congress that would enable him to...
Oh, Chad, I gotta ask you a question, right? We were talking about what to do for members, like, those of you that are members that support the show on an ongoing basis. I wanted to do something nice for you, some little, exclusive content. We had a poll on that, and the winning idea was some sort of a gaming event. Now I envision that as a gaming event where I'm playing something on stream, but you can play with me, and especially something where you're building and making stuff and you can show stuff off. I can show your stuff off, right? I thought that would be kind of cool to do. I was thinking Minecraft because that's my game, right? That's the game, but I don't know. Obviously Minecraft is not going to be it's not going to last forever. Pizza party. Pizza sounds good. Screw pizza, eat Philly cheesesteaks. So, oh yeah, this is but another thing that's a possibility, I guess, is Lego. Has anybody in here, one in chat, if you played Lego Minecraft? Sorry, no, did I say Lego Minecraft? Lego Fortnite. I'm talking about Lego Fortnite. Minecraft is not going to last forever. I don't know. I wish it would. It's my favorite game, but
to overturn the democratic will.
But I don't know if you can do it multiplayer. I've seen a little bit of the gameplay, and it looked like Minecraft. It was survival. It was you go harvest a bunch of goods, and then you craft stuff, and then you craft more stuff, and you have to eat food and make tools and stuff like that. It's that kind of deal, right? So I don't know. It looked like fun.
Of American citizens in 7 states in particular. So to me, that is similar to any other kind of coup, what it's political coup versus a militaristic coup. I think that is rightly deemed an insurrection. The fundamental problem here is overturning the democratic will of the country and trying to take over the leadership of the country through means other than the legal democratic means. I find myself in a curious position because I disagree with the outcome, but also disagree with the rationale that the court has chosen at every juncture. So the lower court, I don't understand why they would choose to make it an issue of whether or not the president the president is contemplated by this. It seems quite obvious to me that if you wanted to have a law that prevented Confederate soldiers from attaining high office when they obviously have shown disloyalties to the country, you would want that to be true at the highest office in the land, just as you would every other.
Let me put this into perspective, right? Whatever measures the United States did put in place after the Civil War were insufficient to prevent effectively, the control of the country from like, I mean, I don't know if you want to say the Confederacy, right? But in terms of any of the goals of the radical Reconstructionists, right? They were absolutely thrown by the wayside. It's effectively
inferior office in the land. I don't understand the rationale of saying we're going to, without the benefit of an actual trial and adjudication of the facts, come to a determination that there has in fact been an insurrection, but not be looking at some of these other reasons as to why this case shouldn't go forward. I do think that Republicans are also going to have to look themselves long and hard in the mirror, though, because as much as there are these protestations around this political question aspect of it, for the reasons I stated before, I think that's not as big of an issue, but also because they have the precedent of Bush v. Gore. And they're going to have to contend with arguments that the Supreme Court already has a precedent of stepping in a much clearer case when it was not a constitutionally contemplated political, exception to this political question doctrine, and decided the outcome of election in 2000. And so I do think a lot of the protestations here.
So the political question doctrine is the doctrine that states that a political question should be decided by the voters by a democratic process and should not be an intervention of the court, right? That's a notable exception. Bush v. Gore.
Whatever you think about them are going to be read as largely hypocritical by at least half the country.
Because of Bush v. Gore?
Yeah.
Well, but here it will be the Supreme Court saying, assuming, and I think there's good reason to assume that if they weigh in, they'll restore Trump to the ballot, saying that the people get to vote and that it gets to be decided.
Right. I don't understand the question.
What you're saying.
It was a more dire interference in Bush v. Gore because it actually decided the election result. Here, regardless, frankly, it's not going to decide the election result. Trump didn't win in Colorado. It's a moot point. But to sit here and make the argument that this is a political question, that the liberals are interfering in an inappropriate way, that this should be decided by the people of a state, when that was not the argument that was being made back in 2000, I think it's difficult for Republicans. And Republicans historically get away with these sorts of things. Right now, there's an ongoing investigation and a lot of controversy around evidence that Clarence Thomas on the Supreme Court openly was agitating for higher pay, saying if he doesn't pay enough, if he doesn't earn more money, he's going to quit the Supreme Court.
I'm kind of, wow. Please don't threaten us with a good time, Clarence Thomas. And also, there's no way they can't raise their pay rate. He's going to quit the Supreme Court? Do it right now. Go ahead. What's stopping you? Oh my God. Like, I can't believe I didn't read that I think I saw the you know how headlines work, like, right? You see it's like, the first part of the headline and it's like ... And if it's not an interesting headline before the ... you don't really look at what's after the ... But apparently what was after the ... is that Clarence Thomas is fucking complaining that he doesn't get paid enough. And he wants the Supreme Court to get a raise. And I'm just like, but anyway, what's really bothered me is that, like, nobody's really brought up the particular language that was used by the Colorado court, which I find really interesting, right? That they used Gorsuch's language from prior rulings, right? Neil Gorsuch, conservative Supreme Court justice, as their, like, justification. They literally used a Gorsuch decision, like, in their claim. And so they're kind of like, they're putting Gorsuch in a place where it's harder for him to vote against that, right? He's literally making himself a hypocrite. And not that that's a big deal, and obviously, like, nobody's holding them to that. No, like, not a lot of people are mentioning this aspect of the case. So, maybe it won't ever matter that Gorsuch is a hypocrite if he is, which I fully expect him to be. But that is one.
And there's now a story, we haven't covered it yet on this show, but that he, after making those kind of protestations, was the recipient of a large number of donations from exactly the kind of people who are formally in front of the court on a regular basis in a way that really presents a true conflict of interest and undermining the integrity of the Supreme Court.
Oh my God, that man is a walking conflict of interest.
Court altogether. But despite all of these scandals,
and he's not the only one.
He's been in a number of these scandals for well over a year now. It doesn't seem to have any political consequences. And I do think that there is a world in which Republicans don't seem to have to face the political consequences of a lot of the actions of their actors. Democrats tend to get shamed out of pursuing, I think, anti-democratic avenues like this. So it'll be interesting to see if Democrats back down to the public pressure here, or if they say, hey, it's our turn at bat. We live in an undemocratic country. Let's push forward. Democrats similarly have a hypocritical issue, I would say. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Just one other thing is that Democrats have to deal with the hypocrisy of doing the exact same thing to Marianne Williamson and Dean Phillips in Florida, stripping them summarily off the ballot without even the hook of a constitutional provision like the one we're looking at here in the 14th Amendment. And they're going to have to explain that to the public.
Democrats they are pursuing criminal charges against Trump in 4 different jurisdictions. They have now found a literal...
How does he get away with that, right? I know that Brianna's not going to push it back, but it's not Democrats that are pursuing Trump, okay? It is the long arm of the motherfucking law, right? It is the consequences of that man's actions that are pursuing Donald Trump, not the Democrats. How do they always get away with this shit, this bullshit framing?
What I would call a technicality legal argument to possibly keep him off the ballot. I mean, I think we have evidence they're resorting to
a technicality.
Things are merited and turnabout is fair play, and you have to do whatever you can to get
a technicality. What is a little insurrection amongst friends, right? What is a threat to use the United States Army against its population in order to suppress the outrage that would stem from Trump stealing that election?
Your team over the finish line, but I would say they are absolutely
no biggie, Robby. That's no big deal.
Resorting to anti-democratic means, which I'm going to talk about more in a minute. I don't know that I understand the Bush v. Gore. I mean, Bush v. Gore. I mean, that was a very unique and difficult legal situation because Florida essentially held. I mean, not all of Florida, but the one county that printed those ridiculous ballots essentially held an illegitimate election because they printed the ballots wrong and caused people to vote for the wrong person. And I don't know what should have been done in that situation.
Yeah, well, if I recall correctly, there was this question of whether or not they should throw the decision back down to the states. There was some technicality that said the state's deadline for assessing these kinds of issues had passed, and therefore it technically couldn't do so. So there was a lot going on there where there was a choice, some would say a rationalization, to allow the Supreme Court, with the composition that it had, to make a decision that was obviously going to be advantageous to the person who did not win as many votes in the state of Florida, the governor of a state that obviously also happened to be related to the presidential candidate in that case. So I think that there's direct parallels, and you're going to see a lot of people making these parallels throughout. The question is whether or not those are convincing to the Democratic electorate, who I think really feels justified in turnabout as fair play, or to really the independents that you're going to need to feel comfortable with the Democratic Party's this is the perception that this is the Democratic Party's choices here in at least relishing this, even if they're not the ones directly behind this lawsuit.
One other thing I want to comment on.
Wait, they're literally not the ones.
Vivek's
what are you talking about?
To take his name off the ballot is this kind.
Just in case they're not. There's 6 Republicans. That's whose names are on the lawsuit. That's who's filing this lawsuit. Like, what is the idea that like is she buying into the the Rhino thing? Like they're Republican in name only, they're secret Democrats?
Solidarity, which I understand, but it reminds me of like Ann Coulter's joke about how she was commenting on Charlie Kirk saying after they did the Mar-a-Lago raid, Charlie Kirk said, well, all Republicans should drop out in solidarity with Donald Trump. And she said, that's not enough. I'm calling on them all to commit suicide in solidarity with Donald Trump. The point being, like, how does this stop the Democrats or stop Joe Biden to have everyone like decide not to, like, that's not punishing the right people. It makes very little sense.
I mean, this is look.
I mean, this doesn't matter because it's the Colorado primary, but if this logic if this logic is applied more broadly, this is what's going, like, yes, just keeping him off the primary ballot in Colorado doesn't matter. Even if he was not on the general election ballot in Colorado, it probably wouldn't matter either, although that's still crazy. But if this logic is adopted elsewhere, unless the Supreme Court says it shouldn't be, then that's keeping him off the ballot. And we would need some Republican on the ballot. They're all going to decide, well, I'm not going to run either.
Well, no one's
going
to agree to this except for Vivek Ramaswamy, which is what this is all about. This is about Vivek Ramaswamy making a hit on the other Republicans in the race. This isn't about Donald Trump at all. It's about him showing...
It's about somebody that has 0% chance winning the Colorado primary, doing a virtue signal instead.
Is the most loyal one of the group, which is, I think, the problem that all of the primary candidates have been dealing with. At what point are you going to be willing to distinguish yourself against Donald Trump, especially since a majority of Republicans actually aren't wild about him facing 4 indictments? That's one of his genuinely vulnerable spots, with most Republicans saying that he is, in fact, indicted. Now, these are polls, and who knows if people are being honest in these poll results, but if he is, in fact, indicted, that they don't want to vote for him either. If voters are feeling that way, but the candidates aren't willing to articulate even in this moment that, hey, if he did do the thing and is convicted of the thing, then I would agree that that is bad and you should vote for me, then what are they even arguing in the first place?
Yeah,
Why are they running?
I'm just saying, before Vivek, like, if Trump gets convicted, before Vivek, like, marches in solidarity off to the jail cell as well, I want to have an intervention with him. We will keep talking about this coming up next.
Very funny, Robby. Let's see if they put up their debate. Because I actually saw it live. I ducked in, chat. Ducked into the rising. Wait, did Haley drop out too? I don't think they put it up yet. It's like the very last,
Trump advisor says the boss should come clean on UFOs. I'm Kevin Cirilli. It's time for the Daily Debrief. Let's get right to it. A Colorado Supreme Court ruling that former President Donald Trump cannot run for office on the Colorado ballot because he violated the insurrection clause in the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Sources close to the...
Well, Kevin, I haven't spoken to President Trump directly since the news came out last night from the Colorado State Supreme Court. But what we do know in a 4-3 decision, the state Supreme Court ruled that Donald Trump was guilty of an insurrection. And what's amazing to us at the campaign, Kevin, is that Donald Trump has never been...
Wait, I don't even know what this is. Damn, I really wanted to see them argue this one. What about live? No, they haven't. It's not. That's not it either. Yeah, so apparently they're still holding back. They're holding back on us, chat. They do really get into the a more spirited argument later on.
It's crazy what's going on. They're ruining our country. And it's true. They're destroying the blood of our country. That's what they're doing. They're destroying our country. They don't like it when I said that. And I never read Mein Kampf. They said, oh, Hitler said that in a much different way. No, they're coming from...
In a completely different context, folks.
All over the world, people all over the world. We have no idea. They could be healthy. They could be very unhealthy. They could bring in disease that's going to catch on in our country.
You know about those foreigners.
But they do bring in crime. But they have them coming from all over the world. And they're destroying the blood of our country. They're destroying the fabric of our country.
So there we go. There he is, doubling down.
All right, guys, very excited to welcome back to the program.
Okay, so this is something that we actually missed out on when it happened, but I've heard it's pretty good. God damn, you gotta love Krystal's workout plan, right?
RFK Jr. He, of course, is presidential candidate, activist, and author. Great to see you, sir.
She's looking strong.
See you, sir.
So yeah, this is Breaking Points. This is, I guess they were the former Rising, Krystal and Sagaar. What, 1-2 years ago, they were the Rising. They were the co-hosts of the Rising. They were in the position of Brianna and Robby, and now they've broken away and formed Breaking Points.
Thanks for having me back.
And we got RFK, our favorite dude. We haven't heard from you in forever, RFK Jr. RFK Didn't he have a copy on his nightstand? Yeah, according to filings in a divorce proceeding.
It's wonderful to be back with you.
Yeah, it's truly our pleasure. Wanted to get off the top your reaction to breaking news. Of course, we have new charges filed against former President Trump with regards to his handling of classified documents and alleged obstruction. Just wanted to get your reaction to those indictments.
You know, I don't know enough about him. I would say this, and I'm not giving you anything special, any kind of special inside information or insight. I thought the New York case was a very weak case, and if I had been a prosecutor, I would not have brought it, mainly because it's the President of the United States, and so you have to kind of tiptoe through the minefields if you're a prosecutor, because you want to avoid the optics that this is a political prosecution. In the United States, we've always tried to avoid those optics.
Now, here's the funny thing, like, I don't know if the Republicans are somehow in disarray, right? With a situation like Trump running as a libertarian. Wait, Natalie Marie. Oh my God, I almost forgot what Natalie gave me. I think this is just a quick little one-off, right? But it's important to take a look at. This is from a Tim Pool, I guess. Like, I don't know, part of the broadcast that we missed.
That actually would be really funny if somehow Trump ends up the Libertarian nominee, and then the Libertarians get like 43% of the vote, and it's like, well, the Republicans are gone. That's it.
Don't worry, the Libertarians hate themselves. They hate everybody. So they'd hate Trump plenty.
But I would think if the 14th Amendment could keep him off as a Republican, it could just keep him off in general. It's a write-in in the general election.
Yeah, has that ever happened? Has there ever been like a massive write-in for a candidate?
Not at the presidency.
There's like six or nine states that you can't write someone in. I forget what.
Colorado, one of them.
I'm not sure, but someone was tweeting about it. I retweeted it, but there's like something like 9 states where you can't do a write-in. So that means likely, if he's not on the ballot, that he can't win. At least if he's on the ballot as a Republican.
Right.
I just don't see. I mean, I don't understand. Like I said, first of all, I don't understand the mechanism because he hasn't been found guilty of anything.
That actually would be really funny if somehow Trump.
Okay, so there it is. Trump is a libertarian. We're not gonna see that, and for the reasons that they stumbled upon, right? They're pretty piss poor panel there that he's got, asking the important questions to all the people who don't really know. But I think they did stumble on the correct answer. In fact, yeah, Colorado is one of those states that doesn't allow a write-in on in the election.
But this case looks much stronger.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason to me it's surprising is because the judge penetrated the attorney-client privilege, which
really
almost never happens.
Tell me more.
Normally the conversations between an attorney and a client are privileged, and no court can look at those. But in this case, the exception is if the attorney and the client are plotting a crime together or involved in sort of some kind of criminal conspiracy, then the courts will allow that to be penetrated. And once the determination is made and that threshold is passed, where the court says, okay, you can now look at conversations between the client and his attorney. It is really, really, it'll be mayhem with the client, because a client was having those conversations, assuming nobody would ever see them, and that he could say anything he wanted. And I think that that makes this case look very real, and I think very dangerous for President Trump.
Sir, would you ever consider a pardon for President Trump?
I wouldn't even talk about that at this point.
Got it.
Gotcha. We wanted to ask you, too, a little bit about your views of current President Biden. So one of the concerns among the general public and among Democratic primary voters as well is about his age and his just ability to perform the job that is entailed as president of the United States. Do you personally think that Joe Biden is fit to serve as president for another 4 years?
I don't have any idea. I think people around him should be giving them good advice on that. If they think that there's a lack of mental acuity or lack of capacity to deal with crises, or lack of independent, an ability to exercise the independent and very good judgment, I think that they and have his family and his counselors have an obligation to our country to tell him to step down. But I don't have any kind of insight. And, I see some of the films and stuff.
Right. And you know him, don't you?
Yeah, but I haven't seen him in years. And when I had interactions with him, he was always very sharp. And so I don't know what he's like now behind the scenes. I mean, we see him in these kind of bubbles, and so I have no idea how to assess that.
Yeah. Well, that's why it'd be good to have debates so that the American people could assess for themselves.
I agree. Sir, one of the interesting things in primary differences between yourself and President Biden that you've been talking about is the way that you would approach the war in Ukraine. So I'm curious, right now, we see recent polling have in front of me about 79% of Democrats saying, according to Axios Ipsos, say that they support continuing military aid to Ukraine. Since you are a Democratic candidate, how do you plan on changing some of people's minds within the Democratic base about the U.S. approach to Ukraine?
I mean, my only way of doing that is to continue talking about it and continuing to sort of get people to, I don't think you even have to change people.
Sorry for going quiet for a while. I was just making sure that my setup is good to go on the Letterhack. It looks like we're good. It looks like we're really good, right? It looks like that's going to work out perfectly. I was a little bit worried about how that was going to happen tonight. We are 30 minutes off from that though, so we do have time to get through of a little bit of what I've been told is the dressing down of one Robert F. Kennedy Jr. by Krystal, and maybe to some extent Sagaar. Left, was it not what? Wait, left past 10, right? Well, wait, it depends on what your time zone is, right? Because my time zone, 10 o'clock Eastern is 9 o'clock my time. I will make sure though that there's not like a letter hack in my email box asking where am I. Wait, let me just check once again. Yeah, because like make sure, yeah, 10 p.m. Eastern time. Yep, we are correct. Everything is go. Everything is good. I am looking forward to this. I am feeling strong. I just drank another cup of tea to keep me going for longer. I'm feeling ready. The only thing is it's like it's kind of an impromptu panel. No, it's not an impromptu. That's the wrong word for it. That's the wrong word entirely. Like, right, it's a panel that meets every week with its regular host and then adds one guest on, like, kind of like a really nice cake and a little bit of icing, right? I'm the icing, so I get to be the icing today, or the butterfly ornament, whatever, what have you, right? Some kind of a candied ornament on the cake. And really excited about that. But it's a what the right word for it is casual, I guess, and flexible kind of panel. There's some panels that you go on where they send you like, here are the 4 questions you will be debating, right? Remember when I used to go on Prime Kai or or Dylan Burns, right? It's always, you get like, the questions and then maybe even some suggested reading to make sure that all of the panelists are up on the topic, at least somewhat on the same page as far as that goes, right? This is very different. This is just like a unscripted. There we go. Well, of course it's unscripted. You know that, right? You're so excited I'm going to be on. I'm excited too. I just want to make sure I'm well hydrated.
Minds about about whether, I mean, clearly Putin,
I really don't like the way they mic'd him.
Is broke the law. He's a gangster. This was a brutal invasion that could have been avoided. So, and I don't think you need to change people's minds about that. I think we all want peace, and the number of Ukrainians who have now died, some estimates are over 350,000 of the kids, Ukrainian kids on the front lines, and then 14 or 15,000 civilians. And that's not good for anybody. And then 30 to 80,000 Russians. And, it's just not good for anybody. We should be looking for paths to peace. And I think most America, if you frame the polling question, should we be looking for paths to peace? I think most people will agree that we should be, that this is not good for anybody. And it's definitely not good from a geopolitical strategy for us, because it's, we said, well, we're going to bankrupt Russia, but we're really destroying the economy in Europe and pushing Russia into the embrace with China, which is the worst geopolitical outcome that we could possibly have. So I don't think this is good for us. It's not good for America, certainly. And the cost of the war is enormous, 113 billion so far. The entire budget of EPA is $12 billion a year. The budget for CDC is $12 billion. We have 57% of Americans who cannot put their hands on $1,000 if they have an emergency. We've just cut food stamps, the SNAP program, to 30 million Americans by 90%.
He's coming off like a lot more left-wing than I remember. Like, there was something about while he was running as a Democrat, he sounded like a right-winger. Now that he is running a independent campaign, you're hearing more of like the, he actually is like against the cuts in food stamps. Great.
I have a friend who,
I mean, that doesn't counteract the fact that he's a weird anti-vax conspiracy theorist or anything like that, but
as a commercial fisherman, worked his whole life building his business,
but that might be a bad thing, right? Because really, the most likely thing that Robert F. Kennedy can do, in fact, I've got to call it, the only real thing that he can do is act as a spoiler. And the question is he going to spoil it towards the left, or is he going to spoil it towards the right? The more he harps on and campaigns on things like, maybe restoring SNAP, which would be great, the more likely he's going to benefit Trump. And conversely, the more likely you hear him talk about vaccines and, Israel and all the rest of the shit that he's right wing about, the more likely he is to help Joe Biden. So
doesn't have benefits. And
this is the same guy. Yes.
Now on disability, and he's been surviving on $280 worth of food stamps a month. He got a call on March 1st that was cut to $25 a month. Jeez. And try to feed yourself on 90 cents a day. And meanwhile, because of the...
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely a right winger. Like his left, I would say that his left positions are somewhat vestigial, right?
We're paying for all these wars.
Non-functional.
$16 trillion for the lockdown.
Even when he talks about his big lefty issue back in the day apparently used to be the environment. But when he talks about it now, he talks about free market solutions. So
we have spiraling inflation, which has driven the cost of primary foodstuffs 76% in 2 years. So he's dealing with, this rising cost of food, and his food stamps getting cut to $25. That same month, we topped off Ukrainian aid at $113 billion. And we printed $300 billion more for the to bail out the Silicon Valley banks. And so we got lots from the rich and for the war machine. And yet Americans are really in a place of terrible, terrible hardship. If we took that money that we're giving to the Ukraine, we could pay for all of the food stamps for every American without any cuts at all. And so those are the choices we're making. We're going to starve people in our country. And in order to do something that I think we also need to look behind the sort of comic book depictions of this war, that it's a black and white war, which is the same kind of comic book depictions that they give us to justify every war. And we need to look at the U.S. role in the series of U.S. provocations that without which this war would probably never have happened.
I want to ask you a little bit more.
Well, that doesn't excuse Vladimir Putin. It doesn't exclude Vladimir Putin. But
yo, their setup is so weird. This is so weird, chat. What would you think if I like talk to people like this? Like, right, if I had guests on, but they're like I have like a virtual studio behind me, and they're like projected onto like a screen. Like, isn't this weird? Am I the only one who finds this incredibly weird? Like, because there's no way in hell I'm buying that they are actually looking at a screen of RFK Jr. in front of them. That is very clearly, like, been superimposed on that.
We, the neocons in the White House, bear a lot of responsibility for this conflict.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you a little bit more about, okay, so if you're president, you're going to cut back the military aid, you're going to seek a diplomatic solution in Ukraine. What would you do to bolster the economic prospects of the American people? For example, do you support things like a federal jobs guarantee? Do you support a universal basic income? What would your economic platform be to help working class Americans?
I mean, my primary platform is to cut the costs on the military, to get what we were told was a peace dividend after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the end of the Cold War in 1992.
It's breaking point, so they're breaking.
We were going to cut our military budget from about $600 billion a year to $200 billion.
Well, I mean, like, look, it's the questionable aesthetics aside, right? Their production is pretty pretty high quality. It's just that, like, I don't know what microphone RFK Jr. is using. It might even be that they're processing his audio, right? They're running it through compressors that work for 90% of their guests, and his voice is a little different than 90% of their guests. So you're getting this effect that, to me, it sounds kind of like you're sliding a guitar pick down a piano coil. You know what I'm saying? Like that kind of sound, or like a sound on an Aphex Twin album, right? It's like
and that, instead of making a $1 billion
some wild effect on a synth, on an analog synth.
It can't fly in the rain. We were going to take that money and invest it in schools and in infrastructure and in rebuilding America. And instead, we've had the military-industrial complex running our foreign policy and the neocons. And instead of going down to $200 billion, we're now at $1.3 trillion.
It'd still be there it'd be even weirder. Yes, you're right. If RFK Jr. was there in person, because he is indeed, yes, a weirdo.
If you look at all the costs,
it's a weird dude
with the military, and we need to cut that back to the levels that we were promised, somewhere around those levels. Of course, we need to protect our country, but we can do that by building Fortress America.
What? He has different audio depending on whether we're on the end. Oh my God, they have so much problems on their set.
Arming ourselves to the teeth at home.
Oh my God.
And then spending that money to rebuild the industrial base in this country.
Wait, he sounds better here, doesn't he?
Rebuild the middle class. I mean, my job is to rebuild the American middle class.
Audios.
We had a period in this country that I was lucky enough to grow up at the height of beginning at the...
Oh, yeah, I know what period of the country that he's talking about. He's referring to a period of this country known as the top of the hour ad break. And even though it's not the top of the hour, it is time for the top of the hour ad break that comes to you on the 45s now for some reason. That means that you've got, I don't know, 5 minutes, I think, to see about possibly getting something in the order of a sub to avoid that ad break that comes every hour at the top of the hour, really at the 3/4 of the hour, whatever you want to say, right? You could do it for free with an Amazon Prime, no cost to you. You can pay $5 for your own, or if you're lucky enough and you don't have the ability to do either of those, you might possibly be still gifted a sub. It does happen, it can happen, but it's more likely to happen if you're active in chat, right? And yeah, we are coming up to close to the time, like when I'm gonna be going on the letter hack. You can just sit tight when that happens, right? There will be no need to change chats. What we're doing is we're each gonna be simulcasting. So I'm gonna be simulcasting, Letterhack is gonna be simulcasting, the other hosts on the show will be simulcasting as well. And we'll get the maximum reach of not just like one of our audiences, but all of our audiences. So that's what I've been asked to do by Letterhack in the email. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna maximize our exposure. That's what we're doing. We're not trying to max out our viewers by combining them into one chat. But of course you could probably, if you wanted to, you could be in more than one chat. That's entirely possible too, because I know some people like to have a conversation across chats. If you're one of those multitaskers, multi-tabbers, right, then you know, your computer's strong enough to hold that up, then yeah, absolutely. We need to cut back on military support. We have enough financial stealth fighters and nuclear aircrafts, but showing Putin that he can't get whatever he wants? No, we don't have that kind of money. Imagine if he was president. Worst speeches ever. See, that it's not that hard for me to imagine him as president. That's the thing, is that he does have maybe, like, I don't know, all bets are off now, right? I don't look at Trump and think, oh, look at that charisma. I can see why I don't see why the Republicans like him. I really don't. I don't see why anybody likes Tim Pool, right? A lot of these, you know, right wingers, right? Ted Cruz has always been one to me, especially, right? And that was, I think that Donald Trump actually like laid that bare. But prior to Donald Trump undressing, wow, I just gave you an image, didn't I, of Donald Trump undressing Ted Cruz? That's amazing. You really needed to think that. You really needed to have that in your brain, didn't you? Yes. Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad you stopped in tonight to listen to me put these horrible images in your mind's eye? Trump dressing down, I guess, Ted Cruz, right? Trump embarrassing Ted Cruz in the 2016 election is what I'm actually talking about. But prior to that, right, Republicans took Ted Cruz incredibly seriously. Like, I've never heard before that a Republican be like, this guy is cringe. And Trump, you know, pointed out that, in fact, this guy is cringe, and now they see it. But it befuddles my mind that Rick Santorum, does anybody know who Rick Santorum is? That's another person with a horrible personality that was like an incredibly popular Republican politician.
World War II to about 1980. That's called, economists call it great prosperity. It was the largest economic growth in the history of the world. We had the biggest and most robust middle class. The middle class was an economic engine that generated half the wealth on the face of the earth from the American middle class. And people wanted our products. People, loved our.
We're back on the bad audio.
Country, by the way. We were really worshipped around the globe and looked to for moral authority and leadership. And
really what we should be looking for, instead of a return to the past that is impossible because of the nature of the swift arrow of time, the swift arrow of time, is what the world could look like and what the role should be in a post-American hegemony kind of world, or maybe even to just start with, like, acting a little bit more fairly, living up to, if we're going to, sling around this slogan as our diplomatic apparatus does, of a rules-based order to the world, actually, like, in some way try to live up to that, instead of looking back to, like, God, like, when America was the center of the world, that was the shit. That's the natural order of things, and we should try to get back to that. That happened by a fluke, right? Of Europe being destroyed and the United States being largely, the mainland United States being largely untouched by the war.
To get back to that kind of America where we focus on building our.
You are not going to get back to the 50s. What are you talking about?
Wars abroad.
And does that, just to clarify, do you support either a federal jobs guarantee or a universal basic income as part of that program?
I don't know about that. I need to look at those things, and see, and I need to talk to a lot of economists and talk about the ups and downs of those issues. I can see a lot of problems with those issues, which I think are obvious to anybody. And it's a real departure from American free market capitalism. I'd like to try to give this system a chance to work.
What do you think the minimum wage should be, sir?
And let me say something about that. The reason
there's the ad break.
Say an outright no to the
I was right.
Basic income and a guaranteed jobs program is because I don't really understand what AI is going to do to our country and what self-driving. I mean, even with self-driving cars, and I talked to Elon Musk about this a couple of weeks ago. I read an article, and I don't know if this is true or not, that over 40% of American jobs include driving. So if you cut away all the driving cars, which is what the intention and aspiration of this,
What a weird response, right? No, I mean, like, the situation that he's describing, which is a situation in which a large number of jobs disappear and no jobs immediately arise to take their place, right? And, unemployment goes up. That kind of situation, that's the one that he's hemming and hawing about, whether or not some kind of universal basic income and a job guarantee should be applied, right? That, that would be where that's, wow. Glad to know you're not willing to look at two of the most obvious solutions to, a problem like an acute loss of a massive number of jobs. That's
new technology is.
I got to talk to Elon Musk and see what he says. What does Elon think?
I do not know what that's going to do to the American economy. I mean, we've had.
Then why are you running for president, jackass?
Dislocations before, the end of slavery, for example, in our country. Right. And we had to do these big economic readjustments, and then the invention of the automobile around at the beginning of the 1900s.
He remembers that.
When you had if you were a buggy whip manufacturer, that job disappeared, right? Or if you were a buggy manufacturer, whatever.
Sure. Yo,
those jobs disappeared.
Yo, I got to get out of the buggy business.
Years. But they were replaced by new jobs, and in most cases, they were better jobs. They were manufacturing jobs in factories. They were.
The voice effect is called glass gargling,
and those were very high.
Thank you.
And that's what supported the growth of the American middle class. Oh, I do not know. And, I'm talking to people right now about this. I had a long talk with Jack Dorsey this morning, and I'm talking with a lot of people in the.
Why are you talking to Elon Musk and Jack Dorsey and weird millionaires and billionaires? What?
Tech sector about how we're going to prepare ourselves for a.
Yeah, you see, like what I was talking about, right? When, he feels very free market oriented, right? Especially like when asked about environmental questions, right? He's more deferring to that, but like, yeah, that's what he is. He's just cozying up to people with power.
For the AI economy, when a lot of human jobs, even the writers in Hollywood.
Is he defending slavery? I think he was saying that the economic adjustments took place. I don't know.
One of the reasons for this strike now is that
Krystal was a competitive swimmer in college. Interesting.
They have Chat GPT,
right,
which which can write a script for you in seconds. And, a lot of people, even, high-level white-collar jobs, may be on the chopping block and may disappear. And we may face massive unemployment over the next few years. And I think we really need the best minds in the world.
We need the best minds, but don't do anything like that would, be government interference. We got to make sure it's a free market solution. Let's bring Jack Dorsey and Elon Musk and have them decide, right?
To come together and figure out how to protect ourselves against this. And so that's why I wouldn't instantaneously rule out some kind of universal income or guaranteed jobs, which normally.
Wait, did he say this is why I would not rule it out?
I would be, I would have a lot of antipathy for that because I'm a
free market kind of guy. Yes.
Some guy. So I don't, so that's why.
Wild.
Gotcha.
Sure. Just to return to the minimum wage question, assuming, nothing does change, do you have a specific number that you think the minimum wage should be?
I don't have a specific number, but I think people should have a living wage in this country.
Okay, you know what?
People should be able to feed themselves.
Executive decision. I am not dealing with his bullshit right now. I don't even know what he said there. I'm instead going to prepare for my entrance onto the stage that is known as Left Past 10 every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific U.S. times. The Letterhack and a expert panel invite on exactly one guest, and I am exactly that guest this time. So I'm very much looking forward to that. As always, you can support me on Twitch with subs, with bits, with donations. You can support me on YouTube with memberships, with super chats, super stickers, stuff like that. It's very encouraging, especially during a debate, which I'm totally about to have. Now, wouldn't that be silly if I came on there and I was just like, let's debate, let's find a disagreement. I don't think that's what Letterhack show is about. And it's just funny because I think of the way that maybe others in the space see me, and considering that I talk so much about debate figures, I wouldn't put it past, the perception of me to be a little bit of a debater myself. And I have been at various times, but obviously I'm not a debatey debate face, right? I'm not one of those people that goes in for the blood sports and I'm going to ruin your reputation by walking you down this logic tree and making you make a horrible, choice where you have to draw 25 Uno cards as a result, right? I'm not that person. I'm not that girl. I'm not, that's not who I am. That really was never who I am. I've had some rough debates, but it's usually because I was debating against a MAGA conservative, critically thinking veteran, or a bad faith destiny orbiter like our Relevant, or somebody like that, right? Not to mention my most infamous / famous debate with Dylan Burns. But yeah, I don't anticipate anything like that happening. I'm just sort of preparing us for the entrance into the debate. And yeah, also make sure to like the stream, right? Because this is stuff I'm telling you because I won't have time to tell you when I get in there. I'll be directing all my attention at the panel and trying to give the best answers and facilitate a really cool conversation between some really awesome content creators who it's about time I get to know. So, you'll get to experience that, my first interaction with them along with me, which it's exciting. It's really, this is live, it's live. Wait, from what I saw, they aren't sure. See, I wouldn't be sure how to take me, right? I gotta be on my best behavior, chat. I gotta be on my best behavior, right? I don't want to think that I'm dangerous or something, or I'm gonna bring drama to them, or anything like that, right? That would be bad. Matt asks great questions, and the panel is made up of good people, except for Jake. So wait, let's get the panel. Let me get down everybody's names. We got Matt, the Letterhack. We got Jake. We got Andrea And there's somebody else on the panel too. I'm trying to remember their name. Show them what a real lefty is like, right? Because I'm the only one. That's right. That's right. My solidarity is the best. I'm the only real leftist. I'm the. What is like a female pope? Is there like a name for this? A popess? Was there ever a female? I feel like there should be like a female pope. Like I'm the popette. That's not popette. It's not popette. What would it be? Chat. I feel like I've heard this before. I feel like there is like some kind of feminization of pope. What am I talking about, chat? Now I'm imagining a femboy pope. That's great. Okay, what are we? We are at T-2 minutes, okay? You have a good impression. You know where the drama comes from. Yeah. Pope S? It shouldn't, but Pope S sounds funny. Pope Joan? Sandy, of Environmental Coffee House. Nice. That is, okay. So I kind of know who to expect. And, you know, I don't want to I always edge you for way too long, but I don't want to do that same thing to them. Like, I almost want to put on music, but no, because it wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be good. My voice overcomes the music because of the way of my audio setup. Their voices, though, not necessarily so, right? So it would be, you'd have trouble hearing what they had to say. I feel like we should enter the studio. Are you ready? Let me make sure that my... Right there. That's how it should look. All right, let us enter into the studio.
Okay.
Hello. Oh, I'm coming through.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
This worked out so much more seamlessly than I was afraid it would. I was very much very much afraid that the technical aspect of appearing with all of you lovely panelists and you two, my lovely host, would be more difficult than it actually was. But yeah, no, I was able to. Your directions were perfect, and here I am.
Great.
We love it.
Okay. Well,
Really
I'll
quick,
take us
I am
down. We'll
Sandy.
do the intro. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say we could do intros on air, but it's Jake, Sandy, Andrea. I'm Matt. Everybody, this is Irene, otherwise known as No Comment Chick. So what I'm gonna do is, you know, it's really informal and unscripted. I'll do like our intro, which lasts about a minute, and then we'll introduce you and give you a chance to tell everyone about yourself. And I have a link to your stuff in the description, but you can promote your stuff too. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. Cool.
Okay.
Well, I got
Sit
some
tight,
shit going
you
on.
guys.
Yeah,
Sit tight.
I'm tight.
I can see myself.
And then there was none. Oh no. So we've been given the orders to sit tight. There's the intro.
Hey, we made it. What's happening? It's left past 10,
Hey.
episode 10, right?
We made it.
Yes.
What do you
Yeah,
call that? What
episode
do you
10
call that
already.
when
The
it's
deuce.
like in a movie where they say the title of the movie in the dialogue of the movie and you're like,
Oh,
they
I
did
love
the
when that
thing. They
happens.
did.
It's like the title line
Yeah.
or the titular line, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. There's got to be something on like
I'm looking
TV
it up.
tropes for that.
I'm gonna look it up.
Awesome.
All
In
right, we
honor
have
of
a
this
guest tonight.
number, I've been playing X Gonna Give It
Yes,
to You all day.
Irene Geller, right? I'm saying that right?
That's me, Irene Geller. Yes.
No comment,
Hello.
chick. Links in the description of this video. But Irene, please take a second to introduce yourself.
I am Irene Geller. I am a streamer both on Twitch and on YouTube, and an occasional video creator. You're right. I'm getting my YouTube chops down as far as increasing my production quality of videos, and I stream about politics. I stream about the nature of the political space that we find ourselves in, and commentary on that, and as well as just like issues like narrative and the responsible use of rhetoric and platforms and things like that. So in other words, I'm a huge nerd. That's the
Join the
Oh,
club.
good
short
company.
way to say
Good
that.
company.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
and here we are.
Yes.
Yeah, I like your live streams. Now, you'll live stream like 5, 8 hours. That's a little too much for me all at once, but I find myself going back and like trying to find out where I left off and just letting it play in the background. So, thank you for doing that. Thank you for providing me with something to break the monotony
yeah.
of my day. How do you do that though?
Generally what it is that like I program a show and I envision certain topics being covered. But I'm one of those people that has a sense of time that's very different than the actual flow of time. In other words, I think I can get more done in a shorter time. I think I can cover more topics in a shorter time. So the streams just tend to, go a little extra long. Plus, I like to reward my audience when we hit a sub goal or anything like that with a little extra content that they wouldn't have gotten otherwise. So yeah, sometimes the streams do tend to go kind of long. I mean, it's not entirely uncommon in this Twitch sphere, maybe a little bit more rare in the YouTube sphere. But I mean, if you look at like Hassan or somebody like that, I'm nowhere close to the level of hours that that somebody like that puts in. So
I like
That's
it.
awesome.
I like that style of content. When I come across it, I tend to binge it for a while, usually while playing through a one of the Baldur's Gates. It's a great way to take in content.
that's something I've been told I need to get into. Everybody that I know loves Baldur's Gate and is, wants to see me play it on stream.
The blasphemy is the only one I haven't played is the one everyone likes. So if you do it, I'll get to experience it vicariously. I encourage you to do that as well.
So wait, which is the one that everybody likes? 3? Or that's the new one?
Return. Yeah.
Yeah. All I know is the bear scene, honestly. The infamous bear scene. We watched that.
Don't tell these squares anything more about it.
I will say no more. I will not spoil.
Yeah, I'm a rectangle, but I'm a
What's the
square.
premise?
Oh my gosh.
What's the general premise?
I think the premise is that in of Baldur's Gate, it's kind of like Dungeons and Dragons, right?
Yeah.
It's basically D&D as a game.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
I got ya.
perfectly put.
Cool. Does everyone have like holiday plans or forced time off? Or are you taking time off? What's going on this weekend? Anything?
I don't know. I thought I would do a Lonely Hearts Christmas show. I really don't want to go anywhere. And my daughter's dad, my ex-husband, he even offered gas money if I come up, but I don't want to. I really don't.
Huh?
So I'll
That's
stay
fair.
home. That's it. Really, seriously. I'll stay home with my cats clean. I'm becoming one of those. you know.
Do you have a holiday show though?
Like heaven, though.
Yeah, but I might. If I do if I do it on Christmas Day, I'll put a call it. I'll put a link, and everybody. I've done it before for holidays. They put a link, and then
Awesome.
come on, yeah, like you do a call in, but they can have their awful, horrible cameras and the worst picture on the planet, and still be on the show and be live. So it's fun.
Maybe I'll call in.
Okay.
Or do
Well,
you have to? Do I fit the criteria? Am I allowed to call in?
what criteria? We have no criteria. Are you being
Okay.
silly?
I didn't know if I had to be a lonely heart.
Oh,
I was gonna ask, yeah, what constitutes a Lonely Hearts Club?
That's an
I have a
old
lonely liver.
saying. You have a lonely liver? There is no lonely heart, really. You don't have to cut anything. It's just an old saying that they used to say, the Lonely Hearts Club. Like, remember the Beatles song?
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of where I was at. So join.
Well, I was more like asking you because I never understood what the Beatles, like what made them the Lonely Hearts Club band, like the Lonely Hearts.
Maybe they were addressing people's loneliness at a time. It was back in the, gosh, when did they come up with that? Late 60s, early 70s. I mean, I was a child, so I don't know. I really don't know. So
It's a mystery.
maybe my group knows. Hey, anybody in my chat, if you know what the real significance of Lonely Hearts is, put it in there. Okay.
Tomorrow, Andrea and I are doing a holiday stream at 10 a.m. where we're gonna
Letterhack's getting me
play
back on the air at 10 o'clock. It finally happened.
at regular time. We're playing Doom, but it's Andrea's War on Christmas Doom Wad. It's called Boomer Gamer because I don't do this.
You're
I
so
don't know.
proud of this name, but it's not, I mean, it's a decent name, but you just every time you say it's called Boomer Gamer, your face lights up. You're like,
Boomer
It's
is
great.
as Boomer does, and this
There
is the
you go.
only Boomer moment I have. And so
Embrace
this
it.
will be the last time I played a video game was Doom in '93. So
It's
like
come full circle.
it's gonna be awesome. Well, it's gonna be fun for
I'm
me.
looking
I don't know
forward to
about
it,
you
man.
guys.
And
All right,
I'm
that
a
makes
fan
two.
of people who mod games as well.
Yeah, I'm a
I think the
gamer.
best games are ones that have healthy modding communities. I'm talking Mountain Blade. I'm talking basically any Bethesda game. It's fantastic.
I agree.
I can't wait to see it.
I'm excited
Irene,
personally. All right, next, go.
did you play? Did you ever play Doom of any sort, Irene?
I've seen it played, and I must have played some version of Doom, but are you aware of what that genre of video games has become classified as? Like the category that Doom and similar games would fit into?
I don't want to burst Letterhack's bubble here.
Should we not say it? You know where I'm
It's
going,
already
right?
too late at this point.
Okay, I hope this isn't going to mess anything up. It's a boomer shooter. It's how they're called to differentiate them from like a modern FPS like Fortnite or Apex or anything like that, right? The boomer shooters are like that style of video game, which strangely enough are really popular like among all age groups. There's some people.
I feel it though. They're fun. Yeah, they scratch that very specific itch of what do you call it? Easy to learn, difficult to master. It's just you can dive right into it. It's fantastic.
I find that my aim
Dive
is
right
pretty good
Nice.
Yeah, we'll see about
far.
that.
in my practice, but
The
I
thing that's
think
got me nervous for you, Matt, is that you're playing a level made by a famous speedrunner. Her idea of what a softball is not going to be the same.
Well, I try to make the Christmas levels to be specifically like easier than average because I know that there's a different demographic. So,
all right, fair enough.
the Christmas demographic.
Yeah,
Or-
there's a lot of people that will tune in every December and play every Christmas Doom level that wouldn't otherwise do that. It's a demographic.
That's wild.
And you're
I
making
got
the
all
war.
the Doom player demo. I got it on lock. You know, I sold it to advertising agencies. You know,
Yeah.
just kidding, because
Wow.
no one would advertise to freaks like us.
Oh.
I love that you're making the war on Christmas come alive, right? So often it's just an abstraction.
I'm bringing it to life. Yeah.
It-
I mean, are we allowed to discuss the story of this? I'm not sure. It's a
The
little.
war on Christmas?
Yeah, there's a story.
The war on Christmas story, yeah.
So this is the
tell.
second one I released this year. So there's two of them. And the first one, right? So imagine this: you're a Doom guy, right? You're a buffed up Marine guy. You're gonna go kill some fuckers, right? And then you get a fucking someone send you a message on the phone. I don't know if they had phones back then. You know, it is set in the future, but it was designed in the past. I don't know if they thought of cell phones, but you know, so you get like a phone message that says like, "Whoa, some guy dressed as Santa just killed a bunch of kids for no reason. Got to go figure this one out." So in the first game, you figure it out. You find out, wait a second, Santa Claus isn't real. That's right. It's been a fucking centuries long propaganda campaign by the devil themselves, right? And Santa, how do they get to every house, right? In one night? It's not possible. There's clones. That's right. There's evil fucking clones of Santa Claus. They go to all the things, they build up that credentials, the credibility, and then boom, one night they just fucking kill all the kids. So you go and figure this out, you destroy the whole operation, and then I made a second one. So you're just doing the same thing.
And I feel so honored to be the guy they're sending to the North Pole to take them all down.
And they only sent one guy, you know, like, so think about that. Think about vote of
Jason Bourne
confidence.
over
Yeah,
here.
you only need one guy.
The North Pole. I want to go to the
Taking
North
on
Pole, but not for the same
millions.
reason.
And well, it'll be pretty habitable very soon. So
Oh, wait, Andrea.
Very habitable.
We just did a almost 2-hour show on that. It's called the
So
grading.
Irene. Oh, that sounds interesting. Irene, when you're live streaming, you do something that I'm trying to warm up to. And you cover a lot of other content creators.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know, you could call it drama. For lack of a better term, how do you describe it? Because I know when you were describing your content, you kind of covered it, but how is it? Drama, infighting? Is it online drama? How do you describe this?
I would say that a lot of times it gets classed as drama, and drama is indeed, you know, also a description of that which engages the algorithm. And just like food, if you have like concentrated sweets with very little nutrition to them, very little vegetables with them, you know, that's not good for you. That's not what you're, and it's never what I want the mainstay of my content to be. However, I feel like in terms of the battle of ideas for digital real estate, there is sometimes more at stake than you realize. And I think the sweet spot is when you can find a drama, you know, per se, you know, a conflict between content creators that has like a real issue behind that drama. Like, you know, there's a question of trans rights at the root of this, as happened recently in the debate between Keffels and Karl Marx, I think is his name, was actually a discussion of you know, some kind of trans community issues that you know were important to unpack and take a look at. So that's like my favorite thing to cover, is when, you know, it's the focus on the drama, the attraction to the algorithm fuel actually facilitates a discussion of something that otherwise just might not be a interesting enough issue to warrant any time spent towards it. So yeah, I mean, it's I know exactly what you mean though, as far as like warming up to it, because like, you know, coming into something like that, you know, one streamer covering another streamer, talking to another streamer, and opining on you know, who is right about what. I mean, that is strange stuff, especially if you're not familiar with the people that are being discussed.
You want to hear
Yeah, a lot of
something?
times.
Oh no, go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
please.
No, you.
You'll have it. You'll have a better one. I promise you.
Well, I was gonna say a lot of times I feel like people are just like doing it for clicks. Here's drama. Check it out. And then other times people take that like Sam Cedar method where he says, when you look up these names, you will see my commentary on their BS.
Dave Rubin, yeah,
And I think
exactly.
that, yeah, yeah. And so I really appreciate that. But like a lot of people who just do the news and they aren't legit journalists are just making it more digestible for viewers. And I feel like you make it more digestible. And I feel like better you watch it and comment on it than me watch it and try and figure out what's going on here.
That's what some people appreciate about my content is it's content that they're maybe not even happy about, like how pervasive and how popular it is, like something that cloaks itself as leftism, but really, if anything, is just a vessel for some of the bad old like anti-SJW mentality to sort of creep back into the left, and people are not happy at how pervasive and how dominant this kind of content can be, where the content is a leftist streamer dunking on marginalized people, right? This is unfortunately a very popular content, like like a very popular genre, I guess, or a very popular meta for large streamers. And it's I feel like my stream is one place that marginalized groups get a chance to dunk back.
I love
I
the dunk.
like that.
Yeah, I think a lot of the Twitch streamer like drama culture is just because like people feel the need to stream all day, and like it's kind of hard to talk about things that matter, so they just like create arbitrary garbage just to like enjoy their jobs. Because does anyone really enjoy sitting on stream for 13 hours talking about dead kids in Gaza? Nah, no one really wants to
Never
do
done
that.
that.
So they just like they talk about like, oh, did you hear that streamer said this? And then it becomes fun, because the dopamine kicks in, and then it becomes like a giant human centipede ass shit. That's
It's
my
an
commentary.
ecosystem.
Human centipede is a good, yeah.
Yeah, I actually had an uplifting piece of drama that I watched unfold as I was clipping
I'm
and
uplifting
working
myself
on
right
something.
now.
No, understandable. Do you guys know Demon Mama? Anybody ever?
I'm familiar.
Okay.
Haven't you shown her clips? Have you
I'm
shown
sh-
her
I-
clips?
I would be surprised if she's regardless. She was covering another scandal. I'm sure I have, if Irene hasn't, but people have seen it. She was covering another scandal that Michael Voris from a hate church is in a sex scandal and it got kicked out of his church. But she unironically likes some of the content his hate church puts out. They have a sketch comedy show called Holy Mackerel. And over the course of a very I know it's a good name. And over the course of a very long stream, as she was covering this, she said to her audience, guys, you got to back up. We got to back up Holy Mackerel. There's no way this church is going to survive. By the end of her stream, she had come across a stream that had, or a video that had just come out, which was basically signaling doom for the whole church. And they managed to save all the episodes of Holy Mackerel. My point being, it's incredibly sweet that an famously atheist streamer named Demon Mama is the reason that Holy Mackerel, a sketch comedy show from a far right extremist church, will survive.
Holy mackerel.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that one, but there's a lot of content that's produced by sometimes the far right, sometimes just like evangelicals, but that is, in some way, like worthy of worthy of taking a look at. Very entertaining. I always think of like Bible Man. Has anybody?
Old Bible Man I liked more, but yes.
There was a second generation of Bible Man. I don't know which one I saw.
Cameron?
And they're more hateful, unfortunately.
Oh
They're
God, of
very
course.
hateful. Like Greg
But
Locke and the other one, that what is that small church? I swear they must be in a
How is
storefront.
it? How is it about the
Something's worth
Bible if
preserving.
it's
Yes.
About
it's
hate.
hateful?
It's not about the Bible. It's about the,
Oh,
the
just
lying and the controlling.
it's just the cartoon version of Bible Man. But
Oh.
yes, there is now a cartoon of Bible Man.
Jeez.
I brought
So
it down.
weird
I'm
that-
sorry. The overall point
This
that
is-
you were making, that there is some stuff that's not terrible and it's good
But
to
look-
take in. Yes.
The internet is so weird.
Why
And
not?
like the
It
more
is.
people stream, the weirder it gets. And like I think it's cool to hold each other accountable and challenge different takes, right? And hopefully like everyone's learning from that, right? And we can see who doesn't learn from that. And it's like, all right, well, good luck out there. But then, you know, I and this is what I mean by warming up to it. Like at first, and a lot of it, I was like, all right, TMZ, I guess, or just you're just telling me what happened on Twitter today. Guess what? I'm on Twitter. I saw what happened. I don't need it
Yeah.
reiterated. But then there's a lot of times where people are breaking it down. And this is what Irene does. And this is why I specifically like, I don't watch this anywhere else. I'll just say it. But like, I like how you're like asking the chat what they think and getting input from the community. And it's not just you up there on a video, it's live, it's several hours, and you're really making it more digestible and truly dissecting it in a way that maybe by the end, I personally am like, I don't give a shit. But the experience is more entertaining than a lot of what you're covering. Do you know what I mean? And I don't mean entertaining for entertainment's sake, but like worth broadcasting. Do you know what I mean? There's like a production value, if that makes sense. Anyway, I think you do it better than anybody else.
Well, thank you so much. No, that means a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, one other thing about like bigger streamers is that they can't really do interactivity, or if they do, they're just like baiting their audience, like, give me money and then I'll talk to you. And then that's just going to be a certain demographic of people, like only the fanboys are going to send in the money. So it becomes like an echo chamber. And that's one great thing I like about like smaller streams, you know, like people that don't get thousands and thousands of viewers. Cause like, really, I just don't understand. Like maybe it's a hot take. I just don't get watching like someone who has thousands and thousands of viewers, like on a live stream. Like if it's a show or something, that makes sense. But like, I don't know. To me, a live stream is about like interacting with someone, I guess, you know? So it's like,
Yeah.
I like that smaller, comfy vibe.
Well, me too.
Yeah.
Look
like
at
being in the
look
audience.
at somebody.
Everybody in my
Atlanta.
chat.
Look at David Feldman. He's getting like 40,000 views per
Well,
video.
I think this is all
But
by
he's in the
accident.
comments.
Yeah.
But he is
great.
down in. Oh, I'd like to hear what you mean by that. But he is like replying to people in the comments. But what do you mean by
A
accident?
great accident. I don't think he meant out that he was going to do live streams, and last night 2.3 thousand people were watching. I don't think that he anticipated this, because I look at his old stuff and I look at what he's doing now, and it's significantly much broader audience because of the way he breaks everything down, and he teaches you, and he's a historian. He's amazing.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I love that he just owned being whenever the F he wants. That's cool to me.
Liberatory.
Well,
Yeah.
but
Do
he
you
was
want-
back on, yeah, that time.
Do you want me to ask him if he intended for this or not?
Yeah.
I'm talking to him Wednesday.
Yeah.
Son of a gun.
I think it's
God, if I
exciting.
knew. That's amazing.
That's a
That's
really interesting
amazing.
question that you bring up as far as like being in a small audience of a small stream versus a large one, and how much interactivity can you actually do at a certain size, and what is the point of that interactivity too? Because like right there, you can interact in a way that you sort of cover up for your accountability, where you cherry pick chatters who you can dunk on and make fools of, and there's a different kind where you actually do hold yourself accountable to and answer in good faith, an exception that somebody might have taken to what you're saying, right? Because especially if you're somebody like me who's sometimes finding herself in the position of holding people accountable, I want to be accountable to my audience. I'd be a pretty big hypocrite if I tried to close off that sort of accountability.
Oh, absolutely, man. I don't know. I have a tiny audience by comparison to the sort of folks we're talking about, but I'm already at a point where there are things I have meant to respond to for over a month and racked with guilt over not having gotten to yet.
Well, once
I
you
don't know
get
how they do
over
it.
the guilt, then you will enlighten yourself and say, why bother responding to anybody? Why bother even doing a YouTube show?
Let's just go in the
You
hills.
should just
hide.
Just reply to emails. Unsubscribe, please.
Oh, I really can't keep up with answering your questions. Please go ask someone else some questions, for Christ's sake.
I have a
That's
question
it.
about online media for you guys.
I have an answer.
You ready?
No.
So I'm gonna start bringing this up in interviews. I have twice. One was pre-recorded and won't air for a week or so. But I asked Francesca last night, and it's like one of these random casual questions that leads to a bigger conversation. And it's, if Trump is reelected, I'll fill in the blank, right? And so what I'm getting at is, I think, and tell me what you think, I think the quote unquote online left, progressive online media, all these shows who plan on using Trump's gaffes and whatever as ammunition for jokes and humor and funny takes and all that.
Funny.
I think there needs to be, and granted, there will be a lot of this leading up to the election to try and make it so there's awareness and he doesn't get reelected. But if he does, there needs to be a strategy and a game plan. Everyone needs to hit the ground running, because the day after he's elected,
Oh, I'll hit the
think
ground
about
running.
all these streamers have built up audiences from when he was elected to now, right? Now they've got the tens of thousands or millions of viewers, right? When day after he's elected, if he is, they're all going to turn on these shows looking for direction, strategy. What do we do? There was a flurry of activity. There were trial and error periods right after the first time. We've seen all his game book, his playbook. Now there's Project 25. There need to be, in my mind, prepared videos and live streams for
I
the
agree.
day after and then the weeks following.
agree.
Do you what and like, but what does that look like? I'm just the idea guy.
It's a damn good
What do you think?
idea.
For me, it will look like examining all of the policies that they plan to strip away as they strip away the EPA and the FERC, the energy FERC, the Federal Energy
But you're going to start.
Regulation.
You're going to start now. You're going to start recording these videos now. You're going to have these scripted live streams locked and loaded. That's what I mean.
I'd encourage you.
Because there's not going to be any. There's not going to be any breathing or time to
doing it
take a
now.
breath or take a beat. Yeah, but like, it needs to be in terms of, okay, he was reelected. Everyone's panicking. Everyone's pissed off. Everyone's saying, I'm going to leave the country. And then the next day you go on air and they're like, hold on, this person's got their shit together.
Right.
Listen,
This is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
Because remember, everyone was like, hey, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Don't burn out. Calm down. Take a beat. We're not taking a beat. We already know what to do. I'm saying in terms of just like being prepared, like having that shit ready to go. Do you think people will do that? I mean, should I send out a memo to the online left? You know what I'm saying?
Yes. That's a very
Why
good
not?
idea.
Mobilize.
It's worth, yeah, and it's
I have
worth
their
putting
emails.
in their heads the idea that you should have a plan, not just you should have videos ready, but the even more basic idea of you should have a plan. It's not a joke. We need to prepare for the worst. Hopefully those videos are useless and then you can play them later as this would have been bad and this would have been the planned thing. but they should be ready regardless, because you're right. He's going to come for democracy. We have to, there's a chance that we can save it, and we should be prepared to. I'm going to get on it. I don't have a good answer for you. Irene, what do you think? Do you have anything come to mind to what we should?
I mean, it's such a difficult thing because the democracy that we do have is so it almost feels localized, at least in the public perception, to the 4-year exercise of voting for president, right? There obviously is a lot more that you could do as far as electoral politics, even than than the presidential contest, right? Or involving yourself in that. But that is what most Americans regard as being democracy. And if that's taken away, right, that is that is like a black pill on top of a lot of black pills that have already had to be swallowed, as far as the gap between the ideals of the country, the concept of enfranchising the people into a democratic republic, and the reality of how corrupt that republic actually is, how much money and influence actually override any sense of civic responsibility, or let alone like community responsibility. And I think as has been said before, it's that's something that has to take a even more urgent place in any kind of content that we do, inspiring people to help each other out, because in that situation, for a lot of us, that's all we have. And
so
go ahead.
Well, what if, let's say, maybe there's a different nominee? I don't know.
DeSantis, yeah, there's a lot of them that are really bad. So
Yeah, or I mean, Project 25 doesn't rely on Trump. It relies on the Republicans, right? And conservatives. And so, it's almost like the game. Oh, change my mind here. Maybe the game plan isn't Trump. Maybe the game. I mean, I think that's where people really panic. I think they should be legit concerned and already working toward. And I see a lot in the chat. People are like, we can't let this happen. Agreed. I
Yeah.
also think we can agree that everyone here tonight is of the same mind, and we're just being the vocal minority here and now. I think that a lot of Americans are like, when's the election? I'm not worried about that yet. I'll do it on the day of.
Or
Yikes.
young
So like
people saying, "Oh, he's not bought."
And so increasing awareness to win those guys over, that'd be great. But there's always that day after where everyone's like, we should have been paying attention. We dropped the ball. And it's like, don't drop the ball, or be prepared for people to drop. I'm just saying be pragmatic, I guess.
To
But
Irene's
make
point,
one damn video.
there is something to be said for instructing people to go out and get a sense of their network, because we're going to know broadly what's coming, but we won't know what's going to be coming first. And if they, for example, force through a nationwide abortion ban, you should have a sense of who in your community is going to be able to get you a pill you desperately need, or would be willing to share if they have saved up, yada yada. It's dark times, but first impressions, Irene, you might have touched on something with building networks.
Well, I mean, essentially, this is work that we should be doing regardless. But it's all the more important in a situation where you've got a government that's got crosshairs on the most vulnerable people out there, and has plans, actionable plans to circumvent. So what they're really talking about with Project 2025, the bulk of that plan is a plan to get around the civil servants that make up the majority of the effective mechanism of government, not where the decisions are made as much as where the policy is carried out. And these people have acted as somewhat of a handbrake on some of Trump's plans in the past, right? This is who they regard as the deep state, right? We could talk about the actual deep state versus the deep state according to Trump, but he's really, and Project 2025, even like you said, if Trump isn't elected, you still got, what is it, like 4 out of 7 candidates that have agreed to go along with the Heritage Foundation's plan.
Yeah. Yeah. And they
A
all want to be
version of
Trump's
this.
running mate. And yeah.
A
I do
version of
think
this for the
that,
state you're in as well.
yeah, I mean, I just feel like there's a whole lot of people who don't think it'll happen, and there's a whole lot, and you always
Don't take
get like
anything
the
for
jank
granted.
Uyghurs. You get the jank Uyghurs who are like, Trump's gonna win, and then when he does, I told you, and it's like, come on, man, you were just being
Self-fulfilling
devil's
You had a
prophecy.
advocate or
50-50
whatever. But
chance.
Gives them
yeah,
4
and I
years
mean,
of angry content.
well, no president has ever won these wide margins. So like it's a nail biter every time, I feel like. But I don't know. I feel like I'm not formulating it a lot in my mind. I'm just sort of puking out the ideas as they come to me. But last night Francesca said, or Monday, Francesca Fiorentini, she said the same thing. She's like, you gotta get in touch with your community. You gotta have phone trees. If people are going out protesting, you need to lean on each other. You know what I mean? Everyone needs to network, and you
Know who you
gotta,
might need to check in on as well.
who are the people in your neighborhood, right? Fucking
have
Mr.
some.
Rogers had this shit figured out a long time ago, man. I'm so pissed off. After September 11th, they asked Mr. Rogers to go on air and say something to calm everyone down and bring everyone together. And he said, what? No, they stopped listening to me a long time ago. Isn't that heartbreaking?
God damn.
That guy was a bomb. You ever
Hmm.
watch him in front of Congress going to bat for public broadcasting?
Yes.
Did you
I
ever
have
watch
seen
that?
some of that.
Yeah.
I mean, God,
I have a question.
the
Remember
man.
how it
Yeah.
felt to mobilize for Bernie in 2015 and
Yes.
16? Well, maybe we don't have to mobilize for a candidate. We mobilize for each other, for an idea, for values, for progressive values. And we
Hell
start
yes.
doing that locally like we did it. I mean, it was electric here. It was electric here. But we had that figurehead, that candidate. Well, maybe we don't need the figurehead so much. Maybe we need the ideals.
I mean, he always said
I
it's
don't
not
know
about him, it's
how.
about us. Yeah.
I don't know
Right.
how
He
you would
said
build
that.
an actual network though. Like it's
Get
very
back
easy
in
to
touch with
say.
all those people.
Is my mic working? Can I-
Yes.
It is.
Oh,
It
okay.
is.
I'm really high right now. I apologize. But like it's pretty easy to say we should build a community, but like how does that actually go? Like what is the
You
procedure?
need
Like is there
organization.
like is there a 10-point plan we can have? Like, what if you live in
That's
like Fucksville where everyone's fucking stupid and like,
I
or
do.
like,
And we did it.
Well, what did you do?
We got together and had meetings at everybody else's house and had
And what
rallies.
happened?
And well, we thought he did very well for considering I live in red, even worse now. But there are people that do have the passion. I'm not saying that I have answers. I'm just saying it was done. It was
Yeah,
done.
but like it also like, I'm not convinced that rallying around an idea is easier than rallying around a person.
Well,
I
it's
think
not
people
easier.
naturally
Well,
want to follow the leader.
More honest.
who are we going to rally around?
Exactly. That's the
We
problem.
don't
Is
like the
there's
two front
nobody?
running. I mean, it's who wants either one of them?
Yeah, I'm with
Both
Sandy on
parties
this
are
one.
insane. It's insanity. But then
The
do we
answer is
want
not.
any of the third parties either? I
The
mean,
answer, yeah. The answer
it's
is not to
fucked.
not rally. So if there is no person to rally around, then it's the ideas. I think that's
Medicare
very
for
well put.
all, the environment. I mean,
Boom.
the climate
Boom.
movement is very active. There's climate defiance. I'm getting emails every day from all of these different
Boom.
climate organizations that have a lot going for them. Hook on to them.
Unions.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was gonna say. So
Unions through the
you can support unions without having to be in one, right? You can stand on a picket line and not be one of the actual workers on strike. You can do that, right? You can hook people up.
Your old
You
pal
can
Jake
support
did, and he
online
stole
media.
some burgers too.
See, and you can support Environmental Coffee House and then learn about all these different things that you could be supporting and getting behind and
Well,
messaging and
some might.
strategies for messaging. No, I'm
Yes.
saying if
Well, I'm gonna do
you
it.
stop, well, like one person stops watching MSNBC and starts tuning into, I don't know, anything, the surfs, whatever it is,
Right,
right?
right. I gotcha.
Doesn't even have to be American as long as they're covering American stuff, right? And you can support these organizations because, don't get me going on this again, but or do, I don't know. I mean, I feel like I've said it thoroughly enough. What we want, healthcare, paid time off, rights, just pick any
Housing.
right that you think housing. All of this can be gained through labor militancy and labor organizing and striking and unions, and all of that can be gained through that. Otherwise, I think you do need one person, a figurehead, to because when Bernie didn't achieve higher office, the left splintered and weakened
Oh, did they
and went in
splinter?
different. Yeah, and
He had a lot of
that's not how you
supporters
do it.
from all
So
over, though. He
I
did.
think that would have happened regardless.
Yeah, they tended to go back
yeah,
to.
like if he had won, yeah.
Oh, I
So
don't know. Do
that's
you
why
think,
we should be
Andrea?
pointing toward. Yeah, is that what you were saying, Andrea? If he had won, they would have splintered.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Well, I mean, I don't even know if the left splintered versus like all the fucking propaganda queens, like, and all the fucking fake losers and like the fucking Nico House type characters who just like ride bandwagons for money and popularity. Like, they
Yeah.
just realized the jig was up, you know? Because, like, you know, it's like the Tulsi Gabbard thing. Like, it's pretty easy to realize, like, oh, you got Bernie and Hillary. Like, only one of these options is going anywhere in the future. It's pretty easy to just ride the money train until the money dries up. So, like, that's a big problem in the left in general, is that there's, you know, I mean, it's bigger in the right, obviously, people in it for the money, but like, it's hard to disseminate like who's actually involved, who actually gives a shit, and who's here because, like, you know, they want to meet new friends, or who's here because they got nothing else to do, or who's here because they want to like start a YouTube show and gain views. You know what I mean? So it's like we need to like find ways to like be able to disseminate that a lot easier, but also without, you know, just like, you know, claiming everyone's in it for this or whatever. Like, there's got to be a fine line, and I think that that's something that the left needs to really work on, is being able to figure out who's actually in it and who's not in it but is willing to be in it if they were educated, if they were given resources. You know, like if we had certain, you know, there's a lot of people that are poor or whatever that, like, if they had the resources to like join an organization, or if they, you know, they're disabled, for example, so if they had the ability to actually join these things, they would, but they can't. So we need to like figure out how to reach those populations instead of like wasting a lot of time and resources on people that aren't, you know, going to be doing much anyway.
Well, you're talking about labor militancy. I think that if, you know, there is any kind of a Republican presidency, and you know, even like it's kind of the norm for the Democrats when they achieve office to attack labor. And considering all the gains that labor has gotten recently, there are bound to be at least the moneyed interests that stand against labor that are going to use, you know, whatever you know, presidency comes up as a chance to attack labor and to try to roll back those gains and make sure that they're not something that sticks, and moreover to make sure that they don't catch any momentum. And so, you know, it is, I mean, there are figures in labor that are getting more attention now and that are speaking with more of a courageous voice, rather than just feeling like that, you know, they're compromised somehow or they're defeated. We are in a moment where there's a little bit of an ascendancy going on in labor, and I think that the first militant action that's going to have to be taken is the defense of those gains.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, for sure. I generally
Civil rights.
am. Yeah, I'm generally of the belief that Matt is as well when it comes to not waiting 4 years to get progress. We should not lose the opportunity. We should understand that we are both shooting our shot and guarding the goalpost every 4 years, really every 2 years. But nonetheless, it took an hour for a ceasefire to be declared in the newest Middle East crisis when oil tankers said they weren't going to go through there anymore. Grabbing these people by the coin purse is the way is a route that we should be going.
Hey, you know what
But
else
how
I
do you
was thinking
prevent like
about?
scabs? I think we got into this conversation before, but it's like I feel like there's just always going to
need
be
to
enough
outnumber
people.
them. If
What do we mean by
more
scabs,
and more people who cross picket lines and go to work anyway,
Oh, literal like
we'll do it for less,
strike
right?
busting scabs?
Or like people that are like, oh no, we're gonna let the oil tankers go through because I got like 6 people in my family that I have to feed or whatever,
Make our case as best we can to them, but I mean, not worry about what the ranks might look like when they're breaking before they're formed.
I mean, if you're talking about,
Be a wrong.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you. I was just gonna say that that's
You're
not
the
a great
guest.
response from me. So please.
Well, if we're talking about not just like scabs in the traditional sense of people that are crossing the picket line and breaking solidarity, but also about those that are pouring cold water on any sort of effort to exert collective power on the businesses, the forces, the institutions, the politicians, what have you, that oppress us, then that does put you a little bit on the line in terms of, if your form of fighting back against that is to criticize those creators that have done that. And yes, this is unfortunately a very common tactic among even leftist streamers in the content sphere, to want to say that there is something cringe about trying to put together something like a boycott, because that is a major response that you get when something like that is proposed, right? That this is a quixotic task.
Boycott. They
I have
boycotted Bud Light.
to comment on is that like, I've seen this a lot over like protesting and organizing is people will try something once or twice and then lose and then give up forever. Right. So like, that's one thing you have to like really worry about. Like, like if you're going to do like a big action and it doesn't go as planned, how do you resolve the aftermath? Right. Like a lot of organizing and protests that I've been to, a lot of people have like the starry eyes. We're going to do this and then this is going to happen and then we're going to win. And then like that eventually, maybe sometimes it happens, but eventually sometimes it doesn't happen. And then a bunch of people get demotivated, So like we have to like be able to have like a lasting, long-winded, you're going to lose 15,000 times before you win once approach. And like that's got to be a major aspect of what you drill into people by like education,
Okay,
Have we
Andrea.
ever seen anything like Project 2025 in any of our lifetimes before? Have we ever been on the precipice of the cliff?
Long term, maybe, but not so
Not like this.
Not so blatant.
concise. But
Right.
But Andrea, to what you were just saying, that is exactly what I want people to be talking about strategically the day after the guy might win office. Do you know what I mean? I want people to say, now look, here's how you do this, or here are examples of how people got starry-eyed and ran out to the protest, nothing came of it, and they just went back to their lives and ignored the issues or whatever, right? And it only gets worse. This is the kind of stuff that I want everyone to like choose a topic, come up with your 20, 10, 15-minute video, whatever it is, and just have it locked and loaded. Because that is like, this is exactly what I'm talking about. There's all these different aspects to the things that went down from 2016 over the next 4 years, like right up until lockdown, right? For COVID, that were, just endless, like, oh my God, he's piling it on. How do we deal? It's 30,000 lies. It's endless, like drama that doesn't mean anything. He's just deflecting. They're a wrecking ball to all of the agencies and departments. Transparency is shot. And then he took home files and top secret classified stuff. You know what I mean? It's like, I just want somebody to like, I'll take this one. I'll take Puerto Rico flood. I'll take Women's March. I'll take
Yeah.
immigrant ban. I'll take the wall. I'll take the Muslim ban. You know what I mean? Like everyone take one thing, but then come at it in terms of this is what you can do. This is how we did it wrong. This is what worked. Here's what we learned. Even if it's not like a literal, here's a checklist of what you should do, at least put all that stuff out there for people to be like, oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
But
I mean, this sounds like a good idea for a big collaboration. You get a bunch of people to pick like
That's what I'm
one
saying.
issue, make like a 10-minute segment or something, have like a beginning, middle, end, and then stitch them together with like a documentary style narration in between segments or something. Free idea. Anyone wants it? It's
Exactly.
yours.
Free idea, people. And also in terms of like scabs and like it being hopeless and like we're already defeated. We live in a low intensity democracy. There are two parties who thrive off one having a slight majority so they can just fundraise and say, go vote. So I've been thinking about third parties lately, and I don't mean to like dominate the mic, so I'm going to give this over to you guys. But if you want, talk about this. Third parties always come up during a presidency. And then you also hear people saying, hey, if you want to get involved, run for office. As what, a fucking Democrat? Run third party. We need a third party caucus. If there's a third party president, what good is that without a third party taking up a third
So
of Congress or whatever?
Who has tried to
So,
build
like,
a third party? Who's been building?
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
it's
they do
fractured,
have.
and then there's arguing.
Yeah,
and
the third
problems.
party
Green
racket
Party
is
does
just like
have-
scam artist pyramid scheme, you know, like, oh, we pull the
know.
rug
So
out and then we wait
independent.
until the next generation of 18-year-olds who don't know any better to like give us a bunch of money. And like that's another
Just
problem.
looking for
Like
a
I think it would be a
caucus.
worthwhile project to just like go into these parties and just like, yeah, you know, the Green Party, they rigged their last primary in 2020. They just rigged it for Howie Hawkins because they didn't like that there was another guy who might actually win in a fucking primary. They did the same thing in 2016. They were like, oh, the Democrats rigged the primary. Then the
and they
Greens
did
did it
it.
in 2020, right? So like, yeah, I mean, it's theoretically a worthwhile project to like just go into these party structures and bust it all up and say, like, yeah, this is like a big scam industry, you know. We got to actually get people in office, right? But like, is that really, then it goes into like the zero sum situation where is it like, wouldn't that energy be better spent in the Democratic Party? Maybe. I mean, who really knows, you know?
At least pressuring the Democratic candidate to actually advocate and for the people that they represent, even if you're a message candidate with no real chance of winning, which is what Bernie. I hate to go back to Bernie because obviously people in chat I'm sure are pointing out that Bernie has not been so great lately, but that was the understanding that Bernie went into the 2016 election with, was that there was very little chance of him winning, maybe a small chance of him affecting the eventual platform by his pressure, but at least that pressure was there. And at the same time, yeah, the need for a creation of a third party so that when the opportunity arises, you can get something like, I mean, the Democratic Party by all measures should be the conservative party, or one of the parties on the conservative side of the spectrum. Compared to almost any other country that you'd look at, right? Their policies are fairly conservative. It's a shame that that is seen as the horizon of progressive, policy.
That's kind of why I might, hear me out. I'm all for people running third party at the local level, but I'm not sure I would recommend it more than, say, running as a Democrat, because, good God, I would enjoy taking money from the Democratic Party to run a progressive. I think that's practically a heist, and I support all such heists. Run as
I
Republican.
mean, yeah, join the Republican Party and run.
Democrats
there too.
Democrats fight harder against progressives than Republicans.
Yeah, that's why
This is
I'm
why
watching
you
it.
need to
mean?
run as like the corporatist to end all corporatists, right? And then like once you
Trojan
get
horse.
in, do a reverse Fetterman, you know, like you
Yes.
run as like
Yeah.
a Mehmet Oz type character, and then once you get in, you know,
You'll
then
Maybe dress up like the Monopoly guy, right? You know, have the monocle and everything, and then just do a double Uno reverse on
Monopoly
them.
guy doesn't have the monocle.
He doesn't?
guys.
Mandela effect, no monocle.
You
It's
got
like
me.
Mr. Peanut.
You
I've
got
been in
me.
this conversation many times.
You got me.
I know.
Wait, is that really true? Did I get Mandela just now?
Yep. You got Mandela.
He has the must.
I got Steins Gate.
Fuck.
Sorry.
But yeah, take that bow tie
The
off.
smile I
Turn
like.
into a
Has a
headband.
monocle. In some pictures, I don't know which is correct.
Yeah, the photoshopped ones that are there to fuck with you. Yeah, he's got some.
Oh my god. You're right. It's on the Mandela effect that I'm looking at it. Side note, you guys will know I am running as a reverse, what'd you call it?
Reverse
A reverse
Fetterman?
Fetterman. Yeah.
That's
If
funny.
one day all of my YouTube videos are deleted, that's why.
Speaking of
Everybody
Monopoly,
Irene, play it cool. If they're all deleted one day, just trust.
Operation come up with a cool
Fetterman.
code word is now in effect.
Vermin.
Operation Clean
what is
Slate.
it? What was his name? Vermin Extreme.
Supreme.
The guy?
Supreme?
Supreme.
The real shoe on head. The real shoe on head. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
Hey, speaking of
Vermin.
Monopoly, do you know a quick way to get cold hard cash?
That got me. Sorry, no, I missed the premise. What now?
I said, speaking of Monopoly, do you know a quick way to get cold hard cash?
I don't know how.
Just start keeping your money in the freezer.
Okay.
Irene, you should know that Matt
Yeah,
is
I'm reading it
evil.
off the card, man.
That
Where's
doesn't
the
make it any
dad
better.
joke? Dad joke central. Oh, Bella. He's in ours. He said put it in the freezer. God damn it, he got it before you said it.
Why aren't dogs good dancers?
I don't know why.
That's a stupid
'Cause they have
fucking
two
question
left
because they
feet.
are good
They have
dancers.
2 left
Oh.
feet.
Mm-mm.
They have two
Yeah,
left
that's why they're
feet.
so good at dancing because they have two left feet.
Oh God, they do. They
dinosaur
really
had-
do.
Which dinosaur had the best vocabulary?
I don't know what.
A thesaurus.
Thesaurus.
She
got you.
Yay! We need the
She got you.
applause
Did you?
button.
I told this one on my show earlier. What do you call a spider with 10 eyes?
Oh,
I don't know what.
A spy.
Oh, son of a gun. I was listening too.
This
And
is
it
my
made me
favorite
laugh
part of
then
the
as well.
my show when Matt does this because God knows I need to laugh.
You got to break up the. I mean, it gets heavy, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because we're looking.
But it's
at
a good
we're
conversation.
looking at our demise.
These are important matters
just
to
wanted to-
address. Yes.
I just wanted to bring up
dancing abilities
the.
are very important.
Right on, Andrew.
And I have a 3-legged dog, so she
Oh.
does not have 2 left feet. That's not even accurate.
That's offensive.
Um,
It's an
No-legged.
ableist joke, even.
No-legged dog.
You're right. It is. I'm gonna rip up that card. But I do think it's important to bring up on a group show with 5 of us this sort of concept of strategizing for the worst case scenario, and then how can you retro or repurpose
Yeah.
that for just the endless onslaught of BS that we're gonna face from politics in general anyway. So I don't know. I thought it was worth bringing up. I think that conversation, like if you were in a
It's just
room
worth it.
with 100 left-wing online media guys, you'd have to keep constantly be like, okay, stop digressing, bring it back, because it goes off into a million different streams of thought.
Yeah. And you do need a way of like coalescing, around at least a shared strategy in order to really get things done. Like Andrea was saying earlier, the coordination of any kind of action against power designed to have an effect, can very easily fail if it's not if people aren't coordinated, and the the result of a bad the result of failing can sometimes be to leave people burned out and less able to deal with the future than they would be otherwise. So, kind of planning for either eventuality, for any eventuality.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad you brought it up, man. And I appreciate hearing that I'm surrounded by people that react pretty well to this stuff. You guys, you give me hope.
I'm trying to give people the opposite of hope. I want them to have cope.
And we don't even, cope. We don't use
That's
the word hope.
I like someone who's willing to stick in the ribs. Let us know where our weak spots are, because you're not wrong. I mean, we got it. You have to prepare, I think, for the psychological side of a long fight as much as you do the actual steps.
Well, I have an example from my protesting days, when people get hit with like stupid fake charges, like, oh, you were out past curfew or you were trespassing because you're on the sidewalk, like as stupid as that is to people that are educated, like, oh, obviously this is not going to stick, obviously this is nothing. If you're not well educated on like fake charges that the state will give to you, that scares the shit out of people. Like every protest I've ever been to, when people get like arrested for something stupid, they're not there the next day. They're gone. They gave up because they're fucking scared, or like they have a job, and then their job is like, oh, why is my employee going in and out of court? Even though technically you're not allowed to get fired because of court responsibilities. Your job's just gonna, especially in a right to work state, they're just gonna come up with some fake reason to fire you. So it fucks with people's lives, and so like that's why education is a big deal. Like you have to like study history to see what people have tried and what worked and what didn't. And when it didn't work, how did people react, and how was that reaction helpful or how was it hurtful? And these are things that like a lot of people don't talk about in online media, because frankly, a lot of people in online media have never really done things like protest. Like a lot of people have never really done things like get arrested. A lot of people have never really done things like organize. So like a lot of online media commentators are really good at telling people what they need to do. But like once you get into that field, there's really no handbook on like, all right, well, how do we go from here?
I'll tell you, I've been to quite a few protests, but as a white gentleman in a suit, it's difficult to get arrested.
That's true. Yeah.
boy.
And that's like, like on a football team, I don't know anything about football though, by the way, like that would be an important player, like the white guy in a suit is like, that's a power move in some instances, like you can use that to your advantage to benefit people that otherwise wouldn't have that benefit too.
Operation Cream Shield. I like this idea, actually.
What if the answer as far as what to do, speaking of online content creators who don't talk about actions in their real life, is to get offline and get local and do that coordination outside of the onlooking eyes as much as you possibly can, right?
That was my life for a long time. Here.
Yeah, let's then tap that dopamine a little bit. What was a protest you truly enjoyed?
I enjoy every protest I go to.
Yeah, but what's one that was like it was a good experience? Like, yeah, it was a fun day.
Actually, one that I didn't know I was going to. I got taken to a protest on a date. One of my dates actually brought me to. I didn't. Yeah, and it worked out. I mean, I wasn't ready for it, but it was a great way to jump into like kind of a spontaneous protest that that I wouldn't have known about otherwise.
That's a
I would say my
move.
most fun protest is where I gave Jair Bolsonaro the double middle finger. That would be my most fun protest.
Heck yes.
I liked it was after Parkland, that terrible shooting at Parkland, and there was it was the youth rallying these protests in cities all across the country at the exact same time, and everyone was supposed to like march to like, a local government building or something like
I
that.
went to
And
the DC one of
it was
those, and there
good.
was like a million fuckers there.
Yeah,
March
it was wild for my town.
during the March for Our Lives protests, myself and a bunch of other news folks who now I realize I cannot name. So if I say a name, I made it up and it was a different person. But myself and a bunch of other news folks who weren't supposed to be in protests went anyway. And I remember we drove across the country to be in DC, and we
You
the
probably ran
show
into each other.
we went together, and the show called Future Man had just come out on, I think, Hulu. And I just have a very fond memory of all staying in an Airbnb and watching Future Man and getting very drunk. It was good. Good time. Gone on a couple, now that I think about it, gone on a couple protest dates as well. It's a surprisingly romantic atmosphere.
It's a real quick
Hi.
way to see if this person is worth any more time whatsoever. So think of it that way.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if they're yawning, like, oh, when's this wrap up? You're like, all right, I don't see much
All
of
right,
a
when's this
future.
wrap up? Yesterday. So
You both show up and they're dressed like the Nazis that are counter protesting. You're like, oh, and I thought,
Oh no.
Wrong side.
yikes.
It has been just over an hour. If anybody wants to bail, feel free.
I'm gonna
It's
bill
technically a 1 hour show.
you for my time here.
I have a question.
Yeah.
For any of you, what do you think historically in the last, I don't know, pick a time frame, was the most successful protest out there that actually made a difference?
I think the Black Panthers free lunch program.
And that was in the 1960s?
Thereabouts.
Yeah, were they called they were probably just took the name Black Panthers, right?
I don't know the
From
exact
the original
years
Black Panthers.
when it was instituted because I haven't read a book on the 60s in a while. But yeah, I mean, I would say that created an actual institution that helped people. Then again, in the 80s, they turned school lunch into like a way to feed kids poison so that they would be sick all the time. So
Yeah,
maybe it wasn't so
corporate
good.
food. Yeah, when the corporate food
I have this
was over.
I have this great graphic novel on the history of the Black Panthers. I should read that again.
Online, read it online. Bring and show it.
Do a storybook
No.
time?
Oh, would that be
I mean, I
copyright?
reviewed it, but
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. But I mean, I'm not going to read a comic book to people.
Okay.
The small scale protest that I saw recently that was tremendously effective. A young lady laid down and refused to just participate in society until I agreed to carry her on my shoulders, despite the fact that I was exhausted and she is getting very heavy. This was my niece. It was an effective
gonna
protest.
say, what
I
is
have to
this?
say. A general strike. She proved the concept very, very well. Just full on
Teach 'em
spaghetti
young.
body, flopping over, and
Indoctrinate the youth.
yeah. No, most successful recent protests. I'm bummed that I don't have a clear answer for you. I would have said the BLM ones, but I
Yeah.
think that's going to be one of those things where we're still too close to it to tell long term what the effects were.
Pink Barrio in my
I
chat said
liked
Vietnam. And they were not
Oh.
commercialized protests like things I've been to.
Yeah.
I think, Jake, I think those protests did a lot for the masses in terms of
Yes.
exposing police brutality.
Absolutely.
I think before that, it was like those protesters deserved it. You shouldn't have been there. If you don't want to get beat up, don't go to the protest. And it's like, what are you talking about? And then I think when you see like some old man getting beat down,
Yeah, right
or
here in
like
Buffalo.
there were senior citizen, like, the quote unquote
Mm-hmm.
little old ladies out there getting beat up by cops.
And just spreading
And
awareness to know that,
Yeah.
like, if you see a black teen surrounded by two cops on the side of the road, you should get out your phone and record it. Like, just know that the
Yeah.
police, like, the protests of BLM, I'm not sure that in the long term their legislative effects will be easy to directly chart. But I do know there's a general sense in the populace now that our responsibility as fellow citizens needs to be taken up. And that includes having an understanding that there is systematic racism in the United States and frankly around the world against black folks. And crazy enough, black lives matter. So we should take that responsibility into consideration from this moment in history forward,
Okay.
including
Here's
getting
a-
that cell phone out.
Here's a hypothetical.
All right.
Trump's reelected. Day one, he signs into law. No more public protest.
We protested.
Do you
Private
protest it? Do you go right out into the
Sorry, you
street?
can't come to my protest officer. You're not on a list. It's a private protest. My apologies.
But
Yeah, there you go.
Genius.
Yeah,
Stand in your
but they
front lawn.
won't. Well, they certainly are not going to give you the permit. So you're gonna.
Well, but now
go-
the cops have full, they got the green light to beat everybody up, right?
And they're talking
Whoever
about the
they want.
robot dogs now.
Well, I mean, that's not actually. I mean, that is a scary proposition because there was the protests, right? And we all saw what happened. We all saw what spurred the protest in the first place, and we all saw what happened to people during the protest. And there was a good portion of America that had made up its mind what side they were on, and that got pulled right out from under us. The narrative got stolen and got recast as the menacing danger of this roving mob of protesters, rather than the true story, which is people organizing, people working together, people bringing attention to something that needs to change, that hasn't changed, or nobody's been able to affect change on it. And then to have that turn into almost a weapon against any of those efforts to abolish, to defund, to reform, even the police. A lot of the localities ended up being able to pivot to the exact opposite of that. And I mean, that's a lesson that really has to be learned, is that there's a rhetorical battle for the meaning of things like this that can be taken away from the movement and perverted and turned on its head.
Absolutely.
That's why, like,
Right.
one of my big things is whenever you're at any sort of protest or organization, like, if people ask questions or like don't know something, you should always try to like inform them on certain things. Like, protests should not be about like one thing that it's a big misnomer, I think, with a lot of people that go to protest is like people go to protest because they want to see a change, and that is like almost that's the least likely outcome from a protest. Like, you're not going to go to a protest and then police brutality disappears. Like, you're not going to go to a protest and then guns are going to get banned. You're not going to go to a protest and then the climate's going to be saved. But what you can do is meet people, educate people, become educated, learn protest tactics, learn what works, what doesn't work, study police behavior. When I would go to protests that had like SWAT presence, I would always study how they look at each other, what kind of finger moves they would do, like what kind of like things that they would like, what kind of assemblies they would do. Cause it's like, it's better to study these environments because you never know when you're going to need to escape. Like, if you can tell people, hey, cops are about to come like running for our asses, if you can give someone a 5-second head start because you're familiar with that kind of body language, that 5 seconds can save someone, So like, that is what protesting really should be like, telling people to use it as a learning experience and not like, but a lot of people go to a protest, oh, we're going to solve this problem, or we're, and that's
No, it takes
the
years
least
of-
likely outcome.
years of civil disobedient maneuvers and things like what Just Oil and what Extinction Rebellion is doing over in the UK and has done here. But we in the United States don't have the kind of protests that are disruptive anymore. Not like that. Nope. And I know going to Philly, we were prepared because we didn't know what to expect. Me and Kia, we brought gas masks. We didn't know, what was going to happen. And it turned out it was 98 degrees and the cops were giving us water. We're putting water out. Nobody was getting beaten up.
I
But
think
nobody
the
knew.
target of the protests is important as well. Who are you embarrassing by putting a bunch of people standing together saying a thing somewhere, or who are you pressuring? In many cases, it's politicians at the end of the day, but sometimes it is the general populace as well, as if to say, you have done all of this, you have permitted this. We're here. We are nailing the list of your sins to the door.
And that's the kind of thing that
you're right. It's not a one and done thing.
That's the kind of thing that, like Andrea said, it takes a lot longer to soak in. When the protest is literally against the complacency of the public, that is not a message that's going to be swallowed super easily, and not a something that's going to go through with just one protest. So
we've had a couple protests which have become damn near general strikes. And I think the only thing that stopped them from snowballing into that is a lack of awareness about how close we were. And I'm thinking of what did they call it? The Million Woman March after Trump got elected. The March for Our Lives, the Black Lives Matters marches. If you have a couple of those events overlapping, and you have a cohesion of those groups happening, sudden and radical control is not out of the realm of possibility to be taken for progressives, or just frankly anybody who wants a sane world. But again, I say you're right that we have to. It's as you were saying. All of this is just to say that doesn't happen with one protest. That happens when protest movements collide.
Yeah.
I envision a world of endless protest, 24/7.
I envision a world where we don't.
It's like
have
taking
to. How about
shifts.
that?
Yeah, but
envision
I
us
like to
winning
prepare
eventually.
for the worst.
I
Like
don't think that's a
the
bad thing, Matt.
anti-corporatists said, "Stop talking about Trump getting reelected." All right, man. We'll all stop talking about it, and then when it happens, we'll be like, "Ugh."
I mean, I would hope that nobody's taken by surprise by that. After, I mean, in 2016, maybe, if you were reading the papers, you would be surprised by, looking at the media analysis of it, you'd be surprised by it. But at this point, it's got to be the expected result, save that something extraordinary happens.
It should be prepared for. I think it should be
Absolutely.
fought against and prepared for. Absolutely.
I mean, I hate it. Believe me. I don't want to talk about it. I have been despising Donald Trump. I was born in 1974. I cannot remember a time when I wasn't like, stop talking about this fucking guy. Oh my God. Like my whole life, my childhood, friends of mine were like, I want to be rich as Trump. And I'm like, you're pathetic.
Oh, they're in a
Like
cult.
that's just
ruined one of my favorite
It's a
Nelly
cult.
songs.
We need to learn.
Well, no, but Sandy, I'm
deprogram.
talking about like my fellow 8 and 9-year-old friends.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like when
when
I
he
was a
was
little
on
kid,
TV.
they would
Yeah,
say,
yeah.
they weren't in a cult. They were brainwashed
Back in the
by
day.
the
Yeah.
media, and he's our Rockefeller, and my whole
Oh,
life
I
I've been
remember that.
disgusted by it.
I hated him.
So believe
I
me,
watched him badly.
I'm ready for it to be over. I'm ready to
Yeah.
never talk about
Just
that
think,
guy again. I
though,
want him in jail.
if we
They're
play our
not going to
cards
put him in
right,
jail.
we're all gonna be watching Trump's funeral at some point in time.
But will they bury
True.
him on the golf
Yeah,
course?
at some point.
You should start exercising
Unless he
again.
pulls-
You're right.
Unless he pulls a Kissinger and lasts till he's like 100.
Even then,
Matt,
I
you
think
just
he can
ruined
still
my
make it.
whole night.
But
True.
anyway, I think
all
that
of us have it in us. Let's do it. Everybody,
I
eat,
think
eat
we
a
need
vegetable
to.
tonight.
Oh, I ate
I think
many
we need to
vegetables.
work. We need to work toward the You know how they say, "Oh, I feel like I got to do everything all at once. We got to fight the Democrats. We got to fight the establishment. We got to beat the Republicans." This is what I say. We do not have to win. We just need to be unbeatable. Okay? Think about it's a basketball game. If you go out there trying to win, all right, good luck. If you can be unbeatable, now you're doing offense and defense at the same time. You need to be the unbeatable team. Stop trying to win, be unbeatable. So that's what I would call my memo.
I like it.
How do we stop trying to win and start learning to be unbeatable? That's what you need to do, so that anytime something comes up, you're like, poof, down. Anything that arises, any problem, you're like, I got it for that. Put that there, over, moving on. You address the obstacles and the dilemmas and the problems. You solve everything. You become unbeatable. There's no way to be perfect at it, but that's the mindset, right?
But there is a
win, right?
There is like a consciousness that's unbeatable, right? And there at a certain level, right? I mean that is what's unbeatable is an emergent consciousness.
Yeah.
That connects us all, and it's easy to say, hard to achieve, but
That makes
And are you
sense.
saying like an awareness of how all this functions that is emerging from the just new communication we have available?
I mean, it's something, very old that's been taken away from us by the alienation of capitalism, and not just at one point, but over and over and over again. It's been aggregated, and we've been left without that connection. And in terms of knowing like when to go in and when to hold back, like Andrea was talking about earlier, it's instrumental, the connection between all of us that we have, the fundamental contradiction between the interests of the vast majority of us and the people that are benefiting from this system. It's that kind of consciousness that I think it allows you to become unbeatable.
Yeah. I'm in agreement there, my friend.
Yeah, I think trying to win is overwhelming. And if you set out to win, there's an option where you can lose. And I don't play games like I said, if my dishwasher breaks, guess what? I'm washing dishes by hand. I don't have to be in the dishwasher game. Fuck you.
It's a good
Dishwashing
game.
industry.
I got a new dishwasher recently.
I-
Oh my god, is it a fucking godsend?
Hey, man,
Oh Jesus.
use
The time
use
saving,
a plate, wash
the
it.
water saving,
Use a bowl,
the
wash it.
fucking it's fun to look at when it's washing. It opens up by itself to let the steam out. Like, oh, what a contraption. I'm a huge fan of dishwashers, let me tell you.
Do you love opening it up after the fact to kind of just like get that freshness of the
And then
freshly
I can't see for at least like 40 minutes
in your
you know, 'cause my
glasses?
glasses. Yeah, like that's
Oh, well,
great.
you
And
have
then
to
the
have
fog
one
gets
to
into
work.
my like retinas, and then like I go blind.
Oh,
I
But
yeah,
you see
do-
my point.
I do appreciate the difference between a play and a strategy. Absolutely. And I like your shifting of the way of looking at it there. Just being unbeatable as opposed to winning in an individual moment.
I mean, there is
like I
power in
play
that.
a lot of tennis. Every tennis game I play, I don't go out there thinking, "Oh, I'm going to win." I go out there thinking, the ball won't get past me. I will return the serve. I will try to hit it where my opponent should be or just was. You know what I mean? I'm
like it,
just
yes.
trying to figure out the right way to do it
I
and
have
be
a
good
question
at
about
it
tennis.
and not, I'm going to
Strategic
win.
thinker.
How many
Just
different
strategic.
opponents have you had?
Oh, I just my wife and I play.
Well, the way you said it, it's
We're-
like you make it sound like you're a professional tennis champion. It's like my
We play
opponent will
3
never beat me. Like, aren't you just like playing games with your wife?
No,
Like,
that's
I mean,
how people do sports. They treat it like an opponent, whereas I'm just trying to make myself a better player. That's why I use the word opponent, because that doesn't matter. And my wife and I play like 3 or 4 times a week anyway, so
I'm
it's a
just
lot.
saying.
I hit
like,
myself in the face today.
just to be
I
clear,
tried
not
to
a
hit the
professional.
I was gonna hit the ball, right? And it was so forceful, and then when I missed the ball, it hit me right. I swore it was gonna be a black eye. It's just, I don't know if you could tell, it's a little swollen.
It's not showing up for me.
So, well, it could have been worse, and it wasn't. So, yeah. Well, I think in our country we are so competitive to the point of sick. You know, when the
Right.
sports teams come, the Buffalo Bills, oh, it's to the point of crazy. I even saw Trump signs come down when the Bill signs went up.
You know, I used to agree
Make
with you,
room
but
one
this is
sign at a time.
the first year of my life where the Detroit Lions are justifying calling themselves professional athletes. So until the end of
Thank
this
you.
football
Thank
season.
you. Thank you. But I do think, I don't know. I just love putting stuff out there that I think of in this group environment. And so that's why I'm so fortunate for the show.
It's great, and I
Hanging out with
am
you
feeling
guys.
fortunate to hang out with you guys. Totally.
Same, but gang, I gotta tell you, my voice is going. I might actually have to scram.
Your voice is going? Where's it
It
going?
is, yes.
Going,
I have. It's doing that thing where it feels unnaturally dry, you know?
Have you tried getting water?
Yeah, like drink water through the whole
I've been
show.
sucking these things down the entire time. I mean,
What
I'm not
are
gonna
the
drink
things?
water.
I'm usually that
is that
person
stuff?
that's
Fish
dry with
in
the
it.
lip gloss.
It's not a
and the
Dixie
dry.
cup, is it?
Who's
You
to
know,
say?
it's the Koch brothers.
It's got the symbol for recycling on it and
Oh.
not the devil star, so I assume it's not the Koch brothers. no.
Okay.
Well,
You know,
most
there was-
recycling symbols are on products that are not actually recyclable, just so that they can convince you that what you're buying isn't just complete garbage.
But I've been using it over and over in a very unsanitary manner, so I am recycling it.
There you go.
I'll never
might
forget this
explain the
segment I saw.
problems.
I saw this MSNBC segment in like 2016. It was Stephanie Rule and Ali Velshi, where they had Velshi and Rule. They had their own show in the mornings.
I remember that.
And I was just getting into online media. I didn't really understand the difference at the time. I can explain all that at another time. But they said in this segment, they were like, so who are the Koch brothers? Let's talk about this. And I was like, okay, yeah, because these are bad guys. So let's talk about it. And they go, they provide several household products like Dixie cups and blah, blah, blah. And they started going down this list of things. And they're like, so even if you don't know them, they're in your life. They're in your home. And I was like, are
They
you
were
fucking
advertising for them?
justifying that that it's okay that they back politicians and buy off politicians and the government? And I was like,
So
oh
that's
my
worth the
God. I was
treason.
like, they obviously
Dixie cups.
own you guys too. Yeah, I'll never forget that. And that's why when people are like, they fired Ali Velshi, I was like, okay, don't care. I mean, yeah, okay, they fire a guy for the wrong reasons. I hear you. Or they take him off air because he's
Was it Ali Velshi?
promoting Gaza or
But
whatever.
they still
Really?
were
I think
were
so.
shills, or they unintended shills.
Yeah, but like, what was he doing anyway? Like, I get he was treated unfairly, but what? I mean, that guy sold out a long time ago.
My gosh.
Anyway,
Yeah.
so Jake, are you gonna roll
I'm
out? Look at
cramped.
Jake. He's like, how do I turn this off?
No, I had to look up Velshi. I can't
Oh.
believe they got him as well in this most recent round.
Yeah.
I normally, Jen, leave with something witty, but instead this time I wanted to inform you that I'm going to.
That guy every time, man.
Just
Every time.
well, now I can
It's a
see you guys
it-
bigger.
This is my first time experiencing the disappearance.
The Batman style.
He just
roll
Cloud of
it out.
smoke.
Bye, Jake. Let's
Glitch,
see. Are people
exit.
still on he's still on my YouTube because there's such a lag. But Jake's channel is still up there, I think. Andrea's channel. Yeah. Well, we all stay up there. Even if I leave, Irene, I go
Now
lay
I
in
can
bed.
see the infinite webcams.
Oh, okay.
Oh, do you? Yeah, they're in my frame. That's just the famous infinite regress. This is one of the things that you'll experience on my stream from time to time when I mess up on tech and really create an image within an image within an image within an image, which is kind of like what you were getting at earlier, Matt, as far as reacting to a streamer who's reacting to a streamer who's debating a streamer, and where does it actually end? That's the question that I try to find out every week in my exploration of the infinite regress of.
I'm telling you, it's the human centipede.
It is, yeah. I've seen it up close. It tried to eat me.
Is that an overlay?
Yeah, it's an overlay. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
StreamYard? You have StreamYard?
Oh no, this is actually OBS that I'm using, but I'm sending my OBS through a virtual camera into Matt's StreamYards to.
That's cool. We could do that on Ecamm. I just haven't learned how to do it yet, and I don't know if it's would work, but
Is this you, Sandy? 50 pounds? Do you know Scaly
no,
Bubble?
that's Andrea.
Is that me?
Wow, 50
Yep, somebody
pounds.
gave you
Do I know Scaly Bubble?
Europe.
You do now.
And it's
Here's some
Christmas,
free
and
money
my people are
for you to-
generous, and I don't expect
Maybe it's
anything.
Jake. Maybe
No,
So it
it
says,
was
"Here's
been there
some-
for a while.
Here's some free money for you to complain about happy holidays. Do you guys want to complain about?
No.
Oh, I fucking hate the holidays. I hate
I get
happy
depressed.
people.
Music?
For no happiness in my life.
How do you feel about Christmas music? Or holiday?
I love
music
exploring.
It's mostly horrendous, but like there are some bangers. You can find some bangers.
I used it on my show last night, along with nuclear bomb videos. Played Christmas songs.
I like the spooky
just look
Christmas
at it
music.
You like the what?
Oh, the
Scaly
like
Bubble,
what?
that was me.
the spooky kind. You know how there's spooky Christmas music in addition to like regular Christmas music, like that one where it's like do 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 do. Yeah, Tchaikovsky is an example of spooky Christmas music.
I agree.
I just like exploring or getting a taste of various traditions and stuff like that, and I feel like Christmas music is sort of that. And yeah, my family played a lot, a very musical family, but I think that, and a huge family, and we'd have these massive get-togethers and like sing and make music, and it was all at Christmas, it was just that theme. And so like I know a lot of that stuff, but I it's like Sam Cedar said in that old CNN clip about the war on Christmas, where he goes, it's kind of like somebody coming up to me and wishing me a happy birthday on their birthday, which I think is really accurate. It's like, Merry Christmas. I don't celebrate. Why are you saying that? It's your holiday, right? And so I think that there's something like that, but I don't think there was a war. I think that maybe there was a time where some people were like, hey, we should say happy holidays because it encompasses more than just the Christian version of this wintry time of year. But then I think those people were like, you're saying we can't be Christian. Whereas if you look at it, a lot of the stuff that's been in front of the Supreme Court as far as Christian rights is in itself a means of discriminating against people, right?
It's like a detour around the establishment clause. Like it's like a workaround, or to, you know what I mean? It's basically backdooring at least the concept of the Christian nation that the conservatives are always telling us we actually are. If you go back to the founding fathers, they were all religious men and thus must have intended.
Jefferson loved the Bible so much he made his own.
Right.
Such a fan.
He needed his own edition.
Don't read it though, because you'll be very disappointed.
Andrea the scholar. Yes.
I think we need alternate Bibles though.
Back here. Oh, alternate?
Yeah, like
Have
different.
you ever seen like the most authentic version even?
The most authentic version.
As a staunch atheist, I like to say that no one's actually read the Bible, because the Bible that exists now, one, it's not even all the books, because like a lot of the books didn't even make it to when the Bible was formed. And then most people like read like some stupid King's interpretation where you like hand-picked the translation to like make King sound like a reasonable concept, you know? So I think it's
didn't
fair to
agree with the Bible even? Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
like
I'm dying to know what was in it.
Yeah, Like, I remember reading a story about how, like, there's like the lost books of the Bible and they never made it in. What's in there? What if one guy in one of these books was like, yeah, we found out Jesus wasn't actually magical, but he was a great guy, and that should be maybe that,
What if there's aliens in there somewhere, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Don't even get me started.
There
I have
are.
seen so much Ancient Aliens documentation. I believe it. It's true. It's more likely than Christianity. Let's just put it that way. So, on the power ranking of what's a believable religion, aliens, and then like a bunch of the greater than signs, Christianity. Like that would be my.
It is such a wild
Yeah, like
religion.
when
Go ahead.
well, when they said heaven, they meant literally right there in the sky. But we all imagine it as like somewhere in the beyond. And they were like, no, no, no. It was translated. They should have just said right there in the sky. And like the serpent in the Garden of Eden, they were like, that's just what we called it. That's not what was. My point is like the shit that we've been taught and read is not what was originally in there. So when people go, it's in the Bible, it's like, well, hold on a second. Which
I also love
version
how
are
it's
you
called the
reading?
Bible. Like there's only one. It's not like it's the most wildly misinterpreted book of all time. No, it's just the Bible. It's just one. The. How about a Bible? Can we just start calling it a Bible? Yeah, it's in a Bible. That's true. It is in a Bible. That's an accurate statement.
And
So I
everybody's
don't
got one.
know. I'm struggling with not which comic book to because I recommend a comic book to all my guests, and I'm kind of like there's like 10 that I want to recommend to David Feldman, and I'm sort of leaning toward the Book of Genesis as adapted by R. Crumb. Do you guys know R. Crumb?
Yes.
The famous underground. He adapted the Book of Genesis, and
Yes.
conservatives and Christians would criticize him for they're like, how dare you make fun of the Bible?
Yeah.
And he goes, this is the most accurate adaptation you'll ever find. He has like notations, a whole
idea.
section in the back for notations, and he did it so accurately. He's like, guess what? I did it because I've read it so many times, and it's fascinating and totally incoherent. And there's a lot of like shameful stuff in there, and like real like just it's just messed up a lot of the time, or it's really abstract, and it's like, why is this even in here?
You gave
And
me
like
an
he did
idea.
it all. He did every page of it. So I was thinking about recommending that.
Is Mr. Natural? Does God look like Mr. Natural? Of the famous R.
No.
Crumb character?
Me. God is
No,
a
I don't
woman.
want to
God looks
Oh, you want to
I don't
spoil
want
it?
to ruin it. But like he goes into detail in the back of the book about why he chose to depict the devil the way he did, and why God the way he did, and it's all there though. There's that one section that said this person begat this person begat this person. It just
Numbers.
goes on and on and on. Well, so okay, so maybe it's a different. Maybe it's like the sons of David or something like that. But there's a section in the book of Genesis where it's like, dude, you're gonna have to draw dozens of different faces, and he just does it. He draws every single person they mention, and sometimes I'm like, is that Obi-Wan Kenobi? Who's he drawing there, right? So like, I thought maybe he was using like a bunch of reference, because how do you make up all those different faces? Because nobody knows what these people look like, right? But
Do
anyway,
Western
it's black and white. Yeah.
You gave me an idea for my Christmas show. Using R.
You gonna
Crumb.
read the book of Genesis?
I don't know
Oh
yet.
yeah, cool. That's
But
cool.
I think
festive.
I already
Yeah,
made
he's
the note.
interesting.
I made the note. I'm going to do some research, and you gave me some intellectual homework here.
Letterhack, I have an idea for you. So we talked about Doom earlier. Well, the game that came out before Doom was called Wolfenstein 3D. That's the one where you have a knife, right? There was a Christian video game software developer in the early 90s. I forget what it's called. They made a total conversion, which means they replaced all the graphics and music of Wolfenstein 3D, and it's called Super Noah's Ark 3D. And you play as Noah, and you try to get the animals on the ark. So like the Nazis are replaced with animals, and you have like the thing like whatever it is, and you're supposed to like get them back on the ark. So that's
His
maybe a
staff?
future project. It's like a
Yeah,
staff, I
let's do
guess.
that. Yeah, that'll be Boomer Gamer Volume 2.
There you go.
I think that's a great idea. But anyway, we're back here at like 10 a.m.
Yeah, I have
Right?
to. My sleep
Um,
schedule. Let me tell you a story because my sleep schedule has been,
Yeah.
you know, it's fucked. I've been doing these projects where like it, you know, my passion comes when it comes, and like one night I just got a great idea when it's like 9 p.m. and it's like, oh, I should go to sleep in an hour, but it's like I really got this good idea, and then I like, oh, it's 2:30 in the morning, and then like for 3 weeks just been sleeping like 2:30 to like fucking
Oh.
noon. And this week, because of this fucking bullshit tomorrow, this week I've been trying to like inch my sleep schedule back, and now tonight it's all fucked again. So thanks a
Well, guess
lot.
what, Andrea? Maybe you and Matt won't be staying up till all hours.
I'm trying to end it now. I'm trying to
Okay.
wrap it
Yeah, but
up.
Irene,
It's a good time.
usually our guests leave. You know,
Is that what's expected of the guest to call the shots on
exactly.
the
Yeah,
time
like,
to
you
end it
can't
all?
say like, oh, sorry, you got to get out of here, because that's rude. You know, like I can't do that. But
Yeah,
Funny
but you
how
just did. So anyway, I will take the hint and
But
make myself scarce.
no, you can stay as long as you want.
No, but seriously,
I
you
mean-
all probably do need to get some sleep, and that sounds like an early morning, especially if you're talking East Coast time. If it's 10 o'clock East Coast time, you don't have much time. So in all seriousness, it has been lovely to
You're
meet
welcome
all
back
of you.
on anytime.
Yeah, it's a
Maybe
fun
not anytime. Maybe not next
show.
week.
Well, you've got to have some other guests, don't you? So yeah, well, thank you for being so gracious in offering me your hospitality, your holiday hospitality, and I really enjoyed.
to watch you.
All right, well, good. Same, and I will come back at some point. I'll have my people call your people, and they'll do lunch. How about that? All right, well, good night, everybody, and I will see you on the flip side.
Have a good one.
I can figure out
Good
how to
night,
leave
Irene.
studio.
lot.
There we go. Boom. That is fun, right? That is a lot of fun. Like, it's one thing thinking on your feet, dealing with debate bros, right? But it's another thing entirely dealing with somebody who has to get up early in the morning. I expected debate and fighting, but this was strangely enough, right? There are some parallels there. Strangely enough, even people who swear off the attention economy and the algorithm and trying to get things like clicks and views can actually be quite dramatic themselves, which is an interesting challenge to face, a challenge that I am well prepared for, given my experience with the likes of Dylan Burns, Destiny, Demon Mama, all the other debate bozos that I've talked to. Sometimes you can't completely relax around people that aren't like that. So wait, we got to switch back to like a more normal thing here. Also, yeah, it was interesting to notice how different things are between Twitch and YouTube. Right? That in YouTube with the lives, with the way that system works, you're kind of expected to do videos more often, right? To curate your content and to, if you do live content, or to make prepared content, which it sounds like Andrea was talking about. I've only seen Andrea before as a live streamer. I've never I don't think I've watched any of Andrea's prepared content, if that's something that she does. But yeah, you really benefit from that, and you benefit from a shorter streaming time in general, or at least most people do, right? On Twitch, it's a completely different meta. On Twitch, you are expected to be on for 4 to probably like 8 hours a day. Or if you're Hassan, then you know, it's more like it's more like 10 to 12 hours. But hey, no, he's only the biggest streamer on Twitch, right? And I think that has something to do with how online he is. But yeah, no, that was interesting. That was a very interesting experience. Speaking of Demon Mama, she is still she's still doing stream she's still doing like so if you don't know what the deal is with Demon Mama right now, right? It's that there's been this giant fight between two of her best friends, Xander Hall and Kaffles. And I when I say best friends, I don't know what I mean. I don't know if any of them are really friends, right? They seem to know each other. They do a lot of content together. They call each other friends, but I don't know what really goes on behind the scene. I do know, however, this has presented Demon Mama with a very interesting dilemma, and that is to choose sides between Xan and Kaffles. It would be a pretty easy choice to make, except for the fact that Demon Mama herself is the one who was at the business end of Shoe-On Heads. Shoe-On Heads
Dingus Gambit.
Yeah, Shoe-On Heads Dingus Gambit, right? Demon Mama felt the brunt of the
Dingus Gambit.
And at the end of it, she was asking Demon Mama
fucking pronouns.
And so, like, right, it's not as easy, you know, even though Xander Hall came away from that whole interaction looking ridiculous. 100% ridiculous. More ridiculous than a streamer covering other streamers' drama. But yeah, like, she's got a stream that's called Tonight, a Truly Important Subject. It's not a truly important subject. But yeah, when she got brought up, like, right, you know, I know that there was probably some expectation, you know, because you could tell, you know, these people know a little bit about me. My reputation precedes me in a lot of ways. And, you know, that reputation could manifest in like a number of different ways, like whether it is about you know, she has a lot of fights with people, she disagrees with people, she doesn't play nice with the Vosh Clout Network, or, you know, or something else, right? I knew it was going to be you know, something, but yeah, I don't have to, like, whenever somebody brings up Demon Mama, be like, oh, did you know this about Demon Mama? Did you know this about Demon Mama, right? I have my reasons why I don't exactly you know, trust her, or you know, look at her favorably. But I'm not going to bring that into a discussion with somebody that maybe is on friendly terms with Demon Mama, right? If that's their game, that is their business. I keep it classy, absolutely. Well, I mean, like, for that, right? Unless there's like a reason not to, unless somebody brings me on with like the idea of like, hey, you know, we really disagree with what you say about this, and we're going to come at you from three sides, which is definitely not what I experienced that night, right? You know, you definitely knew where the fire was coming from in that one, right? It was pretty clear. All the people are pretty atrocious. I don't know Demon Mama at all. I mean, she's part of the Vosh Clout Network, so if that tells you anything, right? It's pretty much, you know, she's towing the line with Vosh and Kaffles, and you know, can't even when she's getting attacked by, you know, Shoe-On Head, and you got somebody like Kaffles, you got somebody like Vosh that are saying, actually, Shoe-On Head is a valuable asset to the left, right? Even in that kind of situation, even with Kaffles playing nice with Destiny, classically Irene. I mean, this is how I roll. This is how I roll, right? I don't fire at civilians, right? When it comes to the drama meta. No, it's just so weird to be perceived like that, because generally the people that I deal with are like actual drama streamers, like Chud Logic. If you ever watch Chud Logic's stream, it's all drama all the time with no real point to it. You know, with Vosh, half of the time it's like, which minority are we gonna dunk on this week? And with Demon Mama, more likely than not, it's like, you know, here's why white privilege doesn't apply to me. It's a, you know, it's a different different atmosphere, and actually really refreshing. I found that conversation really refreshing. Shu is poison for the left, just like V and X. Yeah, I mean, that's it's just a silly idea. Like, it should have never come up. It should have never been a thing. I shouldn't have to deal with this drama. I shouldn't have to deal with these interpersonal conflicts, right? We never should have been in a position where the ability to even affect something like an emerging consciousness, like I was talking about, like the consciousness that's going to need to emerge if we're going to do any sort of leftist priority, right? And I hope that was clear, chat, that I was, you know, I was talking about class consciousness, but maybe something a little bit more, right? Because, you know, I mean, the class is definitely one vector of oppression and privilege, but it is not the only vector of oppression and privilege. And, you know, when we really talk about what we face as humanity in an effort to liberate ourselves, right? You got the patriarchy, which is one aspect of it, right? But if you want to talk about the all-inclusive thing like class, you know, gender, orientation, like everything, every single race and everything, you're talking about the hierarchy, right? And I mean, like, that's, if you're a deep lore Irene person, you probably knew that was what I was talking about. Points though too if you said class consciousness, if that's what you were. I found it strange that they brought up drama, but you handled it well. Look, I am very forgiving. Much like Michael Brooks once said, I am extremely gentle with people and harsh on systems, and especially hierarchical systems. You can tell if you've watched me for any time that I'm not a big fan of hierarchies of any kind. This group is in this to help affect change, whereas those you're used to dealing to are in it for ego and dollars. But understand, anybody, especially if you felt like any sort of hostility or anything like that, I don't think that's, you know, at all what that was. I think what we saw was more of a I mean, they don't know me, you know, they've seen, you know, this content, that content, you know. Matt, I think, stopped in a day when I was covering Keffels versus Xander Hall, so, you know, like, he did stick around and hang out and stream. And for that stream, wait, was that the second one? Because I feel like the first one, we were at least talking about Shu on head. We were talking about, like, the issues of kink at Pride, what's, you know, so bad about Shu, how Shu harms the trans community just by virtue of being allowed onto the left by people like Vosh, Xander Hall, and Demon Mama. But I think the second time, it might have just been that the drama, I think it was just a continuation of that first time. And all that we got really was like that Zan doesn't have any real friends, like, according to Keffels, and Keffels is the new DJ Mule, according to Zan, right? There wasn't a lot of substance there. So I don't really blame anybody for having a certain perspective. Like, depending on the day that you come by, you might have I don't believe they knew it was drama. Oh, well, I mean, that's the thing, is like, what's drama, right? In some ways, anytime two streamers disagree with each other, that's considered drama. If somebody has a take and I watch it and I say that's not right, that's a little bit of drama. Now, it doesn't have to get ugly. It doesn't have to become blood sports, right? It doesn't have to become some, like, you know, primeval debate bro challenge of a fight to the death, right? As often happens in those circles. But it is, you know, something that catches people's attention more so than when people agree. You know, in essence, when you're talking about engagement, you're talking about the phenomenon of me saying something, doing something, reacting to something on stream, and you yourself having somewhat of an emotional reaction. And it doesn't have to be, disgust, as it often is with, when we're talking about Vosh or Xander Hall or Keffels or anybody like that, or it doesn't have to, necessarily have that negativity bias. There's definitely a space for wholesome streams. But sometimes to get to actually platform that wholesomeness, you gotta give the algorithm what it wants. You're in the situation where you're like laying down a bag of marbles in order to take the sacred object and not get rolled over by the giant boulder, right? Which sometimes the boulder comes for you anyway. We are advancing fast enough. I don't feel like we are being held back. I suppose that could lead to a prison of your own making. But for now, it's just all good in the hood. Wait, what could? Oh my God, you were reacting to specific parts of what I was saying. And I may or may not know what those are based on. Michael Brooks forever, yeah. But yeah, please understand that like they don't necessarily, know that much about me or what I do, and like they have every reason to be cautious around, somebody that you think, if you think that somebody is creating conflict where there is none, rather than like, I don't know, maybe trying to find people to work together with where there are some, right? Then I'd be cautious around me too. I just want people to understand that on some level, we're all characters, we're all images, we're all, um, distorted reflections of our true self. And, obviously there's like a real person behind every content creator at all, as well. I wonder if the RFK thing ever went anywhere. What do you think, chat?
That 35% of Americans are not making enough money to pay for basic human needs, and that means food, transportation, and housing. And that means those Americans are sitting on the
I'm kind of surprised at how much of a play he's actually making for a progressive audience. And I noted before the kind of the paradox of who RFK sounds more like in this election, right? That if he sounds more like he has left-wing priorities, he's taking away from making Biden re-election less likely. And if he sounds like more like he's worried about COVID and free speech and all these right-wing priorities, right, then he necessarily takes away from Trump's chances.
Of a cliff that they're inches away from or on top of becoming homeless. And that is, that's a catastrophe for our country. So we have to figure out ways, if raising the minimum wage is one of the ways that we insulate them or improve those or mitigate those outcomes.
Oh my God, Princess Monocle, whose name I always almost mispronounce, but it's Princess Monocle, not Princess Mononocle, like I always want to say. Thank you for the tier 1 community sub to Dragon Princess.
we ought to be doing that.
Yeah. Well, to your point about, when we had a growing middle class, when we had shared prosperity, part of that picture was much higher union density. And I know you've been a vocal supporter of, the writers are on strike right now, vocal supporter of labor unions in general. I wanted to get more specifics for you on what you would do to help rebuild union density and union membership. As you know, right now, the system is so rigged against workers, it's so difficult for them to even exercise their rights to collectively bargain, exercise their rights to form a union. Do you support things like the PRO Act? Are you at all interested in like the sectoral bargaining that Gavin Newsom has been experimenting with in California and that other countries do as well? What are your views there?
I mean, we need to rebuild unions in this country because it's one of the key ways that we can counterbalance this, the domination of our government by corporate power. The unions have always, when I was a kid, 45% of the labor force was unionized. Today, it's less than 10%.
Right.
And that was a counterbalance to corporate power at the national level. And now that is gone. Even the unions that are active are not participating in the way that they used to in politics and the political system, which they need to get
Norman went off on RFK and Marianne Williamson. Was this on Twitter?
involved. And I
am so frustrated. I shouldn't care. I shouldn't care, chat. I'm not trying to make fun of even Krystal and Sagaar, who I don't particularly like, right? But just their whole setup is so weird, right? We got the scene with them looking at RFK Jr., right, in which the audio is actually pretty good, and then we got the scene where we're just looking at RFK Jr., in which the audio is like horrible. I don't know what kind of effect they put on his voice, but it doesn't work on his voice.
we need to protect collective buyer.
It's very angular.
The right to work laws are,
and obviously, like, nobody's buying that they are looking. We're seeing a screen. Nobody's buying that they have a news studio with a with like a projector or a screen in front of them, right? It's obviously like put on there in post-production. It's got to be so weird, like, because they're looking at something. I mean, maybe I don't know,
are damaging to that.
Maybe he's actually on that screen, right? That's I guess possible that he's actually on that screen, but that they, in order to get the screen to look right, they actually have to, cut out that area, put a mask around it, and then tilt the image of RFK and place it there to simulate what they're actually seeing.
I oppose those.
It's a wall screen?
Support, any way that makes sense.
But we're not like looking at the wall screen, are we?
Of growing the strength.
I'm pretty sure that's all in post.
Of worker solidarity.
Sir, I've noticed you've gotten quite a bit of support recently from Chamath Palihapitiya, David Sachs. You had the Twitter Spaces with Elon Musk, and there's at least some of these people are supporting your campaign. Given your support amongst them, how are you going to approach technology companies and whether they should be broken up or not?
They have 4K wall screens now. I mean, they do, but like that's not what we're looking at, is it? Like that doesn't look like an image that we're actually seeing. Like, in other words, the image isn't being captured by the camera that's capturing Sagaar and Krystal, right? I'm pretty sure it's being like superimposed in post. You put a video in stream suggestions? Is it like it's like a fun video? Oh, this is on Sabby Sabs. I don't think I've ever watched Sabby Sabs.
Nominee. And then the Libertarians get like...
What are we listening? Oh, that's the Tim Pool video.
Well, oddly enough, like the conversation I had with Jack Dorsey this morning was exactly along those lines. And, I'm impressed that, and I know a lot of people don't feel this way about Elon Musk and Jack Dorsey, but I really find them incredibly patriotic and incredibly committed to democracy. And, a lot of those activities and their behavior was kind of obscure to me while I was on the I've been on the other end of the censorship. But I did take note very early on in the pandemic when the White House and Adam Schiff were asking the tech companies to censor people like me who were challenging, a lot of the orthodoxies, that the one company that stood up was Twitter. And I also, although Elon Musk is now vilified.
Yeah, so that's what I was talking about, is when he's on full screen, like for some reason the audio screwed up. And then when they're showing him in the studio, which I think is, anyway, sorry, Chad, I'm getting into the weeds as far as like content creation goes here.
From the left, by the left, which he shouldn't be. He should be, to me, he's a hero. He's a guy who came in and restored.
Wait, they've got a breaking Trump disqualified. Oh, behind them? Wait, what? Really? Am I missing something? Yeah, I mean, like, there are people that have legitimate screens, like, in their shots. Like, I'm thinking of Howie Mandel.
Free expression.
Notice how his audio is better here.
On Twitter, and that I think the left sees that and they say, well, you're letting Donald Trump talk now. But that
wall screens are a thing now. Yeah, I mean, there's like all kind. There's vertical screens. Yeah, they're absolutely. In fact, I think, does Mike from the Humanist Report have something like this?
Was not his intention. His intention
wasn't he disqualified from Texas's election too? There's no way. Are you kidding me, Shapiro? Are you kidding me?
Was to let everybody talk. Because he made that choice, he lost billions of dollars. And he said to me,
who's his base? That's a good question. So everybody knows he's running as an independent now, and so he is not running for the Democratic Party nomination. But you gotta say that to be part of his base, right, you've kind of got to be into the anti-lockdown stuff. You've probably almost got to be into conspiracies, right? Because this guy's the conspiracy candidate, right? And you'd think that would cut against Trump, but you hear what he's saying here when he talks about Snap and how it was cut and how it shouldn't be cut, right? He was a Democrat for like the longest time, whose main issue was the environment. Now, when he talks about the environment, he talks about free market solutions.
In our conversation, when I asked him about,
I think Shapiro. Wait, Shapiro, are you talking about RFK disqualified from Texas's elections?
That he said it's worth every penny that I lose because we need free speech in America. Because if we don't have free speech in America, we don't have democracy in America. And if we don't have democracy in America, it's the end of the world. And I feel like he feels that way and that he's going to be a good ally.
Polling high among Gen Z last I checked.
For me when I'm in office, and that Dorsey is too, because they have this very, very natal commitment to free speech. And I think they saw
the other thing about RFK is at this point, just his name on the ballot does present like somewhat of a tempting like a temptation to people that are like sick of the fact that we're doing Trump versus Biden part 2. Like, right, nobody wants that, right? Biden is not a popular candidate. He's even less popular after how he's handled Israel amongst the Democratic base. And Trump, obviously a lot of people are disgusted by him too. Kennedy has his name. And if you're not familiar, and realistically speaking, right, you and I know that Kennedy's got the weird takes on vaccines. He's got the weirdly anti-Semitic idea about vaccines maybe not affecting certain Jewish people, right? That is just like way out there and should preclude him from being seriously considered. But he does have the Kennedy name, and as long as he's not really mentioned or talked about, or like, right, then there's going to be some people that are just like, yeah, Kennedy, let's go with the Kennedy this time. what's the worst that could happen? And he is a Kennedy. He is one of the Kennedys, right? But he's a Kennedy that the rest of the family has asked not to be associated with, right? They do not want to be associated with this guy. Lieutenant Texas AG did threaten to take Biden off the ballot. Interesting. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Wow. And I'm guessing that's in the general election.
You know, I mean, you guys remember we were all promised at the, at the outset of when the social media was selling itself to us, that it was going to become the instrument, it was going to democratize communications around the world. And instead, they become the instrument for totalitarian control. And it's very ironic, but I do think that, some of these guys, at least the ones that I'm talking to, including David Sachs, are absolutely committed to, to figuring out how to make censorship-proof social media sites. And they're doing that with Nostr. Nostr, I think, is the first one. And I think that's really promising. And some of this blockchain technology that's coming out of Bitcoin will be very, very useful. And by the way, I understand that some of my fellow liberals don't like Elon Musk because they think he's giving a voice to Donald Trump and to some of the, Donald Trump supporters.
Well, let me speak to that a little bit.
I just want to remind you this.
And here he is caping for Elon Musk.
1977, there was a march by the American Nazi Party in Skokie, Illinois, through a Jewish neighborhood. And the liberal infrastructure, including the ACLU and everybody else, turned out to support their right to march.
Right.
And nobody is agreeing with what they're saying. What they're saying is appalling and repulsive and repellent. But, we need to be willing to die in our country for their right to say those things. Because if somebody can censor them, they can censor the rest of us too. And that's just going to...
So again, we got to make sure that the Nazis have their right to free speech, even if it means marching through a Jewish neighborhood.
And,
right. So we've seen, obviously right-wing groups insist and insinuate themselves upon college campuses where they really don't have any major support, right, with the express goal of intimidating marginalized people. And now he's calling back to example from, was it the 60s, or I think it was the 60s, of the literal Nazis marching through a Jewish neighborhood in Illinois,
benefiting the oligarchy and the military-industrial complex.
Well, we actually interviewed Jack Dorsey yesterday, so this is really relevant. And, I'm on the left and I support free speech and anti-censorship as well. I supported bringing Donald Trump back onto Twitter.
So yeah, if you don't know Krystal, Kyle Kulinski, they are a power couple of lefty content creation. A lot of us would regard what they're doing, and it's been more so in the past, maybe, and less so in the future, but as a form of diagonalism, not leftism per se, but a combination of leftism with free speech, libertarian ideas, with kind of like a anti-SJW aesthetic, just to prove that we're not cringe and we don't play identity politics, right? Now that's more of the old Krystal and Kyle. They do seem to be pivoting a little bit, and but yeah, with she's here with Sagaar. This is essentially the rising the college years, right? It's like a extension of their partnership on The Rising that's now called Breaking Points. And Sagaar's pretty well to the right of Krystal. So as a team, they do end up, really playing kind of a very diagonalist game.
What has concerned me about Elon Musk's leadership is the
I thought he was going to drip water out of his
places where he hasn't met his free speech commitments. And I'll give you a few specific examples. When he censored
God, this is huge.
journalists who were critical of him, when he
So this is what the Vanguard boys said about Krystal and Kyle, right? Or sorry, said about this is what the Vanguard boys said about the interaction between RFK and Krystal, right? That she got some good moments in there, kind of put him on his back foot as far as a lot of what he was saying. So here it is. It was a pleasure with being on the panel with you as well, Environmental Coffee House. It was a really fun discussion.
bent to demands from the Turkish government ahead of a critical election there to censor journalists who were digging into, what what Erdogan was up to. Also bending to requests from the Modi government in India as well.
And thanks for stopping by on Twitch.
So what do you say to those critiques?
Okay, so we're talking about Elon Musk, right? RFK has just trotted him out as a champion of free speech and like sort of named a precedent in terms of the ACLU standing up for the neo-Nazis' right to march through a Jewish neighborhood back in the day, right? And like, yeah, we got to have good principled action like that. It's really important to defend the free speech of those Nazis, and Elon's keeping that good work alive, right? Kind of a weird thing to say. And Krystal's just questioned Elon Musk's actual commitment to free speech, because it turns out it's not about free speech. It's never been about free speech with Elon Musk. He's going for he's bought a social media company to try to tilt the rhetoric essentially in the favor of the right. He sees Twitter as being like the den of lefty ideas, and if he can bring back all the Nazis, bring back Alex Jones, bring back all the people that like earned a ban from Twitter, right, then he can kind of at least sit on it until the election this year and maybe affect that election. Wish I could watch this on a big screen. You're so lazy, too lazy to find a TV. Yeah, there's a lot going on here, for sure. Not as much as it could be, right? At least I'm doing a meta reaction to somebody. Well, I mean, it is kind of, right? Krystal and Sagaar debating RFK Jr.
Of Elon Musk, that he actually hasn't lived up to
We're pulling a little bit of an all-nighter, Morbius.
his commitment and his stated principle that he is in favor of free speech absolutism.
Well, I'm not gonna.
Especially for those of you on the East Coast, thank you so much for sticking around.
My job is not to defend Elon Musk. But I would.
You could have fooled me. You could have fooled me. Like Elon Musk is a huge platformer of RFK. So it kind of works for him, right? Supporting Elon Musk, saying that he is the guardian of free speech, right, is beneficial for Elon Musk, and then actually paying attention to RFK as a serious presidential candidate, and helping him push back against his own words, implying that somehow Ashkenazi Jewish people have a are not as affected by COVID, much to the contradiction of a lot of people's lived experience, right?
This, Krystal, that if you asked him those questions, that he would have a pretty good answer for them. And I can guess that part of it, I don't know why he censored the people who were criticizing him. I know that he did respond to that, but I don't recall what his response was. But one of the things that Dorsey talked to me about this morning was the difficulty of operating in foreign countries.
So wait, he brings Alex Jones back, right? Before pretending to take at least a principled stand that, what Alex Jones did to those Sandy Hook families was wrong, right? But he brings Alex Jones, back when he needs more drama, more attention for Twitter. And he so free speech there, right? Free speech of allowing somebody, who's used his audience to essentially go after victims of a mass shooting, right? Back on. But when it comes to Modi, he will not stand up. He will not stand up to Modi. There's been a lot of, He'll talk all day about his right to show Hunter Biden's hog. And I'm not talking about a Harley either. I'm talking about the other kind of hog. Hunter Biden's hog on Twitter.com, and there's some kind of giant conspiracy of the fact that essentially revenge porn was taken down.
And now all across Europe where they're demanding censorship.
But he didn't even say anything like, hey, Modi's kind of twisting my arm here. I don't want to do this, but I sort of have to. But he's not even going to talk about it. Left past 10 raid.
Right.
And so you have to make a choice.
Wait, I thought they stopped streaming already.
Some of these countries, and Turkey is not a freedom of speech country. You have to make a choice. Am I going to continue to operate this institution in this country?
So where are your principles? You don't actually, right? You don't. There's going to be some pressure on any government to allow a social media platform that's as big as Twitter or Facebook or anything else, right? You literally don't have to hand it to them, RFK. You literally do not have to hand it to them. Well, welcome in whoever has joined us from the Left Past 10 podcast. It was I had a lovely time getting to know everybody over there, and we're just finishing some unfinished business with RFK being, I won't say interviewed, right? Because Krystal is starting to offer some pushback here. So we've just broached the issue of Elon Musk as a free speech warrior. That is how RFK Jr. would like to have him represented. Krystal has aptly pointed out the fact that while Elon will pretend to stand up to the government over issues like Hunter Biden's genitalia being able to be shared and shown on Twitter, he won't stand up to governments like Modi's, which are absolutely suppressing free speech on Twitter, right? So there's just nothing really there. There's no real principle there. Even from a free speech libertarian argument, which I think is kind of bullshit, right? He's not consistent. He's not even consistent.
And bring some of the benefits that it does and the revenue to, my shareholders of my company.
Right.
Or am I going to, make a stand here?
Obsolete Optics asks me, can't we, oh my God, did we switch over to Jimmy Dore? No, I wouldn't even tease you with that. I do have Jimmy Dore versus Tucker on my dance card here.
Hey guys, welcome back to today's video.
No, what just happened? It's right here. Yeah, I didn't mean to switch on you though.
Let's get to it, Tucker.
How am I back on no? It's like it wants me to do Jimmy Dore. Shouldn't have said it that way.
Turkey is
Look,
not a.
This is maybe the payoff, maybe, right? Because I remember the Vanguard saying that Krystal got on some good points on RFK Jr. Exposed some of his bullshit. I mean, this is a definite place where he's full of shit.
Freedom of speech country. You have to make a choice. Am I going to continue to operate this institution in this country and bring some of the benefits that it does and the revenue to, my shareholders of my company?
Right.
Or am I going to, make a stand here and die on this hill and report the truth?
What?
And then be shut down the next day. So
you enormous hypocrite.
I don't know what he would say, but I can imagine that those are some of the.
But you do know which side where your bread is buttered, and it's definitely on the Elon Musk side.
Difficult choices he was forced to make.
Yeah, well, that is actually what he did say in response: is that his commitment to free speech goes as far as the laws of a certain country provide, which raises a lot of questions. This is actually what Jack Dorsey brought up with us yesterday, is that
they talked to Jack Dorsey.
When Dorsey was head of Twitter, he tried to take a more global approach. This is in his words. So he received requests from the Indian government. They either threatened or actually did raid his offices, according to him. They pulled staff from the country and were, concerned about operating there, but they didn't accede to the demands. So what is your view of the way that those things should be handled? Because, if you look at any sort of totalitarian government, they're going to have egregious anti-free speech laws on the books. is the responsibility of someone who claims to be a free speech advocate to stand up to those governments, or just to abide by whatever the law is and whatever that authoritarian government demands?
Yeah, Krystal, I think that's a really good question, and it's a really troubling issue. And I think
I sure wish we could solve it, but you can't expect Elon to be principled in his defense of free speech.
Right now, it's becoming more and more difficult because there are competitors within those countries that have the ability to completely replace, institutions like Twitter, where the Twitter and some of these other social media companies are now no longer all powerful. If you go to China, they got, each one of them has competitors there, and if you drive the American companies out, is the country going to be in?
We want to protect those American jobs.
Is free speech more likely to be protected or not? I don't know. I think all of those. I don't think at this point there's probably any hard and fast answer, and I suspect, although I'm not an expert on this, that
we're back to the good audio again.
It was an easier decision when he made it than it probably is for Elon today because of the changing landscape.
It's got to be some snafu in editing, right?
Social media and the growth of
He's wearing himself out, yeah, big time.
Companies within those, I'd say tyrannical systems.
Sir, just two last questions for you. I'm curious what your view is of corporations like Bud Light getting involved in...
Yes, make him answer the Bud Light question.
Trans issues.
Oh my God, that was the problem with Bud Light getting involved in trans issues, literally trying to go for a market that they do not currently have through Dylan Mulvaney, and not necessarily like a LGBT market, right? I mean, that is part of... that's a big portion of Dylan Mulvaney's audience, but really what they're trying to do is take a brand that is known for football dads, right? That's what you think of. A dad laying on the couch drinking a Bud Light while he watches football, right? That is the image in the American public's mind of Bud Light. They wanted to expand that image by maybe getting a hold of a TikTok creator, one who was LGBTQ, and try to start to think about maybe cultivating some sort of audience outside of that demographic that's maybe dying off, right? Or at least, part of the, closer to the crave, right, than the TikTok audience. And this got taken as Bud Light was trying to force gender fluid down our throats. That's how this played out. And that's why I say you gotta watch out about with narratives like this getting away from you, right? This is I mean, maybe a less egregious example than the way that the narratives of the BLM protests were very much reversed, right? And not by accident. This was calculated, right? And it happened, and it happened very quickly, right? Something that seemed to be a monumental sea change in the American public's opinion on the issues of how police violence disproportionately affects Black people, and the issue of police doing something with the police, whether you recognize that the institution itself is corrupt and is not going to change until it's wholesale changed, right? You can't take the people that were part of that institution, the people who were cops, and just be like, you know what, we're going to give you some training. How about don't disproportionately kill and gravely injure Black people, right? That's not obviously not going to work, considering the institution, considering the culture of the police, right? So there's that side of it. People that were abolish the police or at the very least defund the police, and then you had people that were we just kind of need to reform the police. But in the end, in so many places, right, you've got Democrats running on more money for cops to make us safer, trying to get ahead of the issue of the Republicans in terms of being tough on crime.
Those are strategy choices for them. And my understanding of Bud Light is
Bud Light was always the gender fluid in more ways than one.
they probably regret having
It does have an aftertaste, if that's what you're saying, obsolete optics.
that choice because there was such a strong consumer reaction, and that's
I don't remember anyone drinking Bud Light in any of the parties that I went to. I feel like it's like a frat party thing, isn't it?
probably the best way to work things rather than, for them to,
Although a lot of times the beer of choice is just whatever's on sale, but
their own decisions about about how to operate and, how
But I remember like, my parents like drinking Bud Light.
how to keep their consumers in line. I mean, listen, I would love companies to do the right thing on the environment, even if it's against their economic interests.
You never went to frat parties. I don't think you missed much.
And I'd love it if we had law, but it's not a reliable it's not a reliable way.
Not exactly a safe place.
Change policy is to, you need laws that are actually enforceable that do what laws in a democracy are supposed to do, which is to encourage, support, and reward good behavior, and then to punish bad behavior.
What is he even on now?
And then,
wait, did he even give an answer to that? Because this might be something that he doesn't want to weigh in on. Has anybody heard him talk about like LGBT issues? Because with RFK Jr., there's some issues where he really sounds like a right winger, a very extreme far right winger. There's some issues where he still sounds like a left winger, like when he was talking about Snap earlier. And there's some issues that I swear to God he just doesn't want to weigh in on because he wants to benefit from the perception that he could go either way. He doesn't want to tell you what his actual positions are. And I don't know if gay rights are one of those or not.
A reliable way, we needed to do it through legislation rather than to rely on corporate goodwill. If corporations want to act in ways that are sociable, I commend them, but
can't rely on that.
Yes, certainly.
Point well taken.
Last question on my pet issue that I know a lot of people want to know.
Is it Bud Light? Is that your pet issue?
Will you declassify all
the aliens? Do you want to ask about the aliens? Do we care about the aliens?
UFO-related documents as president?
Yeah, let me ask you something.
Oh, please. Yeah.
Did you see this article last week about the guy, about the military?
Yeah, we've covered it extensively here, yeah.
And do you think that was a psyop, or do you think that was real?
I believe it was real, based upon a lot of credible people who I know.
Is he talking about the thing in Mexico? Is he talking about the art project that somebody tried to pass off as alien skeletons? Is that what he's talking about?
I've spoken with him and have vetted him.
Okay,
what do you think?
Why don't you tell people what we're talking about?
Sure, yeah.
Environmental Coffee House. You have accidentally stumbled on what the majority of my content is like, which is political analysis of sometimes major media outlets, a lot of times digital media outlets, but also the narrative of dissection of narratives and how they work and what sort of effect they can have when they get pulled in one way or the other. The sort of the perverse incentives that end up taking something like BLM and reversing the consensus that it felt like a lot of people had come to about the issue of police violence, right? Which was an issue that Black people had an impossible time getting any attention to like prior to that, right? That protest, the protest that rose up in the aftermath of what happened to George Floyd, those were not the first Black Lives Matter protests, and that was definitely not the first time that Black people had tried to bring attention to that dynamic, to explain the talk that a lot of Black parents have to have with their kids, which is like, if you get stopped by a cop, your life is in danger, and you need to keep your hands on the steering wheel and just do everything you can not to possibly give them an excuse, right? That's a conversation that has to happen in one set of families and not in the others. And for some people, that was like a wake-up call of what's actually going on. So Yeah, that's of all the narratives, you know, that have progressed through direct action in a lot of cases, right? And then been reversed, you know, when it was convenient. Like, that's one of the most frustrating.
You don't know, Dave Grush, who's an whistleblower, came forward through the intelligence community process. He says that multiple alien spacecraft are in the possession of the United States.
Look, there's some chance, okay, I won't deny it, that there's probably life on other planets, most likely, right? If you're familiar with the Drake equations, most versions of the Drake equation say that there's definitely, you know, somebody else out there. You know, whether we can reach them and communicate that with them, maybe another question, right? So I have no doubt about that. But as far as the, you know, the whole, you know, the American UFO theory goes back to a lot of incidents, which might have been somebody catching a glimpse of a top secret, like a top secret aircraft, for instance, right? Which, if you try to portray it as like, you know, there's somebody says it was a UFO, right? Which it is, unidentified flying object. What the heck is that thing? It's not moving like other aircraft. It's not doesn't look like other aircraft. What could that be? Yeah, and so instead of like denying it and being like, yeah, that was actually our super secret, top secret project, the stealth bomber, which we were working on now, they would say, I don't know, maybe it was a UFO. Maybe it was a UFO, right? So it's a weird thing, you know, when you're feeding into this, you know, this idea that we've already made contact and the government's keeping it secret for us. I mean, I guess if that was true, we'd have no real way of knowing, especially since it's so damn convenient for them to, you know, cover up, use like the you know, idea of UFOs as a means to cover up other projects that the military-industrial complex is involved in, right?
Government, the Inspector General of the intelligence community says that he is highly credible and is bringing forward urgent information. And actually, several representatives in Congress were asked about it just 30 minutes or so before you and I.
Strategic ambiguity on UFOs, yeah.
Many of them, including Senator Gillibrand, Senator Hawley, bipartisanship, if you will, all said that they were credible and that they had asked
Yeah, UFO is simply unidentified, not necessarily an alien spacecraft. You know, not necessarily like a alien race trying to make contact with us, right?
Asked the intelligence community about that, and were it quote unquote rang true, at least in some cases.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to be president of the United States and dig into that one. That is fascinating. And really,
what is your view of the UFO?
But you saw Starlink and you thought it was maybe aliens, but it was actually Elon?
Phenomenon. Just your personal.
Well, I don't really. I mean, I don't know anything about it other than I'm very, very.
But like, look, there's a reason that the right wingers take interest in this stuff, right? Because there is an active community of people who want to believe, right? Who are willing to world build and theory build about the possibility that extraterrestrial life has already visited us, and for whatever reason our government doesn't want to. Elon is the alien. Yeah, exactly. Said that 3 times in a row now after a few drinks.
Good friends with Dan Aykroyd, who's kind of devoted his life to studying that phenomenon.
The paranormal, yeah, like he's a very noted professor of parapsychology, as I recall.
And is, you know, very, very convinced of it, but I've never seen it.
Wait, are you turning my name into Alien? Like Alien, Eileen, Irene?
Oh. And but you know, I also the stuff that I've read, you know, of
Area 51 Skunk Works, our top secret aeronautical research facility, not hiding aliens, just hiding the really good stuff.
All, you know, particularly.
Oh, indeed, I see.
Who have recorded these encounters seem, you know, I'm certainly not going to dismiss it. It seems like it's real, but I don't have a good grasp on it. But I mean, that article you were talking about was
editing is throwing me for a loop. Maybe it's just late and I'm.
It was just exactly what Men in Black said is actually happening. That
Yo, Men in Black. Do we have we're erasing people's memories?
Velcro and all of this.
That's
this
right.
other.
Wait, I don't remember the Velcro. I remember the thing, right? They had the thing that erases your memory.
That
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I always say, I mean, I try to keep the skeptic hat on and say it's hard for me to imagine
The neuralizer. I'm sorry, that's what it's
that
called.
they'd be able to have this cover up across multiple governments, across multiple decades, administrations, all these years. But I have a feeling you might dispute the possibility of such.
Morbius Dragon, that scares the crap out of me, right? Because if I started thinking about extraterrestrials during a moment of psychedelic exploration, I don't know, I can imagine my mind going to some pretty scary places.
To cover up occurring.
Exactly, especially what happened to your own family.
Yeah.
Sir, I know
Cheryl, his wife, must be as goofy as he is. I don't know.
your staff says you got to get out of here, so I just want to say thank you very much for joining us.
See, that's how they let you know, right? That's how they let you know. Like, it's time to leave. Okay, yeah, your staff says you gotta get going, so it's been really nice talking to you. Okay. Okay, that was, wow. Extraterrestrials running over pedestrians. Wait, is that like lyrics to something? Drones can move in any direction in the atmosphere at any speed set by the propulsion. Oh my god, okay, so I'm trying to think. What? What? We have a Moonlord sighting, chat. That is the only thing at this point. I was thinking about going over the Sab's talking to Norman Finkelstein, who, yeah, we could very well have Dr. Finkelstein on ourselves, right? He apparently will talk to anyone and everyone, including, I think, Destiny, right? Have any of you encountered the Destiny fans on my videos lately? We covered Destiny versus Jink, and Destiny's fans found me, right? It must have been having the word Destiny in the name of the video that drew them to me, but a lot of them are really disagreeing with me. They don't think that I gave Destiny a fair shake. They think that I hate Destiny's guts, in spite of the fact that I've talked to him twice, right? I don't hate anybody's guts. I think Vosh are like very, very negative phenomenons, and they use their platform in some pretty irresponsible ways. But does that mean that I hate the person behind the image of Destiny, behind the image of Vosh? No, of course not. There's a real person there. There's a real human being, and I don't hate anybody. I've never really, I don't think that I've ever dealt with anybody in content that I can say that like I really hate. For me, it's always about I hate the bad ideas. I hate the effect that they have, right? I hate that people buy into some of the shit, but I don't hate the person behind it. But yeah, I got to talk to some of them again, and they know me from way back, right? They, like I said, I've talked to Destiny before. He's just another YouTube screener making $1 million. Yeah, if maybe more than that. Destiny is a streamer. True that. Yeah. That's one thing. That's a woman's name, Destiny. I'm trying to think like all the memes about Destiny. But yeah, like basically I dealt with him when he was trying to run Demon Mama off. Yeah, Demon Mama came up, right? And I said that like I don't entirely love everything about what Demon Mama does. The closeness to Vosh, basically precludes her from being able to accurately act as a check on some of his worst takes. But I definitely don't dislike her, and God, where was I even going with that? Some people are saying put Vosh in the trash. Irene only hates Pac-Man because she's a good lefty. There we go. Yeah, it's not really about like so Demon Mama was actually, I guess, how I met Destiny. So this was way back in the day, way before Demon Mama flipped me off in the middle of a stream, way beyond way before all of that had happened. Destiny had debated Demon Mama, And you know, they're both debaters. They like doing the debate thing, like, right? They have the personality for it, right? You know, that kind of sort of you know, bravado, bombacity, maybe being a little bit up their ass a little bit, right? But that's what a debate streamer is, right? I accept that. So Destiny accepts a debate with Demon Mama about, I think, the way that he was attacking like trans streamers and calling them crazy. And you know, Demon Mama points out that is a trope about trans people, so you got to be damn careful when that's the accusation that you're making, because it reinforces a trope that a lot of people believe in, right? There's the you know, trans people are mentally ill trope, right? And then there's the being trans is a mental illness trope, which is, you know, what the right wing is essentially you know, supporting these days. So, you know, I watched and reacted to that stream, Demon Mama versus Destiny. In the beginning, Destiny did not know who he was dealing with. Demon Mama is a little bit more competent of a debater than a lot of the people that Destiny talks to. So he was expecting a walk into the park. He kind of got smacked around a little bit in the first part of the debate. Now, of course, Destiny is very experienced. You know, he's very good at debating, and he kind of tired her out. In the end, like, there wasn't really a winner or a loser of that debate. Obviously, I agree more with Demon Mama, but then wouldn't you know it, a few weeks later, Destiny, you know, is in my Discord wanting to be on my stream to talk to some of the people that I was talking to, and specifically wanting to convince us that Demon Mama is dangerous for trans people, right? That she's too extreme and it's going to put all trans people in danger, and that she's disingenuous. She's trying to take away his money. She's trying to take away his sponsorships. She needs to be chased off the freaking internet. That was the feeling that I got from Destiny. And I tried to tell him that I can understand being like really frustrated with somebody like that, but that how really is Demon Mama any different than any other debater? And that's the truth of the matter. She's not that much different than any other debater, right? For better and for worse, right? I don't like debate streamers. I don't like how that conflict, that sort of content like has a tendency to go, you know, reactionary and to be just for clicks and to be just all about getting that W and not really from having an honest discussion, right? It's about winning, right? So I have my, you know, trepidation about debate content in general. But, you know, Demon Mama's not any worse than Destiny or Vosh or any of the rest of them, right? Not the content that I like most of all, but, you know, doesn't deserve to be singled out and chased off the internet. Why? Just because she embarrassed Destiny, right? And so he came on my program trying to say, you know, don't you agree? Don't you agree that this person is bad for trans people? And I just could not agree with him. I saw what was going on, and I also see how, you know, marginalized people in general and trans people in specific always end up in this situation where we're getting chased off the platform by some cis creator that we are inconvenient for, right? Destiny's worried about somebody's going to say that he's transphobic at some point and he's going to lose a sponsorship. Destiny, I think you got enough sponsorships. I think you're doing fine, right? You're not going anywhere, right? You're not in danger of being canceled. Whatever the hell you think, right, is not really a danger from you. Demon Mama, on the other hand, right, part of the reason that she links up with the Vosh network is because of this danger that she's in, this harassment that she's facing from Destiny's community. So I stood up for her, you know, at that time, but obviously the closer she got to Vosh, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and Vosh is the fruit of the rotten tree that is DGG, that is Destiny's community. Vosh literally dropped off of Destiny's community and has presented himself ever since as like a more progressive, like slash lefty version of what Destiny was, which was well timed since Destiny at the time was purging his community of every single leftist, right? Like, it, you know, anybody socked him, you were not safe, right? And so, you know, I mean, like, this is the kind of phenomenon that I'm forced to deal with, try to break down, try to add some context, try to, you know, give the correct, like, history of what happened. Because some people would look at that and say that is some drama. That is some pointless drama meant to drive clicks. And it actually isn't, right? It started off as a debate between Demon Mama and Destiny over how we handle, you know, marginalized creators and whether it's responsible to reinforce tropes about them. Like, right, Demon Mama was calling Destiny out, right? Something that she very rarely does to Vosh these days, but was, you know, willing to go into with Destiny, as far as the way that his rhetoric about another trans streamer was sort of feeding into a really vicious trope that is very, very harmful for trans people. And we've only really seen how harmful the trope of trans people being mentally ill is for you know, trans people, as we've had more and more right-wingers come, you know, out and literally call being trans a mental illness, right? One can only guess what their intent is there, what they're trying, what agenda they're trying to drive. Was there somebody in here asking me about software earlier?
It was really...
Wait, we already watched that part. What did I say that we were gonna watch? Moonlord, yes. Oh my god. Chat, I've been I edged you too much. Apparently we have a sighting of Moonlord. If you don't know, Moonlord is Tim Pool's co-host, right? He is one of two really kind of weird co-hosts that Tim has. People that are not necessarily knowledgeable about anything, people that have had ridiculous takes in the past, and generally, you know, will have ridiculous takes in the future. Right? This guy's called Moonlord because he got on a tangent once about how we just need to mine the moon. Everything would be better if we, as a human species, would just all get together and agree to mine the moon. We're gonna find some really good resources up there, and all we got to do is build an elevator. This guy wants an elevator to the moon, yeah, right? Because he knows it's going to be too expensive to like send, you know, space shuttles back and forth, right? He's talking about building an elevator to the moon because the resources on the moon are just so awesome, and we got to get there's got to be all kinds of good stuff up there. I've heard there's green cheese. Some say that the moon is made of green cheese, but yeah, that's where Moonlord, that's the origin story of Moonlord. A friend of Tim Pool, as far as I know.
Okay, so
there he is. There he is. There's the man right there. This is exactly what we need to get into, because I feel like I am analyzed out, right? I have analyzed the crap out of everything. I've had a really interesting day, a lot of fun talking to some new people, but also covered some, like, this is what I always end up doing. I cover the Ben Shapiros. I cover the Tim Pools of the world. I'm usually not actually dealing with you know, leftist infighting, but sometimes when it does happen, what it is like a larger content creator, usually like, you know, cis white male, trying to roll over a marginalized content creator like Destiny and Demon Mama, or like Vosh and Professor Flowers. And even though, yeah, you know, these two people are marginally on the left, you gotta ask yourself, like, which side we're really on, like who's really representing the left. Somebody that says that reverse racism is a real danger, and if we are too you know, generous in terms of allowing self-determinism to marginalized groups, well, they might just go and victimize us being the privileged group, in the same way that they themselves have been victimized. That has no place on the left. That has no place at all on the left. That is an unworkable starting point, right? Can you imagine, you know, being black, trying to join one of these online communities and running into this, yeah, but you know, what's really the super danger that we got to watch out for? It's anti-white racism. White people have got it so hard. Or, you know, you catch Vosh on a different day and it's like, it's men have it so hard. Men have it really hard. You know, why aren't we talking about the men and their feelings? And right, and you know, these are things that just show you, it doesn't show that he's a bad person. I don't hate him, I don't hate anybody, but it shows that he's got a lot to unpack, and it shows that his community is reinforcing like all the worst attributes that he has. Like, he's not being held to accountability in any sort of way where, you know, he has to question that stuff because he's freaking huge, and the person that he's up against, the you know, black content creator that he's dunking on, is much smaller. So, you know, I mean, that sometimes behind drama there is a real injustice going on, and that's when I like to add my analysis to the situation, in hopes that, you know, we can at least fight back. If not, learn from these things and move on and understand, like, more explicitly, like, what do we mean when we say leftism? What does that actually, entail? I would also get banned for saying things against the community guidelines. There he is. There's Moonlord. Okay, so I have, yeah, we're talking about real shit. Now let's talk about some maybe not so real shit. Wait, oh yeah, I gotta, this is Moonlord. This is Tim Pool's, I don't know. You could say that he's part of Tim Pool's entourage, right? You know that Tim Pool's got a compound that he lives in. He's got a skate mansion. This is where he does his show. This is where Emma got invited, right? She even got invited to hang out with the boys and have some sush with the boys, but she turned him down on that, right? In that instance of online drama. But let's see what Moonlord has to say today.
The Iraq War was kind of lit up, and I remember
Never heard of it.
were into it. It seemed like you were on the side of the Republican, like George Bush and the movement. And
What?
Whoa! John Stewart came on one day.
Is he talking to Tim Pool?
And you guys just had it out, and it was like humiliation. And he's like, "Please stop harming America." But the way you were looking at him was like really listening to him. Was that a moment?
No, I thought, and I still think that he's a mediocrity.
Oh, jeez. So this is the, wait. Bush. We're talking about Bush. Okay, we're not talking about Tim Pool. We're Moonlord here. We're Tim Pool's best friend, and we're talking to Tucker about George W. Bush. And I kind of remember you being on the side of all that stuff. I mean, you talk a good game about Trump being the peace candidate now, right? So this is the weird thing about Moonlord. He has no, like, ideological grounding, right? He has no clue most of the time. But because of that, occasionally he will pose a real question to somebody, not realizing that he's kind of going against, like, everything that Tim Pool is building.
Yeah, and I think time has proven me.
Also, wait a minute, Rocky, Rocky, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the subscription on Twitch. Welcome to the chat.
Absolutely.
That is not the right. Wait, is this?
What's interesting is that
you would bring that up. Really?
I was so confused. I thought we were watching maybe the end of the Letterhack there for a second. No, this is RM Brown talking. This is an RM Brown video that somebody sent me. A real life appearance of Moonlord in I guess whatever kind of. No, this is Turning Point USA, right? So this is a conservative conference here. Tucker Carlson is here. Moonlord is here. I don't know if Tim Pool is here.
And frankly, you're a moron. That's pretty funny. I love when people frame questions like.
So there's our dude. There's RM Brown.
That, Yeah, so you had like a humiliating moment on television that everybody watched.
See,
where a guy was public.
You're not. I don't think there's any bad blood between Tim Pool and Tucker Carlson. I think in general they want to stay in like each other's good graces. But Ian, aka Moonlord, the guy that's talking to him, doesn't really know. Like, what about the time that you got like completely embarrassed and just dunked on and just shown for the absolute? Is he talking about the Jon Stewart thing? This was back when Tucker Carlson was on Crossfire, right? His career goes like this. He's on Crossfire on CNN, having debates. I think he was on the right, but he's pretty center right at that point, right? He goes from there to being on MSNBC and doing a show on MSNBC where he's maybe even a little bit more centrist, right? And from there he went to Fox News and he became the fucking, I don't know the most extreme far right guy like on television from there. So that's his trajectory.
Mocking you and everybody was laughing at you. What do you think of that? So big shout out to Ian on that. He gets one of these.
Boom, boom, boom. I mean, this is not even interesting at all, actually. But my views on Iraq,
Don't say it.
I had a daily TV show leading up to that war.
Right.
And I had kind of endorsed it sort of half-heartedly against my better instincts. But I did that. I felt ashamed about it ever since. And then I went to Iraq in December of...
But we're still listening to you, right?
Now, just so you understand, before you're tempted to, say that Moonlord is your new hero, right? He does look pretty good here of actually asking Tucker Carlson's questions that I don't think that Tim Pool would ever ask. I don't think that you'd ever get this from Tim Pool, right? But just understand, like, this guy's been like anti-Semitic. He's been like all over the map. Like, he says some messed up stuff. He's not a good guy. He's just a grandfather clock that's right once in a while. And here he is, just giving Tucker some well-deserved shit.
Gotta listen to you, like you know what you're talking about, right? Okay, check out this voice. Check out this vocal style that this guy's about to do.
Do you see the shirt too? Epstein didn't Epstein himself.
This profundity voice. That's what I call it. We can get ready for it. Here we go.
The big distinction here. You're living through a realignment that's.
Are they in Tucker's compound? I don't think so. Like, if anything, they're in Charlie Kirk's compound. It says Turning Point USA back there. Now, I mean, maybe they're, in some kind of TPUSA facility, but there's every chance too. Is it CPAC that Turning Point USA hosts? Am I correct? Is that how that works?
Promising, and Tucker, you helped lead it. You're sitting in a room that watch.
Yeah, it could be the conference. I'm not sure. I just see the like icon, the logo there.
We should not send one.
Oh man, I really learned a lot from this. Check this part out.
Here.
Yeah. Also,
hey,
can I just I just want to make a point here about the conservative anti-war movement and why I'm so optimistic about it. I'm a firm believer.
This is another Tim Pool tag along.
That an effective anti-war movement has to be conservative.
100%.
Because when you look at the things people fight for, the things that motivate people to enlist,
look, this is diagonalism, right? We always touch on this. I never actually get to talk about it. If you want to know more about it, absolutely read Naomi Klein's new book, Doppelganger. You need to read that book, if you can. Like, right, I know I'm putting something on your reading list. A lot of times people don't have the time to actually read something, but I mean, like that book, understanding what's going on, what kind of game that Steve Bannon is playing, will open up a whole new world in understanding this stuff that's like quasi right wing, but not really, and you're not really sure what to do about it. But then when you look at it and you let it play out, it always veers, far to the right, right? This is something called diagonalism, right? You take a left-wing priority that's not really being satisfied in any way, that's not being played to by any political group, like the anti-war movement, right? The Democrats won the 2006 congressional elections based on being anti-Iraq war, right? Nominally, but then they get elected and you see that they're not really meaningful. They don't have a consistent perspective of being anti-war, anti-imperialist. They were just exploiting a weakness of George W. Bush, right? So after Bushism is discredited, they leave it alone. They drop it. They stop playing with it. And who picks it up but Steve Bannon and the right? And this is where you get your Jimmy Dores. This is where you get your, conservative peace movement that these people are talking about when the left fails to deliver on one of its priorities. Any single time that happens, this will almost without any variance, without any exceptions, be picked up by the right and utilized by the right.
Country and family.
Right.
And when the left is anti-war, the way they discuss it is God, country, and family are stupid and you were an idiot for fighting for those things.
They do say that, yeah.
And what conservatives can say is those things are valuable, those things are good.
Right, so like George W. Bush type stuff. Hey, we need to get poor people to go to war, but we need to say it's for God. Now get out there, you son of a bitch. I'll be at home. I'll be at home watching from my
Doppelganger, hardly knew her.
But as we're now to the point where we have these large
That's funny.
language models,
yes,
and a lot,
welcome, Ellie.
Especially Grok. Now Grok is new.
Oh,
the
what is that?
Yeah, that you are not even talking to a person when you're debating online is nearing 100%.
This is so funny. Do we all know about Grok? I didn't cover Grok. I think I've talked about Grok. Grok is the AI built by XAI, which was Twitter AI, a separate AI project from ChatGPT. And Elon's big claim to fame about Grok was that unlike ChatGPT, which he regards as woke because they do test it, they do run it through its paces, right? And when they find that a ChatGPT returns a result that is like racist, right? If you asked it about history and it started giving you like Holocaust denial or something like that, right? That's going to be a problem. So they program it to omit those kinds of results for obvious reasons. Elon sees this not as a feature, but as a bug. We need to make an anti-woke, free speech, chatbot. And so he creates Grok, which is supposed to be just that. But the funny thing about Grok is if you ask it certain questions, like, are trans women women, it will tell you that, yes, trans women are women, right? It will give, without that, like, suppression of, the bigoted response, it will give an answer that is regarded by Elon Musk and by Tim Pool as too woke. And they've posted this stuff to Twitter, and it's weird, right? It's Elon's chatbot, right? It's the free speech man. He's the one who is, owns this, who runs the show, and yet somehow chatbot is too woke for his liking and for Tim Pool's liking. And the weirdest thing in the world is to watch them come up in real time with conspiracy theories about what has infiltrated. How did the woke mind virus infiltrate the closed system of Elon's chatbot, right? It's an interesting question.
Son of a bitch.
I'm curious what your thoughts are on this AI future and with these fears in mind.
Thank God, Tim.
Well, I mean, it's hard to sort of.
Oh my God! Thank God they're talking about AI, honey. Get the kid.
Get in here. We're talking about AI, honey.
Bring them in here. Yes, my newsmen are talking about AI.
Ignore the instinct that, like, we're approaching something hard.
But yeah, to answer your question, Ellie, we're streaming on Twitch and on YouTube.
Final. I mean, I don't understand how
me either.
And could, in good conscience, build something like AI.
Huh?
It's so Tower of Babel. It's so transparently
Genesis 11.
Oh, thanks, Charlie. Oh man, it's so Tower of Babel. I know where that is in the Bible. Okay, thanks. All right, Charlie.
So I don't know. Maybe I'm the only person who's interested in this. But
no, Tuck. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself, man. I'm interested too. Whoa, come on, man. What's wrong? Go ahead.
The death of creativity in the United States is very jarring to me. That's
Absolutely.
true in literature. Name 3 great novels written since 1945 in English.
Yo, they stopped writing great novels in 1945, at least in English. You can't. There's no great novels.
You didn't give me time to answer.
The age of the great novel is over. Oh my God.
Novels after 1955. You can't. Wait, no, I was going to say something. No, you absolutely cannot, and you didn't. So I owned you, and the conversation is now over. I wonder if Tucker Carlson actually believes this, that there were no great novels written after 1955. They do this all the time where they're like, modern art sucks.
Yeah, this is the same shit.
Modern art sucks. It's just a toilet. They just put a toilet out there and they call that art. They do that a lot. But here's one where
Duchamp, right? The urinal piece is an artist named Duchamp. The other one that they trot out is was it Mapplethorpe? No, I always feel like I say Mapplethorpe and then I find out later that I'm wrong, and the artist in question was not in fact Mapplethorpe. The image of a crucifix submersed in the artist's urine. That's another example that gets brought up. Sometimes they'll also make fun of things like abstract expressionism because it's getting away from the representative nature of art and moving towards a more expressionist sort of. Although if you look at Franz Marc, for instance, right, there is representation, right? There's foxes. Franz Marc's famous foxes are in there, right? It's just was it Maple Leaf? I don't think so. No great novels written after 1945, bro. Have you ever read Ishmael?
Like, doesn't make sense at all. And he also picked the audience for this kind of thing wrong, because when he said that, he's like, there's no name one novel that's good.
Yeah, you're right. If you look at the Bad Lefty, this is degenerate discourse. This is basically saying that the degeneracy of the left / cultural Marxism / even more anti-Semitic dog whistle underneath the anti-Semitic dog whistle is what's ruining things.
Chat, it's just like Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, Stephen King. Somebody else just put anime. I like that. Tucker Carlson's like, art has really taken a turn for the worst after World War II. What about anime, Tucker? He's like, shit.
Now my little ass got owned on that one.
I've often half joked that the 90s was the last decade.
Absolutely.
And I think
what?
The internet, the decentralization of communication.
It's because you really internalized this idea of the end of history, right? It was supposed to be. The Soviet Union's been taken down. Nothing meaningfully is supposed to change, right? We've got capitalism and there is no alternative. And yet time moved on, right? And yet the American hegemony, is once again questioned, right?
The internet results in no cohesive, visible culture in this country.
Right.
You look at the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, you see a unique culture that exists in America.
Of course.
After the 90s with...
So the 90s feels like a decade is what he's saying. And the 2000s, now granted, the aughts is a weird thing to say, right? It's a weird thing to even name what is the decade from 2000 to, to 2000 till 2009. Like, what do you even call that, right? Most people call it the aughts, right? But he's acting like it doesn't have a distinct flavor in the sense of like the 70s and the 80s. I think though that the distinct flavor of those decades, this is a story that has to be written, and in writing it, we're sort of we're leaving out some stuff that was really part of the time, right? We're oversimplifying it. We're considering it. Was it Maple Leaf? Are you joking? I don't think it was Maple Leaf. I think I thought the artist name was Maple Thorpe, but I feel like I always like if I get quizzed on that, like who did that art piece, right? I'll always say Maple Thorpe, and I'll get it wrong. It was like actually somebody else.
Explosion of the internet. Now it's I gotta tell you, we went to the mall a couple days ago, and
the mall is dying. Oh my God, the culture is dead.
Hot topic, and I guarantee you, Jack Skellington is in the window. That's a 30-year-old movie still being sold to kids who have no idea what it is. There's a viral TikTok where a young woman...
What does he think it is?
Wearing a Nirvana shirt and says, I don't even know what this is. I just buy it anyway.
Okay.
It's almost like television around that era.
Wait. So first of all, so the 90s, I guess that's the argument, is that the 90s have a distinct flavor. The 2000s are too hard to disambiguate from the 2010s. I can disambiguate them. I like, right, chuggy stuff is like early 2010s, and then like kind of hipster culture comes in after that. The 2000s probably pretty well known for emo and screamo and stuff like that being popular, right?
Does something to...
It's actually made by Andre Serrano. I thought so. Thank you, Temporal Insanity. Because like I said, I always say it's Mapplethorpe, and I always get that wrong. I don't know what Mapplethorpe did, maybe something else controversial, but it's definitely not Piss Christ.
Creativity by homogenizing everything.
But we don't understand this. I mean, look, the creative force is the life force. And
Argonian Bum says,
to the sex.
Oh my God, here we go. Creative force is the life force. Argonian Bum says, my dad always played Nirvana when I'd be having like a kicking and streaming temper tantrum. Really? That's got to be weird. And it would calm me down. Oh, okay, I could see that. Did not ever learn how to play guitar, though. So I don't know. Maybe the hypnotic nature of every piece of sinful media just doesn't have that impact to me. Interesting.
Impulse, which ultimately is a creative.
Hey, clean it up, man.
Perverts.
Yeah, this is
wow. RM is even better with the soundboard than I am.
About the Tim Pool program is that it does get into Chat GPT territory. What I like to call Chat GPT territory, where it's just like AI.
Like, I like some Nirvana songs, but I can't say that I really understand like the moment of the whole like Seattle sound phenomenon. Always seemed pretty weird to me. But then again, so is like everything. So is what came before it. I just posted to stream suggestions a short of a B-2 stealth bomber landing 30 years ago. It would be thought to have been a UFO for sure.
Guys talking to each other, So Tucker Carlson is sniffing about how art really sucks.
Argonian Bub says, I am in love with this man. I'm guessing you're saying R.M. Brown here. You're not talking about Moonlord, who's the reason that we started watching this in the first place. We have a verified Moonlord sighting, and if you know, Moonlord is Tim Pool's wacky friend who says that we need to mine the moon. And he has a bunch of other weird takes too, and some of them are anti-Semitic, and some of them are, weird. But in this case, he's actually kind of holding Tucker's feet to the fire, which is bizarre to see, like, not Tim Pool, but a friend of Tim Pool actually just dunk on Tucker here.
Nowadays, modern
Moonlord only exists to make Tim look less silly. I agree.
After the 50s, art really took a dive. It sucks now. Tim Pool's like, yeah, the 90s was the last decade. People are still wearing...
The 90s was the shit, man.
From that, they don't even know what it was. But also, it was a monoculture. and now it's not a mono.
Oh, good point. Yeah.
The internet. Okay, so what do?
So yeah, 90s is still in the time range when you have like what 3 major news networks. I guess was cable news starting to, but really the ascendancy of cable news and the news cycle, as we call it, right? The 24-hour news cycle. That's a product of the war on terror more than anything.
We want to go back to there being a monoculture where everybody listens to the same crap, or what are we talking about here? What's the point? What's the point here?
When we're talking about these AI girlfriends as this I just view this as a tremendous evil.
Right.
Understand that dead internet theory, whether anyone
doesn't Joe Rogan have one of those? Somebody to make him look less silly?
Wants to believe it's true or not, is coming true factually before.
Welcome to the chat, Demon Lemur Nick. Demon Lemur Nick. There we go.
For our eyes.
Oh.
Because we're looking at AI bots communicating with us.
Oh my God.
Of course, eventually, now Twitter is integrating Grok. At what point does Grok start actually posting things and communicating with people? And at what point does someone create a bot using?
Is he talking about the Turing test? Does he think he's rediscovered the wheel with the Turing test?
Paid script from GPT or something to make Twitter accounts or X accounts to communicate with people, and then you're there.
Just saying that. I was just saying all that.
You're in the fake world, and we may already be there.
Does anyone still think it's important to go outside and be with animals?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is why we moved to West Virginia.
Eat grass.
Hell yeah, Tucker. I like to be.
What I was trying to say earlier in the broadcast with Letterhack was that the action that you can do beyond like the advocacy that you might do online is it's gonna be it's gonna be outside. It's gonna involve going outside, and it's gonna be local, right? It's not global the way that my stream is. And if I did have like plans for some sort of direct action, it's not exactly the kind of thing that I would even want to use as content. Any meaningful challenge to the system, to the system of capitalism, is going to is going to bring heat on the people involved, and something like loose lips in a online content creation environment can be really hazardous. Like people need to have their identities protected these days, right? When you're at a protest, a really contentious protest, a lot of times you are under there are people actively like trying to dox you, right? Trying to find out your name and your address and make life a living hell for you. Andrea brought up people not knowing what to do the first time they're arrested on some bullshit charge, right? There's also not knowing what to do when you appearing in some real world event ends in you being contacted with by somebody that obviously knows way too much about you, right? That's why it's important to blur faces. If you ever do show footage from a protest, right, things like that, and that's what people kind of don't understand, is that like this stuff is local. It's gotta be local, and it's gotta go on outside the prying eyes of social media, because you better believe that there are any number of organizations hanging out in leftist content creation sphere looking to try to get some information. So when we with the one-upsmanship that sometimes comes with the discussions of protesting, it's important to remember that that loose lips are not a good thing.
With animals, guess where?
That's on YouTube. I have a family of deer that live on my lawn.
Oh, amazing.
Turkeys.
Yeah.
Oh,
you'll learn more from them than you will from Grok. Trust me.
Chickens.
From Grok.
Oh,
you got a lot of chickens.
You got to learn from the turkeys.
Whoa, chickens turnout's not looking great.
We're pretty great.
Wait,
what you were describing.
You're always caught off guard when you run into the top of the hour ad break.
Hold on. I did not notice that at first.
I think we already did. I think we just did one on Twitch.
Can we see that crowd again? Oh,
Twitch is actually kind of making a comeback tonight, right? We don't have a lot of subs or memberships or anything like that, but Twitch has definitely been holding it up today.
And now we welcome you, a third of the venue, to this
Okay, so there we go.
podcast. I mean, this guy, Tucker Carlson, he's starting his own, website, subscription website. If Tucker Carlson had a little bit of, creativity, he would do...
Yeah, he's doing some kind... He's going to go off Twitter and try to do his own network.
An outdoors show. Fishing with Tuck or whatever, you know? You know, he's out in the middle of nowhere. He's like, why am I lost?
Why are we allowing this in this country for me to get lost?
Why are people coming into this country and allowing me to get lost?
Does anyone still think it's important to go outside and be with animals?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is why we moved to West Virginia.
Here he goes.
Because now I have a family of deer that live on my lawn.
Amazing.
It's so important. And turkeys.
Yeah.
I mean, deer are great.
You learn more from them than you will from Grok, trust me.
Chickens.
Yeah.
We got a lot of chickens. And chickens are based AF, so we're very happy.
Great.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate it. I hate that.
Look at that. I love that pause.
I just hate that because I've seen people do this, you know, in nature. I've gone to some stupid nature crap. That's what I call it. That's what I call going out in nature. Oh, I'll do some dumb, stupid nature. I'll go look at some nature garbage. That's what I call it. But the worst kind of guy out in nature is the guy who's like, we're out in nature, you know.
Isn't nature great? Yeah, they talk about being in nature while they're in nature.
Nature guy now.
It's like the trick is you're just supposed to enjoy it. You're just supposed to, maybe disconnect, from your daily existence on the internet and reconnect with, the world.
That's kind of my identity now, a little bit. I bought $800 worth of REI crap for the 3 hours I'm spending. Just go out there.
I do see, this sort of thing where the outdoorsness becomes the touch grassness becomes like a weird virtue signal where you're like, do you really enjoy it? Do you actually enjoy this? Are you enjoying this? Are you having fun here? Or is this just so you can go home and be like, well, I touched some grass, this weekend
in nature.
Unlike those other people who are terminally online, not like me, Tim Pool, never terminally online.
Eat the banh mi or whatever the hell you brought. And
wait, what meat?
Get out of there. Go out there and look around. Oh, what's this? Kick something around. Disturb the nature, Eat your Greek yogurt and then get the hell out of there. That's nature. Okay.
Eat your Go-Gurt.
Okay. Shut up about it.
But Seamus brought it up. These AI girlfriends that have been popping up, all these different apps. Where
we got the threat of AI girlfriends.
Sweet nothings into the ears of young men.
Calm down.
To confuse them.
And that's why they're not getting laid, right? Because they got those AI girlfriends.
To pull them away from reality. The scary thing about it is...
No, if anything pulls them away from reality, Tim, it's you. It's literally you pulling them away from reality, right? In terms of having the kind of social interaction that, he's talking about incels here. Let's be real, right? That is an audience he's very much going for. That is the audience that he's talking about. These, young males with a limited experience who are seduced by these digital girlfriends rather than going out and having a real interaction, right? This is your audience, Tim. And a lot of the reason that they can't connect and they can't meet a girlfriend in real life is because they're inculcated into the right wing. They're re-socialized, right? In a right wing way. That's what red pilling is called. And when they come they get released out into the real world and they try to interact with real people, especially real people who are, not male, right? They don't know how to deal with it, and they're pushing people actively away, right? I wanted to cover this a while ago. There was a study that said that for a lot of women, a guy being excessively into MAGA or red pill or any of that kind of stuff was a turnoff, and that's the truth of the matter. But oh my God, did that story ever inspire all kinds of backlash and cope from right wingers like Tim Pool?
People, these young men, they're on their phones and
stop reading your mind.
They're just having a chat on their phone. You're not. Behind this AI is a
Thanks,
singular
Tim.
machine.
A singular machine.
Entity.
Wait, what? You thought you were what? Having a chat? What do you think that means? What does that mean? I thought I was having a chat, but
you want to believe it's
some kind. That's not a real person. Oh.
Wait. Does he think that most people? What?
Oh my God.
Oh man, this is terrifying stuff, man.
Yeah, anti-corporatists, we got to do something about the AI girlfriends.
What was it again? But it is terrifying.
We have to control them before they control us.
It's sick. I mean, this, of course, will always be a small subset of people, because most people can tell the difference between talking to a chat program and being around a human. But
so that's what he's saying, is know that when you're talking to an AI, you're not actually talking to a human being. Right? There's not a person there, even a nice robot lady on the other end. It is literally data that is trained on large, what is it called? Large model? Massive model, like, right? They're, trained on the internet, right? They process a whole bunch of stuff that people have written, and then try to algorithmically, and I mean literally like algorithms, like it's math, right? It's incredible math, spit it back to you in a way that mirrors what it's mapped into its memory in terms of the models that it studies, right? It's trying to, figure out some kind of a mathematical thread between, all that it's read, but obviously, it's not gonna, if you start to look at the seams, you're gonna see some unraveling. Does that make sense?
And what if this evolved? What if this evolved into something crazy, What if this evolved into something crazy, like a video, like you could see a video of a person, and that person gives you like crazy misinformation, But it is funny with these guys, there's no analysis, there's no real like prescription or whatever. They're just like, oh man, the AI, blah, 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 blah. The AI is going to get you, gonna get your little ass, Okay, so
your only hope is to return to tradition.
Do you want to like regulate it? No. Like there's just like it just absolutely goes nowhere. Oh, AI, man. Okay, what about it? I don't know, it's bad. Probably. It's crazy. Okay.
Behind this AI is a singular machine, a singular entity.
Absolutely.
Whether you want to believe it's some kind of conscious being, demon, whatever.
No, you should not believe that. You should not believe that. Oh my God. Is he going to stumble onto Rocco's basilisk and think that he invented it? He always does this shit. If you don't fap, all these problems will go away. That's right. You got to store your what is it? The purity of essences, right? You got to maintain your pure essence and never give that essence up to the female, right? Who's always trying to steal your manly essences. It's like
it is a single entity.
Yeah, a lot of the nofap shit is just a rehash of Dr. Strangelove.
Yeah.
And each of its fake girlfriends that is talking to these young men is like
a conscious being, a conscious maternal demonic being, a demon mama of sorts,
tentacle coming out of it. So these young men, they think they're
hey. Like anime.
Don't blame Demon Mama, right? She's already getting enough blame for every problem in the world from Destiny.
Okay, go ahead.
By a siren towards the great.
It's exactly, your precious bodily fluids.
And it is a gigantic demonic beast luring them to them.
But it's so lonely. I mean, I believe
that's where literally the cyber demon. Isn't that what Andrea used to be called? Didn't Andrea used to go by Cyber Demon or something like that, right? Yeah, she's like literally talking about like a literal freaking cyber demon.
Even smell very strongly. If I can't smell you, you are not real.
Yo, oh my God, Naomi Klein talked about this stuff, right? Naomi Klein, we were just talking about Doppelganger again. We're talking about like the, sort of the diagonalist pull of a lot of these things that seem non-political, like aliens, right? Steve Bannon right now is hatching a plot to bring all the alien conspiracy theorists in and turn them right wing. And this happens, with goofy stuff like that, but it also happens with serious stuff like we talked about with the war movement. The way that the Democrats abandoned the anti-war movement opened up this lane for right wingers to claim Trump to somehow be the anti-war candidate. And now half of these assholes believe this.
No.
Yeah, General Jack D. Ripper tried to warn us, true.
Oh God, thank you so much, Tucker.
Sniffing.
Really?
And so I mean that. And I don't understand.
We know you do.
But they're talking about this smelling stuff, right? So anyway, if I'm going to predict, right? I could be wrong, but I'm going to predict where this is going to go. There is I don't know if you want to call it a conspiracy theory. It's not a whole theory. It's like a piece of a theory. It's an aspect of some theories, right? That if you get you vaccinated. Now, I do not believe this. I am not saying this, even though YouTube does not stand by, apparently, it's, you know, a lot of its, you know, COVID misinformation, you know, policies, right? I am taking great care to point out that I don't agree with this, you know, bullshit, right, that I'm about to describe to you, which is the idea that taking the vaccine makes you a genetically modified human, and that if you get vaccinated, maybe people won't be able to smell you. Now, this is something that was actually that Naomi Klein heard from her doppelganger, right? So the book's called Doppelganger. We're talking about like mirror versions of different things, mirror versions of the anti-war movement. For instance, Naomi Wolf is Naomi Klein's doppelganger, is Naomi Klein's like dark mirror. Oh my God, Black Mirror almost. No, but I mean, it does sort of touch on that at times, but Naomi Wolf is was a pop feminist author from, I think, like the 90s. Maybe, I don't know if she goes back that far, but you know, going way back, right? Pop feminist author who wrote a book which made a really crucial mistake about in looking at some very old records, and basically was publicly exposed for you know, just her kind of lack of understanding of the material that she was covering, right? And took this as like some sort of cancel culture, and over the course of COVID became more and more anti-vax, more and more, you know, she represents in a lot of ways that sort of natural health you know, movement that has been somewhat captured, right? If you know QAnon people, you will hear a lot of times there's a lot of, they're very crunchy, right? They've got very, you know, like organic, you know, natural lifestyles that they're promoting, right? That used to be like kind of a left-wing, you know, voting block, right? If that group of people skewed anyway, it was left-wing. Naomi Klein, you know, you can kind of track her as she moves to the right, as she becomes a literal, like, special guest of Steve Bannon. And yes, I mean, he brings her on multiple times to his show. But Naomi Wolf, I guess in a blog article or something like that, right, said that she didn't think that she could smell people who had gotten the vaccine. She thought that there was something so unnatural about the mRNA vaccine that, like, they didn't smell like normal humans anymore. And by they mean, you know, any of us who have gotten the vaccine, right? Like this almost like person, like conspiracy theory that she started to develop. And she's not the only one who says this, right? This is a thing. I think we're about to hear that from Tim Pool. They can meet you on being anti-big pharma, but they don't take a step against the privatized, being against privatized healthcare. They think that so Argonian Bum, you're actually pointing out, and I think on purpose, the weakness of the left that Steve Bannon is exposing in like consolidating the natural health movement into QAnon and into the right wing in general. That the Democrats talked a good game about universal health care. And then when that seemed unrealistic, well, how about a public option? And they settled for Obamacare, which, look, I'm glad to have access to healthcare through part of Obamacare, right? So, you know, it's definitely an improvement, but understand, this was Romney Care. This was warmed over Romney Care. This is a Republican healthcare plan that got passed in the space of any meaningful, like, progressive reform to healthcare. And partially, in fact, mostly because of the lack of the guts to take on big pharma from people like Obama, who a lot of people were counting on to do just that. But yeah, the lack of meaningful criticism and reform, or in some way addressing industries that are making money in the who are turning healthcare into a commodity, is leaving an opening for Steve Bannon and the like to jump through. And that is absolutely what that book by Naomi Klein is all about. They think that some medications are evil and for profit, and nothing else about the medical industry is profit. Yeah, they absolutely. Yes. So they're not going to really address it either, right? They'll play like they're anti-big pharma, but it's only in the context of like a vaccine that's become politicized to the point of absurdity. I'll give them something to not smell.
Could fall for that. Like in the end, it's some computer-generated image.
I gotta be
It's utterly fake. Like how it's like sadder than a sex doll.
It does, yeah, contribute to fascism when people leave angry, when people leave empty, and when people are lied to, right? By by politicians who are triangulating between their so-called constituency and the constituency of donors.
Let me get needlessly a scientific just for Ian because he's on the stage.
Feels like kind of a self-report from Tim. They can't resist these women. Who can't? Some other guy can't.
Wait, are we going to get to the they don't? Are we going to get to the they don't smell part?
We should take something positive from this. It's 2 hours long. Oh Christ. Let's take something positive out of this. So here it is. Tim Pool's going to drone on about whatever the hell this crap is. Watch Tucker Carlson's listening face. This is how you do it. Okay, we got to give it up for him. Check out the listening face.
Now, one day this military guy's like, hey, I would really love to strike a guy with lightning with a gun. How do I do that? Well,
that's how you do it right there. Look at that. You're like, what? That's what your face should say basically when people are saying something.
Does anybody remember Sam's face when he debated Tim Pool about like utilitarianism?
What? Try that face in your everyday
Thanos.
life.
Sam, you're like Thanos.
And, you're like, oh, really? Your coworker said that? Let me hear more about that. Really explore the space with it. Yeah. Oh, yeah? They said that to you?
You feel like you've betrayed somebody. And the reason for that is because the truth is not an abstraction.
Absolutely
the truth is
not.
a person. And that
Ian's sitting there having his mind blown. Do you see that?
person is Jesus Christ, and he loves you.
Absolutely.
He loves you.
I forget, is Moonlord like a big Jesus fan?
That's in the Bible.
And he died for you.
I've been saying
and
that.
he wants you in his church. So God bless all of you. I love you, and I am praying for every single one of you.
No.
Special thanks. Special thanks to all these guys up on stage. You guys are incredible. Charlie, thank you so much for putting this on, man. Every year it gets better.
This was so great, Charlie. I'm so glad to be a part of this. And Charlie's like, yeah, we'll totally have you back. Maybe not next year. Maybe not next year, but at some point.
Better and better, dude.
Calm down.
I love you so much.
Thank
you so much.
You're the man.
Everyone.
No, wait, he's not gonna get invited back, right? Like, I feel like he probably broke some rules with how he interacted with Tucker.
Everyone else, remember, Jesus was a Jew. This conversation is not ending tonight.
Okay.
Let's make magic, all of us together. Love you, brother.
Tucker! Yo! That's a moment right there. That is a moment right there. Let's make magic, right? Is he gonna bring out some like Jews for Jesus thing next? Like, what is Moonlord's like angle on this?
See you later.
Okay. Well, there we go. Oh, newsmen, my newsmen, I honor you. I love you. And above all else.
This is beautiful. This is so beautiful, R.M. Brown. Thank you for bringing us into this space.
I'm out in Miami, ho.
Well,
we must have missed something earlier on. I don't know.
Anyway, guys, happy holidays to those who celebrate it. Hey, hold on. I gotta have a quick word with the producers.
Play the holiday music, you son of a bitch.
We need the holiday music. We need the spooky Christmas music that I was talking about, right? We need to break off, right? So there's like, yeah, there's like Tchaikovsky, but then there's like I feel like there's other music too. You know what I'm talking about? There's like a spooky variety of Christian music, and I feel like Christian music, spooky Christian music, yes, spooky Christian music. I'm talking all about Jesus's ghost. No, I'm talking about Christmas music, right? That's the magic of the soundboard, yeah.
All right, goofball. I am having trouble doing a show.
No more.
Well, guys, I don't know
what
to say. You know, how you been doing? Let me listen to what you got to say. Thanks for watching this.
You're gonna do the face. He's gonna do the face. Christian black metal.
Thanks for putting up with
Now that is sick. Moonlord is one of those where he says he's agnostic, but he goes on tangents about heaven and hell. I'd see that.
Yes, many say, not me. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Hey, guys.
Guess what? You're not even getting the whole show.
Whoa.
If you want...
Okay, this is like some big money salvia shit right here. That's kind of amazing. I love the color what is it called? Oh my god, I'm like forgetting what it's called. Color grading, yeah. The color grading on that is pretty cool. As speaking as somebody who doesn't need color grading because I just look so damn good and it doesn't even matter. No, we all need color grading, right? I can show you pictures of the Majority Report before and after their current loot, right? It looks way better. But yeah, there's RM Brown again. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do. That's what I was trying to do. Look, we want to do an ethical react, right? If we're gonna do an ethical react and beat the allegations that we are a meaningless drama streamer who stirs up leftist infighting, right? Then we're definitely going to have to do our reactions ethically, right? And that means sending you over to this link. Oh my god, why can't I do it? Why is this so hard? Copy image. I copied the image. I should have copied the link. That's what I meant to do. Here you go, Twitch. RM Brown. Follow RM Brown. More videos like this you will see if you follow RM Brown. And there he is in YouTube. Everybody go follow this person because we're doing an ethical react, not one like one of those scumbag drama streamers that streams for 9 hours in a single day and talks all kinds of shit about other leftists that aren't hurting anyone. Wait, Eastern Germany? My haters need to chill. No, I mean, I have no haters, right? I have no enemies. That's the important thing, right? I have no enemies whatsoever. I just have, like, friends that I haven't gotten to know yet. But, like, seriously, like, I've been around the scene long enough to know that not everybody gets what you're about at first glance, right? It's very subjective as far as like what people see, what you're doing on stream, when they come in and take a look, when they happen to be available, when they happen to be watching the stream, you could get a lot of different ideas, right? And there is a lot of content out there that is absolutely empty calories, that is purely built on the algorithm, right? Chud Logic is the person that I go to because he literally talks about this stuff. He literally, used to be a leftist and then dropped any semblance of that in order to pursue a career as a Destiny orbiter and a drama streamer. And just, he like, one thing about Chud that I will give him is that he is very honest about his motivations. Like it's all about money for him. It's all about making a career. And if that is at the expense of other people that he's covering, so be it. But I, for one, when he covers Olimey for like 5 videos during 1 month, like every single one of them a sexualized picture of Olimey in the thumbnail, I gotta start asking, why do you have so much of a problem with Olimey, right? And I think we all know the reason. I think we all know the reason for that, right? And if that makes me a drama streamer, so be it. I'm a drama streamer for the forces of good. I'm the counterbalance to the the dark path that my former friend, right? Chud Logic was actually a very different person back in the day, if you don't know, and was somebody who pretty much passed for a leftist. Sometimes even did something considerate that he didn't really have to do, right? In terms of the Corvidae debate with Xander Hall, for instance, Chud did not let Xander Hall talk about his alleged victim, during which he very much wanted to change the subject to during that debate, and kind of earned his ire temporarily. But yeah, I mean, we are two sides of a coin, I guess, like two different ways that you can take the absolute black pilling mind fuck that is, content creation, and the fact that a lot of times the side of evil does win. A lot of times that's more powerful. A lot of times the algorithm favors that kind of thing. Like when I talk about like larger lefty streamers dunking on marginalized people as part of their content strategy, that unfortunately is not limited to Vosh and Destiny, but it's fairly pervasive. It's all over the place. This is politics. It's impossible not to notice these things. Yeah, and so many thumbnails, and that's not the first time he's done that too. I think there was another streamer, Ico, that Chud Logic did, like many videos in a row. Like, look, now I'm the kind of person that will like forgive and understand, right? If that occurs in the context of I had a debate against this person, I massively disagreed with them, and they continued to prosecute the who was right and who was wrong in the debate for like streams at a time, right? If you're dealing with somebody like especially a bigger creator attacking you, sometimes your YouTube is the only real voice you have in getting your side of the story out, right? So I'm not entirely like I don't think that's always indicative of somebody being a scumbag. But in Chud Logic's case, you can see the audience that he's playing to. It's the worst kind of audience, an audience that is both misogynistic and thirsty as fuck. And that's how you get thumbnails like the one that Chud did on ones that Chud did on Olimey and the ones that Chud did on Ico Rules, right? Hate comments end up helping engagement. That's a really complicated phenomenon. Yeah. That's interesting what you're talking about, because he actually mentioned this the other day. I think that when he was looking into something to do with Keffels, and he typed in Keffels allegations, and he meant something specific. He meant like an ex of Keffels that made allegations against her. But when he typed it in, he found all these posts like Keffels is never beating the racist white lady allegations and stuff like that. Like, kind of shit posts, but shit posts with like a serious point, but nonetheless like sort of clogging up the algorithm so that you couldn't really make heads or tails of it, right? And when it comes to that sort of thing, right, and this has happened to Chud Logic too, he had his own scandal, involving trying to riz up people on his Discord, one of whom turned out to be 17 years old, right? Where because the allegations that were made about him were that he knew that this person was underage, when I guess there's, plausible deniability to it, that those allegations ended up doing nothing, having no effect. If anything, just getting his name out there. And the same is true, in a lot of cases. And I don't know. It's like Trump, right? Donald Trump. I feel like we never talk about Trump. He's totally the elephant in the room, right? But he if you look to his rise to power and you look at how many instances there was something like grab him by the P word, right? When that wasn't the only incident where Trump did something that would have been absolutely disqualifying to any other candidate. And he survived that, and he thrived in that atmosphere. And I compare this to like a bed of nails. Think about it this way, right? If you go and lay down on one nail, right? Your butt's on that one nail, you're going to get a little jab in the butt, and you better hope you've had your tetanus shot, okay? Because that nail's going to injure you, right? If it's one nail. However, if it's 1,000 nails, you'd think that'd be, oh my God, there's all these sharp objects. I'm going to lie down on 1,000 nails, and you're totally fine. And that's what was going on with Trump, was that there was every single week there was a new scandal, and nothing could really dig in, and nothing could really, have its effect. And that stuff works in a smaller scale too. In fact, it's the way that a lot of larger streamers who have scandals that would have just absolutely like ended anyone else's career, that's how they, kind of stick around and perpetuate their bad ideas. But that's just a theory. A content theory. Anyway, chat, it is getting late, and I'm about to turn into a pumpkin if I'm not really careful here. And if I'm going to turn into a pumpkin at all, it better be a kabocha. Has anybody in chat ever tried this? It's not really a pumpkin. It looks like a pumpkin. It's called a kabocha squash. It's a vegetable popular in Japan, and it is one of the greatest joys of life, truly. So it's been a little while since we've paid a visit to our friend Nabil. That's a commercial. That's what Twitch subjects you to at the top of every hour. Sometimes in the middle of the hour too. Sometimes at some random time during the hour, right? You never know. You never know what you could be dealing with. But yeah, it looks like Nabil is doing. Oh my God. Wait, somehow Nabil's stream gave me a ban hammer. This is some interactivity I haven't seen before. We're going to raid into Nabil's stream any second now. Nabil's a good friend of mine. Make sure to say hi for me. Give Nabil my positivity. Also, you can support me in any variety of ways, from subbing on Twitch to becoming a member on YouTube, to donating on Twitch, or even becoming a member of my Patreon. If you can't do that, make sure to hit the like on the YouTube stream, because that helps me out more than you can possibly imagine. We are going to raid on in to... Oh, wait, did we already raid in? Oh, no, we're still doing it. We're still doing it. Here we go. We're raiding into Nabil. We're going to say hi to Nabil, but I will be back... Wait, should I ask him to unban you? Wait, what are we talking about? Argonian Bum, I might have missed that. I don't think I'm banned in Nabil's chat. That would be weird. Oh wait, it's like a hammer. There's like some kind of weird interactive thing going on with Nabil's stream. Anyway.
Welcome in.
We got Nabil's love.
Going off. It's because I got some chuds who were in my stream.
Maybe the raid was turned off. Oh.
And I got follow botted. But yeah, thank you for the raid, NTC. I really appreciate you. You already know I really appreciate you, but thank you. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, no worries. I got follow botted, and like my sound alerts went off like 1,000 times, so like I had to chill. Like I had to turn it off.
All right, well, check Nabil out on Twitch. I'm talking to the Votties, and I'm talking to YouTube chat right now. Nabil's a good friend, a good person, and is doing
I got like a new sound.
Apparently got harassed by some chuds.
Every time I get a follow, and like welcome.
Yeah,
followers, right?
that's a thing. That's a thing. That's a thing in Twitch, and
by like 1,000 people.
And people use it to harass. Isn't that terrible?
Yeah, but we are talking about the
Okay, so I'm gonna mute Nabil for now, but definitely go check Nabil 225. We're talking about Nabil 225 on Twitch. Check Nabil out. Sorry to hear that those follow bots are still going on. So what we're talking about is like you might have seen on Twitch, if somebody follows me, you're gonna see like emotes splash out. They're gonna go right, and but you don't see, what you don't see is you don't hear a sound, and you don't see like a name, right? Because people use those alerts to harass people on Twitch, and I've had it done to me a whole bunch of times. So I see when there's somebody following me, and if their name is not like the, you know, like a slur or like an attempt to get me to say a slur or something like that, I read their name out. Nabil looks like maybe, you know, he was set up in a different way where everything made a noise and everything you know, would say a name on so yeah, it's just harassing somebody by following them with like multiple, sometimes 1,000 or more, maybe even up to 10,000 accounts that are just bots. They're not real accounts. You don't want them following you. You know, Twitch kind of knows that they're fake accounts, so you know they're not going to do anything good for you. And in fact, there's some thought that they might actually hurt your account if you don't force unfollow them, which I will be discussing with Nabil later to see if he knows how to do that, because that's an important thing whenever you get followed botted. But that's what when I talk about Twitch being nasty, right? When I talk about coming up in a rough neighborhood, that's exactly what I'm talking about, right? After I took a stand for trans rights, I got harassed for the better part of 2 years. And so, you know, just something about Twitch that just has this nasty harassment culture attached to it. Anyway, I'm going to get some sleep. I hope you're going to get some sleep as well. I hope you enjoyed my stream tonight, and am I going to stream tomorrow? There's some chance, chat. It sounds, as wild as it sounds, I might actually stream again tomorrow, but you'll definitely see me again on Friday or Saturday, but most likely Friday. I'm the best music. Who knew? Who knew, right? NCC was right. But yeah, awesome as always to hang out with all of you. And I almost don't want to leave, but I will, because you got to get sleep. I got to get sleep, and we gotta go to sleep.